A city lies in ruins, a smoldering crater left by their colossal clash. Gasping for air, the victor struggles to remain standing, his body screaming in protest. He looms over his defeated foe, the final warrior left in this wasteland. But the boy beneath him isn't begging for his life, he's laughing. His eyes glint with a strange satisfaction, as if this was the outcome he expected all along. He glances past the corpses of the other fallen heroes, and tells his opponent that he is different from all that trash. His patience worn thin, our hero tells him to shut his mouth and just die. But the boy's grin widens, crazedly declaring that he is the only one worthy of killing him. With a cold glare, the warrior denies him that honor, stating he won't be the one to end it. Grabbing the villain's torn shirt, he remembers a promise he made to his fallen colleagues. He would not grant this monster a warrior's death, but ensure he faced the judgment of the law. Yet, standing alone amidst the wreckage, a bitter regret fills him. He should have just ended it right there. Soon after, the news explodes. Huang Sung, Huan, the world's most feared villain, has been captured. The wheels of justice turn, and the gavel slams down decisively. He's immediately sentenced to death, escorted by a heavily armed tactical team. But even with a device suppressing his powers, the villain wears a smug, unbothered smirk. He's taken to the infamous Lucullus prison and thrown into its deepest level, Sub-Basement 5. From a dark room, a lone figure watches the news report on a small, flickering screen. It's the hero, Seo Kangyu, his eye now bandaged, jaw clenched in frustration as they name the comrades he lost. The broadcast continues, showing the faces of the heroes who fell, the equality heroes. A joint funeral is being held for them, a fact that weighs heavily on Kangyu's soul. The government's empty platitudes ring hollow, and with a click, he shuts the TV off. A voice cuts through the silence, calling out his name. A prison officer from Lucullus prison greets him with a knowing smile. This isn't just any officer. It's his older brother, Seo Kang-ho. Kangyu looks up, his expression hardening as he addresses his brother. He seethes, clenching his fists, saying that as expected, leaving that monster alive was a mistake. A dark, murderous aura flares around him as he growls that he should have killed Huang Sung-hwan himself. But his brother calmly reminds him of the promise he made to his fallen comrades. Hess reminded of a comrade's firm belief that heroes are supposed to save people, not kill them. She argued that no matter how vicious the villain, they still had the right to be judged by the law. Kangyu had questioned her then, asking what would happen if that hesitation cost them their lives. But she was resolute, making him and the others promise they would not kill any person, no matter what. He remembers that moment, the weight of that vow settling on him once more. Back in the present, the fire in his eyes dims slightly. He agrees, remembering his promise. His brother explains that the law is the only thing that can judge a person, and it's their job to enforce it. Then he leans in with confidential news. Huang Xiong, Huan will be executed next week, and he will be there to see it through. He assures Kangyu that his role as a hero is over. He has already done more than enough. Now, it's time to leave the rest to the system, to let go and move on. With a gentle hand, his brother told him it was time to say his final goodbyes. The public mourned their fallen heroes while simultaneously screaming for justice, and so, a funeral was held for the comrades he had lost. Kang-ho guided his devastated brother through the somber ceremony. Kangyu quietly offered a flower, a final tribute to his friends. A week passed, and the day of the promised retribution finally came. The execution of the monster, Huang Sung-hwan, was set to begin. But something went horribly wrong, and my brother was the one who died. I couldn't understand how could this have happened, because the one who was supposed to die was still very much alive. Instead, it was my brother, the prison guard, who died. Lost in his grief, Kangyu sits alone before the memorial altar. But a voice cuts through the silence, calling his name. He looks up to find an imposing woman flanked by guards. She introduces herself as Jo Si-yeon, the warden of Lucullus prison, and asks for a moment of his time. Kangyu's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion in their depths. She places a small tablet on the table before him. He can only stare at it and ask what this is all about. It's the video, she explains, from Huang Sung-hwan's execution earlier that day. The footage begins, showing the monster being wheeled into the chamber, right before everything fell apart. On the screen, Huang Sung-hwan casually calls out to one of the guards, Kangyu's brother, Kang-ho. He notes the family resemblance, asking if they're siblings, but Kang-ho remains stoically silent. The prisoner's grin widens as he mocks him, guessing he's a guard because he lacks any special ability. Despite the provocation, Kang-ho keeps his composure, refusing to give the monster a reaction. But the taunts clearly hit their mark, as Kang-ho finally cracks, asking how he could possibly know. Huang Sung-hwan pivots to an even more disturbing topic, asking what it feels like to kill a person. Kang Ho flinches, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as the prisoner reminds him he's a prison guard. He presses the advantage, asking if he's executed others like him, and demanding to know how it made him feel. With a chilling smirk, Hwang Seung-hwan leans in and declares that he, for one, feels disappointed. Disappointed? The word hangs in the air, leaving Kang Ho completely unsettled and confused. He describes his victims bursting from the slightest touch, fragile and fleeting as soap bubbles. But Kang Ho can't take it, snapping back that he feels immense guilt executing monsters like him. The stress of his job clearly echoes elsewhere. As his brother jolts awake from a terrible nightmare, he's haunted by the words of another executed prisoner, one who called him a murderer, too. The memory of that man's gruesome death is a constant source of his torment. Hwang Seung-hwan smirks, callously wondering why he'd continue this job if it tortures him so. Steeling himself, Kang Ho simply says that someone has to do it. It is his duty. The time has come, and Hwang Seung-hwan is strapped into the execution chair. Before the final moment, he's asked if he has any last words. Instead, he lobs one last, bizarre question at Kang Ho, who ignores it, and begins the execution. His finger descends 3, 2, 1, initiating the execution protocol. A blinding flash of light signifies the end. Or does it? Elsewhere, a man watches the very same event unfold on a recording, his expression turning to disbelief. A woman beside him confirms it. This happened right at the moment of his execution, but the feed suddenly cuts to static, the crucial moment lost. Back in the present, inside Lucullus prison, the lights begin to fail. The guards cry out in confusion and terror. The power the prisoner has it. Hwang Seung-hwan just grins, having orchestrated this EMP attack all along. He unleashes a raw blast of energy, sending the guards flying across the room. One of them screams into his radio for backup, realizing the prisoner has unlocked his control device. The guard desperately tries to finish his warning, stuttering into the radio that the prisoner has, but a chilling whisper cuts him off as Hwang Seung-hwan appears right behind him, a psychotic grin spreading across his face. Before the guard can even scream, a searing red energy begins to consume him from the inside out. With a playful boom, Hwang Seung-hwan unleashes the full force of his power. A violent shockwave erupts, blasting the guard across the hallway. The man's eyes are wide with the sheer terror of his final, agonizing moments. Amidst the bloody aftermath, the guard collapses to his knees, utterly broken, as Hwang Seung-hwan calmly stands over him. The killer leans in close, asking a strange question: was he the elder one? Fueled by a final surge of adrenaline, the guard swings a desperate punch, screaming in defiance. But Hwang Seung-hwan catches the fist with ease, and the guard's face falls, realizing just how hopeless his struggle truly is. With a final, agonizing scream, the guard's body is overwhelmed by a wave of crimson energy. Hwang Seung-hwan already knew the answer, of course, a quiet confidence in his gaze. But even as his body breaks, the guard clings to his duty, muttering about the judgment of the law. The killer just finds it adorable, a tiny smirk playing on his lips. The guard roars with his last ounce of strength, calling him a monstrous bastard who must accept it. And with a casual flick of his power, Hwang Seung-hwan simply erases him from existence. The hallway is torn apart, but the killer seems utterly unimpressed by the destruction. Well, that was a dead end. He figures he'll just have to go ask Seo Kang-yu instead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man in a suit stares intently, his eyes glowing with a faint crimson hue, and a sharp-eyed woman begins to speak, her gaze fixed on the unfolding crisis. She delivers the grim news. The controlling devices have failed, unleashing every single prisoner. While they've managed to lock down the facility, it means countless guards are now trapped inside with the wolves. The man in charge grits his teeth, demanding to know who could have possibly initiated the EMP attack. But she has no answers for him. They're still completely in the dark, scrambling to investigate. With no other choice, they go to the one man who might be able to solve this: Seo Kang-yu. Even as he mourns his brother, she respectfully asks him to put aside his grief and control the escalating riot at Lucullus prison. Without even a moment of hesitation, Kang-yu agrees. Of course he'll help, but he has a condition. His eyes glow with a chilling red light, signaling that he's the one in control of this negotiation. Meanwhile, back at the prison, the true chaos is only just beginning to erupt. The prison is a maelstrom of chaos, inmates getting cut down as they desperately try to smash through the final gate. A voice echoes the forgotten creed. A hero's duty is to save lives, not to take them. And only the law has the right to pass judgment on a person. With a final, triumphant roar, the gates burst open and the prisoners pour through, tasting freedom. But the law is enforced by its guards, and an invisible wall of force slams into the mob, sending them flying. Their celebration turns to pure shock. What just happened? How is this possible? A lone figure stands silhouetted in the doorway, a one-man blockade against their escape, and we hear Kang Yu's chilling condition. He demanded to enter Lucullus prison, not as a hero, but as a prison guard, ready to say hello to the trash once more. The inmates' faces twist in disbelief. Seo Kang Yu? Why is the S-rank hero wearing a guard's uniform? But their shock quickly curdles into rage, led by a beastly inmate with a grin full of daggers. He and his pack surge forward, screaming for the hero's blood, completely underestimating the man they're facing. In a blink, Kang Yu moves, and the front line of the riot is simply erased in a storm of blood and torn limbs. The charge grinds to a halt, replaced by a chilling silence as bodies litter the ground before him. The remaining prisoners stare, paralyzed with fear, at the lone guard standing amidst the carnage. Untouched and unfazed, Kang Yu calmly adjusts his uniform's collar, the job already done. He gazes over the sea of terrified faces and begins to lay down the new rules of this prison. He announces that by government order, he's taking over management of this entire facility, from the very first floor, all the way down through the sub-basements, home to the most dangerous criminals in the world. His jurisdiction ends at the deepest level, where he will now oversee the job his older brother once held. And deep within the prison's bowels, a monster in restraints grins, sensing a new presence. Back on the main floor, Kang Yu's eyes burn with cold resolve as he announces his first official act, an execution. The word stops the prisoners cold, their minds reeling with shock and disbelief. Their fear quickly boils over into righteous fury, screaming at this guard who dares threaten them. Kang Yu simply asks them, after all the lives they've taken, is it really so unfair for them to die? They can't believe it, still clinging to the idea of a system that protects even them. One prisoner, a man with 12 murders to his name, actually argues he hasn't killed that many people. Another, who murdered 7, insists he can count his victims on both hands. The whole crowd erupts, demanding lawyers and screaming about their human rights as Kang Yu simply watches. But amidst the chaos, one inmate with green hair just looks bored. All this panicked screaming is just noisy. The green-haired inmate sees the chaos not as a threat, but as the perfect cover. In a flash, he lunges forward, ready to make his escape. He unleashes a terrifying torrent of demonic energy, intending to slaughter his way to freedom. But Kang Yu shuts that down immediately, a single stomp sending a shockwave through the crowd. He stares down at the stunned prisoners and offers them a simple choice: accept their fate quietly, or die by his hand, right here and now, a promise simmering in his crimson eyes. One charismatic inmate, however, just smirks, acting like this is some kind of bluff. He stands to rally the others, arguing that if death is coming anyway, why not go down fighting? He foolishly calls the terms of this negotiation unreasonable. But Kang Yu corrects him with a chilling stare. This isn't a negotiation. It's the last mercy they'll ever get. The prisoners murmur amongst themselves, confused why a so-called equality hero is acting as their executioner. But their leader scoffs, activating a power that crackles like green lightning across his face. He unleashes a shockwave of energy, a rallying cry to unite the desperate inmates. Wagging a finger, he reminds them to focus. Kang Yu is just one man against their overwhelming numbers. He even boasts that he's killed a second-tier hero before, just by using teamwork. And just like that, the prisoner's fear evaporates, replaced by vicious, hopeful grins. With his new army ready, he declares they'll kill Kang Yu for their freedom, as our guard finally realizes this is the trash the director warned him about. We cut to director Joe Sion, who explains that Lucullus prison isn't just one big holding cell. The first floor alone holds over 300 serial killers, the worst of the worst, and the sub-basement holds over 100 more, criminals powerful enough to threaten entire towns. And her breakdown of this hellhole continues. Sub-basement 2 holds 30 inmates, each a city-level threat. Go down to sub-basement 3, and you'll find 10 people who put entire nations in danger. Sub-basement 4 holds 5 monsters whose power could threaten a whole continent. And in the very bottom, sub-basement 5, are 3 men who nearly destroyed the world, including the infamous Huang Sung-hwan. With a smirk, the director explains that there are a few particularly special cases to watch out for. Down in sub-basement 2, we see exactly what she means: 2 unnerving twins holding court over the other prisoners. They calmly reach out, their voices echoing with a simple command: confess your sins. Then we cut to the deepest level, where a mysterious woman sits calmly atop a pile of bodies. Huang Sung-hwan approaches her, presenting a fresh, bloody heart, like a bizarre peace offering. But she's completely unfazed as he crushes it in a manic rage, a clear sign these two do not get along. Huang Sung-hwan lets out a twisted grin, musing that he can kill some time until Seo Kang Yu gets here. Meanwhile, The warden is explaining that the situation on the first floor is particularly strange. The prisoners there aren't just rioting. They're united around a single charismatic leader. His name is Hillison, a villain with the unique ability to strengthen his opponents just by shouting. Kang Yu coldly recounts the man's vile deeds, including the murder of a Tier 2 hero, for a total of 10 victims. But Hillison just grins wider, proudly boasting that the hero he killed was pregnant with twins. A dangerous silence hangs in the air as Kang Yu turns to face the warden. He asks just how durable this prison is, making it clear he's about to unleash his power, and she guarantees it will hold. A dark resolve settles in Kang Yu's eyes. If the prison is unbreakable, then he doesn't need to control his strength. And just like that, Hillason's smug confidence evaporates, replaced with the sudden, dawning horror of his mistake. Hillason's taunts cut deep, mocking Kang Yu's past reliance on his fallen comrades. He cruelly offers to reunite him with those same dead friends as his power surges through the inmates. The convicts cackle, drunk on the feeling of overflowing strength coursing through their veins. With a demonic grin, Hillison orders his newly empowered army to charge and overwhelm the lone man. But in a single, silent flash of crimson energy, Kang Yu finally moves. The charging mob is instantly vaporized, their bodies torn apart by an invisible, brutal force. Hillason can only watch, his mind shattering as his entire army is shredded in the blink of an eye. In seconds, the riot is over, leaving nothing but a floor of bodies and a single, stunned, survivor. All that remains is the silent, terrifying pressure radiating from Kang Yu's silhouette. The fodder has been cleared, and now he closes in on his final, terrified prey. The memory of his power alone is enough to stain the world red. And deep within the infamous Valhalla prison, that name still echoes with dread. In a solitary confinement cell, a muzzled prisoner jolts awake from a nightmare. His eyes are wide with a primal terror that no restraints can contain. The name that haunts his dreams is the same one spoken now. Seo Kang Yu. His flashback mirrors Hillason's current horror, a scene of utter helplessness. We're thrown back to a past riot, where a different kind of monster was unleashed. Not a quiet patient, but a harbinger of death, clad in jagged crimson armor. The prisoner's desperate screams to stop him were nothing more than noise. He tore through them all in a whirlwind of absolute, bloody destruction. The muzzled prisoner remembers it all, watching as his fellow inmates were torn to shreds. Red tendrils of energy lashed out, bisecting bodies in a symphony of screams. In their final moments, none of them could comprehend this overwhelming power. And the one responsible for it all was a guard with cold, crimson eyes. Seo Kang Ho. He walked away from the carnage, leaving a literal mountain of bodies in his wake. The first floor, he calmly noted, had been dealt with. With the execution complete, he announced he was heading back to his room. The sheer scale of the slaughter was staggering. Was it dozens of men he'd killed? Or had the body count reached the hundreds? But he wasn't done. Moving on, he faced the next two prisoners with a simple, terrifying offer. His choice was clear: turn on the control device, or die where they stood. The muscular prisoner, however, chose violence, roaring as he charged forward to attack. It was a pathetic attempt. Seo Kang Ho effortlessly swatted him aside with a surge of red energy. The other prisoner could only watch in horror as his companion was ripped apart mid-air. With that, all his bravado vanished, and he fell to his knees, begging to turn on the device. Seo Kang Ho simply gestured, telling the man to come forward and claim his prize. Trembling, the prisoner extended his hands, pleading for the power he was just offered. And in an instant, a sinister purple light formed between his palms, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He was immediately consumed by the raw energy, a force he'd never imagined holding. Cackling madly, he taunted the guard, boasting that he would never have given such power away. But this pathetic display only reminds Seo Kang Ho of something a villain once told him. A woman named Tome, who believed those without physical abilities were pitiful for never knowing the thrill of crushing someone. And as the prisoner's body is ripped apart by that very ecstasy, Seo Kang Ho wonders if he finally understands. With the fool's remains scattered, he calmly turns and walks away, the test concluded. He presses a button, and a heavy door slides open at the end of a dark corridor. His crimson eyes narrow. He heard the noises from outside, and he knew it was this person. Inside sits a heavily restrained man, a monster kept in solitary confinement. It's been 3 years, he says, greeting the cannibal Chuck Fielder, and asking if he's been remembered. The massive prisoner rises to his feet, noting with a menacing air that Seo Kang Ho seems to have a new job. But the guard isn't here for small talk, giving him an ultimatum. Activate the control device, or die right now. Chuck Fielder's face splits into a horrifying grin, mocking the guard that he always knew this day would come. He dredges up a memory from the past, the early, bloody days of his brother's equality. The scene flashes back to a ruined city, where a captured hero was tied to a pillar as a spectacle. Back then, Seo Kangyu and his comrades could only stare, confused and horrified by the display. But the true nightmare was a simple cooking pot, filled with the butchered remains of one of their own. Then, Seo Kangyu, his eyes glowing a malevolent red, turned and asked them if it didn't look delicious. Chuck's voice echoes in the present, laughing as he recalls the noise of the heroes being killed. The dark power consuming Seo Kangyu decided witnessing this wasn't enough. Head of to kill them too. As he plunged his hand into another helpless victim, a former ally screamed his name in utter betrayal. A blonde warrior could only watch, her expression breaking as she witnessed the death of a hero. The dark power within Seo Kangyu recalls his decision, not to kill his comrades, but to subdue them, noting their utter dissatisfaction. But in the present, Seo Kangho has no such reservations, warning Chuck that if he doesn't talk, he's a dead man. Chuck just grins, a crazed look in his eyes, asking if he wants to know the real reason he kills. Seo Kangho isn't here for a villain monologue. He has zero interest and lunges forward to take the answers himself. And as he does, a memory surfaces of the corrupted Seo Kangyu, who was once obsessed with a particular person. Chuck's twisted voice echoes his philosophy: he kills because he wants to become a memory that can never be erased. A chilling parallel, as the old Seo Kangyu believed that by killing someone, he would be the last, most memorable thing they ever knew. Plunging into Chuck's mind, Seo Kangho is forced to witness the memories of his victims, their final moments seared into the killer's soul. He's dragged into one specific memory, where Chuck sadistically holds a terrified young girl by the hair. But as he relives the moment, a jolt of psychic feedback rips through Chuck, his own memories turned against him. Chuck stumbles back, impaled by dark energy, yet somehow still on his feet. Seo Kangho watches, admitting to himself he was aiming for the mouth just to shut the man up. But even he is surprised. It seems he couldn't completely avoid Chuck's psychic attack after all. With his last breath, the killer asks if he remembers all the people he's killed, but Kangho scoffs. Scum like him aren't worth remembering. And yet, the memories flood in anyway, not his own, but his brother's, standing over the bodies of their fallen comrades. A twisted, ecstatic grin spreads across Chuck's face. Now this is a memorable moment, isn't it? He forces Kangho to see the blonde warrior pleading with the corrupted Seo Kangyu, and watch as his brother mercilessly cuts her down, coldly assessing the remnants of her power. Chuck savors the psychic anguish he's inflicting, his expression one of pure victory. He collapses, his final taunt echoing in Kangho's mind, the memory of a hero who cut down his friends without hesitation. A choked sound escapes Kangho's lips as the vision overwhelms him. His eyes widen in horror, sweat dripping down his face. This feels too real. He desperately tries to reject it, telling himself it has to be an illusion. But the memory is absolute. His brother standing coldly over a hero he just murdered. Shaken, Kangho declares he's not that hero anymore. He's just a prison guard. From the floor, Chuck Fielder lets out a final, bloody smirk, telling him he's wrong. With his last ounce of strength, he delivers his parting curse. He tells Kangho he isn't a guard, he's a monster. A monster just like the infamous Huang Sung Huan, as Kangho stands over his silenced corpse. With eyes glowing a furious red, Kangho accepts the weight of that truth. But the vision shifts, plunging us into a fiery, desolate realm where a lone woman looks up in disbelief. Lying amongst the rubble, she insists she never rebelled against him. Her glowing eyes fixate on the sky as she calls out a familiar name, Seo Kangyu. She asks if hell ever come down or if she'll have to go up and find him herself. Elsewhere, in a dimension of swirling purple energy, three figures survey a colossal, ominous structure. One of them, Canis, asks his companion Shinka when they'll start, but she interrupts. He's already here. She holds up a device showing a live feed of Seo Kangho, gleefully announcing that her friend has arrived. Her other companion looks on, confused, as she dreamily refers to Kangho as her husband. With a wide, unnerving smile, she confirms it, leaving her team completely bewildered. Canis's patience finally snaps, as he reminds her she said the exact same thing about Huang Sung Huan. Canis reminds her she already used her EMP attack just to save Huang Sung Huan. He spits out the word hero with contempt, calling them an obstacle to progress. Shinka just grins wickedly, asking if Huang Sung Huan still looks like a hero now. She then feigns indecision, pouting over which of her toys to choose. But a wicked glint in her eye reveals she's already found a solution. The one who survives her little game will become her destined partner. She looks on with pure, unadulterated glee, wondering who will win her affection. Meanwhile, back in the prison, Jo Seon congratulates guard Seo Kangyu over the fallen bodies. His red eyes are cold, having cleared the entire first floor in a flash. She suggests a break before the next level, but he simply says no, ready to continue. Still disguised as his brother, Kang Yu demands they proceed, telling her to open the door. Jo Seon agrees, but stops him with a sly smile, saying she has one favor to ask first. Her concern is for floor -2, a level now shrouded in darkness and silence. She explains that she's still detecting signals from surviving guards trapped down below. Her expression turns desperate as she begs him to ensure her comrades make it out alive to see their families. Kang Yu asks for a head count, but she confirms all communications below them are completely severed. And deep within the prison, we see why. A lone guard desperately crawls through a corridor slick with his own blood. But there's a chilling twist. Jo Seon notes the devices on the 5th floor are working perfectly, as if someone is broadcasting their terror. The guard's final, desperate screams for help are choked off as monstrous tendrils drag him back into the darkness. And the one pulling the strings is none other than Hwang Sung-hwan, a gleam in his eye as his new pet finishes its meal. A red emergency light strobes through the control room, bathing everything in blood red. Hwang Sung-hwan grins, realizing they aren't just killing the guards, they want the survivors to watch the whole show. With that grim reality hanging in the air, Kang Yu announces it's time for him to go, and Jo Seon agrees to open the way. With a heavy groan, the blast doors to the first basement floor begin to part. Jo Seon offers one last warning, telling him to be careful, as this floor is on a completely different level. Kang Yu steps into the abyss, his eyes glowing with power, fully aware of the drastic jump in difficulty. The moment he's inside, a massive, fiery ambush erupts from all sides. The prisoners are cackling, mocking him, certain their planned attack is a guaranteed win. But one of the prisoners, a blonde woman, freezes in terror, recognizing the guard as the infamous Seo Kang Yu. Before she can even process it, a hulking figure of molten rock appears, telling her to worry about herself instead. The fiery golem grabs the blonde woman, thinking he's caught the warden herself. What a prize! He sneers, relishing the chance to finally crush her face, gloating that things worked out perfectly. He yells for his crew to come get their prize, offering her up to the first taker. But when he turns to face them, all he sees is a silent, blood-soaked floor littered with corpses. His triumphant grin melts into pure, unadulterated shock. What just happened? In a crimson flash, he sees a dark figure move like lightning, and the world dissolves into a storm of blades. The blonde woman, now free, stares in disbelief as the last of the ambushers crumbles to dust. Seo Kang Yu stands over the carnage, warning her not to follow him any further down. Starting from basement floor 2, he says, is far too dangerous for her. She can only stammer in agreement. As he turns to leave, she finally breathes his name, realizing who just saved her life by ending everyone else's. He already knows who's waiting for him on this floor, the infamous Tomoki, a monster that even the great hero Tom had to capture. Standing at the top of the bloody stairs, Seo Kang Yu gives a silent, grim confirmation. He's aware. Meanwhile, in a solitary cell, the remaining prisoners hear the distant sounds of slaughter and wonder if their friends actually succeeded. But a cold, mocking voice shatters their delusions, calling them a pack of idiots. A woman with piercing purple eyes looks down on them, questioning if they really believed their weak friends could cause such a ruckus. This is Tomoki, the legendary hero killer, who casually mentions she tried to warn them not to go. She taps her head, lamenting that villains are villains precisely because they lack the brains to survive, a lesson she learned as a former hero. One of the hulking inmates, tired of her attitude, steps up to challenge her directly. He threatens her life, but Tomoki just scoffs at the absurd notion. Him? Kill her? She leans forward with a predatory smile, asking if any of them have ever fought a truly skilled person, not just the helpless civilians they're used to. The hulking inmate transforms, dark energy coiling around him, as he vows to show her how a truly skilled person is killed. But in a flash of blinding blue light, Tomoki is the one who strikes first, her attack tearing through him effortlessly. Her arm, now a monstrous claw, has pierced straight through his chest as she mockingly asks who the arrogant one is now. She recalls her past as a hero, how she learned the best ways to hunt villains, and then used those very same methods to kill her former comrades. With a chilling smile, she invites the terrified prisoners to join her, promising to teach them a lesson. A lesson on how to hunt a truly skilled one. As the scene cuts to Seo Kang Yu walking through the fiery prison, her eyes gleam with madness as she reveals her trump card. She knows all about Seo Kang Yu's special ability. The other inmates are stunned, but she coolly reminds them that as a former high-level hero, she had access to all their secrets. Still, one of them questions her confidence, wondering what good knowing his powers will do against such an opponent. He points out that Kang Yu is a tier 1 from the elite group Equality, far beyond her. But Tomoki just smirks, utterly unconcerned. Tomoki launches into a history lesson, explaining that everything changed when the hero Lyaosa took charge of equality. The first rule she implemented was a redefinition of what a hero was, strictly forbidding them from killing villains. Second, all heroes were forced into periodic, mandatory team-up training sessions. And lastly, the most crucial change of all, the entire hero ranking system, from Tier 1 to Tier 5, was completely abolished. She leans in with a wicked smile, revealing the point of her story. Seo Kangyu joined equality after this system was gone. He was never a standout performer, and rumors flew that he only got in because he was Laosa's secret lover. One of the inmates, a hulking man named Miduzonak, realizes that, come to think of it, he's never actually seen Kangyu fight. But he's still cautious, pointing out that Kangyu cleared the first floor easily and must be at least Tier 2 level. Tomoki just scoffs, gesturing to the absolute monsters she has on her side, like Choi Mokgang and Heon Hyu, with thousands of kills between them. She continues the roll call of death, reminding Miduzonak and Kuriel of their own body counts. They have more than enough power to handle one overhyped hero, and to top it all off, she has Jisan, a monster who's personally murdered over 6,000 people. The other inmates clarify they never said Kangyu was weak. He's obviously strong, but there has to be more to this. Tomoki's grin widens. She isn't just strong, she's smart. She claims to know Kangyu's weaknesses and can hunt him down. Miduzonak's eyes widen in surprise. She knows his weaknesses? How? She scoffs at their hesitation, wondering why they're so afraid. A flicker of a memory, of his brother, the guard, reminds her time is running out. That's all the motivation they need. The prisoners roar in agreement, hands shooting up, ready for a fight. With the fodder on her side, Tomoki turns to her main weapon, asking Jisan if he's in. He calmly agrees to join the party and get straight to business, asking for the plan. With her new army assembled, Tomoki begins her lecture, taking them back centuries to the dawn of supernatural abilities. She explains these powers were classified into 3 major sectors, starting with the physical sector for those who can transform or strengthen their bodies. Next is the creation sector, for those who can conjure something from nothing. And finally, the special sector, a catch-all for every other strange and unique ability. The prisoners listen, completely bewildered. What does this history lesson have to do with anything? Suddenly, an alarm blares in the control room. He's here. A surge of blue energy confirms their target has arrived. Kuriel, one of the prisoners, calmly uses his telepathy to confirm the arrival with his allies. And now Tomoki reveals her trump card. Seo Kangyu possesses the exact same type of ability as she does. She knows this because she saw him during his hero training days, long before his fall. Back then, she'd watched as a much younger Kangyu prepared to face a massive training robot. The machine's hand glowed, powering up as it entered full combat mode. Her lecture finished, Tomoki gives them a simple choice: help her engage the controls, or die right now. And with her command, the prisoners unleash a furious blast of energy directly at Seo Kangho. It reminds Tomoki of his brother, Kangyu, who once taunted an opponent for not bothering to dodge. Just as predicted, the prisoners unleash a chaotic storm of attacks, using the very cell doors as cover. Miduzonak watches in disbelief as Kangho just stands there, but Tomoki already understands this fatal arrogance. He isn't moving because he genuinely believes their attacks are utterly beneath him. But this overconfidence was the key to her strategy, which included one more hidden pattern in their assault. Suddenly, strange bindings erupt from the chaos, wrapping tightly around the stunned guard's body. One of the powerhouse prisoners, Jisan, smirks as he confirms the attachment is complete. Just as instructed, Head looted an ability control device from a fallen guard's corpse. Miduzonak questions the plan. It's just a basement 1 device, but Tomoki coolly tells him it's fine. She reveals the trick. These cheap devices can be stacked. 15 should be enough to completely seal a Tier 1 hero, and thanks to a prisoner named Million, they can attach them remotely with every attack. A wicked grin spreads across Tomoki's face as she decides to be extra cautious. Just to be safe, they'll attach 30 of them, covering Kangho's arms in a cage of red light. The prisoners cheer wildly, absolutely certain their target is now completely helpless. However, there was a critical error in Tomoki's seemingly perfect strategy. The first mistake was underestimating just how monstrous their opponent truly was as the devices begin to crack. With a deafening roar, Kangho unleashes a wave of raw power, shattering the restraints and blasting the inmates away. The prisoners look on in utter disbelief, realizing he's on a scale far beyond any Tier 1 hero. Miduzonak reports the impossible. The devices are destroyed, and Tomoki's smug confidence finally evaporates into shock. Amidst the screams and the settling dust, the prisoners' celebration turns to terror. Tomoki screams for everyone to move on to the next plan, her cool facade completely shattered. But a cold, commanding voice cuts through the chaos as Kang-ho orders them not to move. One of the inmates, Million, decides to take matters into his own hands, grabbing a nearby guard. With his hand glowing, he presses it to the guard's throat, threatening to end him right there. He foolishly believes he's found a weakness, shouting that if Kang-ho wants the guard to live, hell back down. Kang-ho merely raises a finger, completely unfazed by the pathetic hostage situation. With a simple snap, a storm of dark red energy erupts, shredding Million and his human shield to pieces. This was their second error, assuming his abilities were limited to the physical realm, and as other prisoners watch in horror, they realize their third and final mistake. The control devices are utterly useless. Unfazed by the chaos, Kang-ho simply walks forward as the prisoners above cry out. In a last-ditch effort, they scream for the control devices to be locked on him. But his eyes just glow with contempt. Their pathetic attempts are meaningless. With a mere thought, a maelstrom of violent red energy is unleashed from his body. It tears through the upper floors, a whirlwind of death that instantly shreds every prisoner in its path. Kang-ho coldly informs them it's too late, as the device in Midazonak's hand flickers and dies. The hulking prisoner stares in wide-eyed horror, the sweat beading on his face. He whirls on Tomoki, grabbing her and screaming about how they were all wiped out, demanding a new plan. His panic turns to rage, cursing her for her failed strategy while she can only process that all 30 devices were useless. But as he rants about survival, her shock hardens into cold fury, and she tells him to shut his mouth. With a furious roar, she unleashes her power, impaling Midazonak from behind. She snarls in his face, reminding the dying fool just who he's dealing with. Tossing his corpse aside, she stares at her monstrous arm, her mind racing. The devices they used were enough to seal a Tier 1 hero, yet he shattered them all. If he was that powerful, why wasn't he on the front lines? None of this makes any sense. Her frantic thoughts are cut short by a rustle from behind her. A surviving guard, crawling on the floor, begs anyone, please, to save him. Tomoki just watches him, her arm morphing into a wicked, crystalline blade. She casually skewers the man through the chest, a flicker of an idea in her cold eyes. But as the guard falls, a voice calls out her name and Seo Kang-ho finally appears. His voice cuts through the silence, addressing her not as a hero, but as death row prisoner Tomoki, and asking for any last words. But she just scoffs, completely unimpressed, and asks if he's finally done with his little speech. Her tone shifts, becoming probing as she asks if the rumors are true. Is he really the only hero from equality left alive? Seo Kang-ho confirms it without a shred of emotion. That's right. The implication dawns on Tomoki, her smirk faltering. That would mean her sister, Thome, is also dead. His silence speaks volumes, confirming her fears. A bitter laugh escapes her lips. So, she's really gone now. Tomoki almost sounds sad, remarking on what a fool her little sister was for ever trying to be a hero. But he isn't here to reminisce, instead asking if her hero friends knew she was a killer even back then. He speaks of Lausa's efforts to reform the hero world, all undone by Tomoki's betrayal, coldly telling her she's talked enough. Her voice cuts through the memory, explaining that the hero industry is anything but normal. It was a truth she learned the hard way, right when she first became a hero herself. She thinks back to the twisted logic of their world, where eliminating a villain takes precedence over all else. A desperate criminal holds a woman hostage, screaming at the approaching hero to stay still. He threatens to kill the woman if the hero takes another step, his face twisted in rage. But the hero, a younger Seo Kang-ho, moves in a blur, his blade cutting through the air. He slices clean through both the villain and the hostage, coldly announcing his mission is complete. Tomoki reflects that her own reasons for becoming a hero were once so much simpler. It was all for her sister, who always believed in her. Her younger sister, Thome, who looked at her with pure admiration, calling her the most amazing hero. Unlike Tomoki, her sister Thome was born without an ability, completely dependent on her hero sibling. She'd look up with wide, innocent eyes, always seeking reassurance. And Tomoki would bask in that adoration, confirming how amazing she was, even as a strange feeling took root. As a hero, she felt a powerful sense of superiority with every life she saved. But it wasn't pride she felt when people thanked her. It was the cold, obvious satisfaction of doing what she was supposed to do. That duty eventually led her to her first mission where she had to kill a villain. And in that moment, as his life ended, she felt an incredible, euphoric rush of power, a twisted ecstasy she had never known, realizing how good it felt to take a life. After that, Tomoki didn't stop. Villains, heroes, civilians, she killed them all without distinction. But among all her victims, Tomoki took a special kind of pleasure in murdering one group in particular. She absolutely loved hunting down her own colleagues, the heroes who were weaker than her. She lived for that look of sheer betrayal and embarrassment on their faces. That moment when a so-called hero was reduced to desperately begging for their life. This feeling of absolute power over them drove Tomoki completely mad. However, her secret couldn't last, as her younger sister Thome grew suspicious of her late-night returns. So one night, Thome decided to follow her and witnessed her own sister murdering people in a dark alley. Tomoki turns, surprised, her first instinct being to scold Thome for being out so late. But the shock quickly fades, replaced by a cold, chilling acceptance of the situation. Her eyes gleam with insanity as she gives her terrified sister a simple, horrifying invitation to join her. Tomoki just cackles, declaring that if her sister won't join in, she'll just have to kill everyone alone. At that moment, something inside Thome snaps, a desperate scream erupting from her as purple energy explodes. This was the moment her ability awakened the power to manifest spectral chains, and her very first act was to restrain her own sister, her heart breaking as she did. After that fateful night, Thome became a hero, her sole purpose to hunt down the monster her sister had become. Years later, she finally cornered the infamous villain, Tomoki. With her chains now fully mastered, Thome looked her sister in the eye and placed her under arrest. Tomoki just sneers, mocking her for being so formal and pitying her for having a non-physical ability. She rambles on about how amazing it is to destroy people from a distance, a pleasure Thome could never understand. But Thome cuts her off, her voice cold and final, stating she never had a sister like her. Tomoki's voice is low, as she asks Seo Kang-ho if her sister, Thome, died peacefully. He cruelly flashes back to the truth. Thome's agonizing defeat at the hands of Hwang Seung-wan. Her final words weren't a curse, but a desperate, whispered plea for her sister to save her. He adds that she died while searching for her, and for a moment, Tomoki seems to regret even asking. But that flicker of regret instantly curdles into pure, unadulterated rage. She snarls that he's ruined her mood, her body erupting with a dark power that forms a vicious blade. With a furious cry, she lunges forward, intent on tearing him apart for the painful memory. Her attack is stopped cold, her blade frozen just inches from his face. She puts all her strength into the push, but it's like striking a mountain. Seo Kang-ho hasn't even flinched. He casually holds her off with a single hand, the power gap between them insultingly clear. Tired of her games, he sends her flying across the room with a single, devastating kick. The dust settles, revealing him standing completely unfazed by her little tantrum. But Tomoki isn't done, her form twisting with dark energy as she rockets back toward him. He doesn't even bother moving, simply meeting her charge with a brutal gut punch. The impact is catastrophic, forcing a spray of blood from her lips as her power shatters. She collapses to the ground, the dark aura dissipating completely, leaving her broken. All that's left is a furious woman in an orange jumpsuit, glaring up at the man who just crushed her. He looks down, admitting that despite the law, it feels wrong to kill a former colleague's family. Still, his glowing red eyes betray no hesitation in carrying out the sentence. Seizing on his words, her face twists into a manic grin as she begs him to spare her. She tries one last desperate gambit, reminding him that he's a hero who made a promise to Lausa. But he coldly shuts her down. That part of him is long gone. Grasping his leg, she screams that she doesn't want to die, her pride completely shattered. He asks if her expression reminds her of anyone, forcing a vision of the 28 heroes she slaughtered, all begging for their lives. He presses her, asking what she did when they pleaded just as she is now, and her face breaks into a hollow laugh. His patience finally spent, dark red energy erupts from his fist as he prepares to end it. The sound of their battle, a thunderous crash, echoes throughout the entire prison complex. Elsewhere, Canis and Shinka stop, having heard the distinct sound of a powerful impact. Shinka's eyes light up with a twisted glee, certain that it must be Seo Kangyu making his move. But for others, like a terrified guard cowering in a hallway, that sound brought nothing but sheer terror. And for some, sitting in the warden's office, this chaos was not a threat, but a thrilling spectacle. Jo Seon realizes Seo Kangyu has shattered all his expectations. His mysterious companion agrees, admitting she can't wait to see what happens next. With a crazed look in his eyes, the warden decides he's going up to see the action himself. But the moment he moves, an immense force slams into him, blowing him clean across the room. The impact is so powerful that his signature warden's cap is sent flying. He sits up in the dust, completely stunned, when a calm voice asks if he's bored. Before him and the blonde woman stands a massive figure, an old man who has appeared out of nowhere. He smiles down at them, introducing himself as Kingston, and offering to play. Unfazed by their shock, He reveals his true status. Prisoner 0001 from the 5th floor's death row. The guards in the control room are in a total panic, screaming the warden's name. Scrambling, they try to make sense of the chaos, reporting what's happening on floor -5. On their monitors, Kingston and Hwang Sung-hwan finally face off, a sight that horrifies one guard. But the female warden, Jo Seon, just smirks, calling this development a good thing. She wants Kingston to win, she explains, because he's not nearly as dangerous as Hwang Sung-hwan. Her eyes narrow, revealing there's also another reason for her choice. A single red warning light flashes ominously in the dark prison. She can't understand why Hwang Sung-hwan is so obsessed with carrying that little girl around. Down on the floor, Kingston grins, asking if the boy wants to play with Grandpa. His smile only widens when Hwang Sung-hwan flatly rejects him, completely unfazed. Kingston's grin widens as he insists that whether Hwang Sung-hwan wants to or not, they are going to play. This man is a living legend, after all the very first and oldest long-term prisoner in Lucullus. But unlike the mass murderers on the lower floors who slaughtered millions, Kingston's official record is shockingly small. He only ever killed 3 people. His first target was Caracas, the single strongest and most feared villain of his time. His second and third were Clark and Yahello, the era's most celebrated hero duo. Out of nowhere, this one man hunted down the 3 beings who called themselves invincible and proved them wrong. Surrounded by soldiers, he calmly mused on whether that victory now made him invincible. But just as quickly, he dismissed the entire notion as pointless and simply surrendered without a fight. It was the perfect outcome for the government. A low body count, a willing prisoner, and a way to quietly remove a major player. Kingston smiles, patronizingly offering to have some fun instead of stomping a youngling. But Jo Seon's only response is a quiet, chilling rebuttal. With a simple, horrifying gesture, an unseen power erupts from the warden. Every single one of his own guards is lifted helplessly into the air, their bodies contorting. In a flash of red, they are brutally crushed into swirling orbs of flesh and malice. He's turned his own men into a storm of bloody projectiles, all aimed at one man. Kingston lunges, finally realizing the true, depraved nature of his opponent. He throws a desperate punch into the chaos, his fist already slick with blood. But it's useless against the swirling vortex of sacrificed lives closing in. The legendary inmate is swallowed whole by the warden's gruesome masterpiece. Amidst the raining blood, the warden watches with a dead, unimpressed stare. But Kingston emerges from the carnage, pointing, his mind already dissecting the attack. He figured it out. This wasn't telekinesis, and he mockingly asks if that's all the warden has. The warden just scoffs, finding it boring to play with some old man who's about to die anyway. A grave mistake. Kingston has seen this kind of arrogance 1,000 times. With a single, earth-shattering stomp, the entire floor erupts in a storm of jagged stone. He speaks of those so full of pride, trapped in their own little worlds. Far above, the control room is torn apart by the tremors, throwing the guards into chaos. A high-ranking female officer scolds them, boasting that not even Tier 1 heroes could scratch these walls. Down in the darkness, however, Kingston prepares to show them what true power can break. He declares it's time to fix the warden's twisted attitude and lunges forward. A flash of the past reveals the sheer scale of destruction this man once wrought, with heroes watching in awe and terror. Before the warden can even process the speed, Kingston is upon him, a blur of righteous fury. The resulting shockwave blasts through the prison, shaking the very foundations of the impenetrable fortress. In the control room, the guards are thrown into chaos, the confident officer now scrambling on the floor. Her subordinate desperately asks who won, his voice trembling as he looks for the warden, but she knows that's not the important question. Her eyes are wide with a far greater fear. The warden lies broken, staring up in disbelief not at his foe, but at the gaping hole in the wall behind him. The officer's voice is hollow as she confirms their worst nightmare. The wall has been breached. All her pride, all her confidence, shatters in an instant. It's over. Standing over the chasm he created, Kingston asks his fellow inmate if that was impressive enough for her. With a grin, he suggests it's time for them to make their grand exit. But just as they're about to move, a shadowy presence emerges, asking why she'd follow an old man. A mysterious girl and her 2 imposing subordinates appear, offering a much more interesting conversation. Kingston is taken aback, wondering just who these people are to interrupt his escape. The girl simply smiles, a dangerous glint in her eyes, promising he'll find out soon enough. Back in the control room, the female officer recognizes her with pure horror. That's a prisoner from floor 5. Unaware of their audience, the girl proposes they get down to business. But first, she looks directly into the surveillance monitor, pointing a finger at the guards watching. The bystanders, she declares, are out, and with a single word, the screen goes dark. The female guard slams her fist down, absolutely furious at being played so easily. Meanwhile, in what seems to be a time before all this chaos, Seo Kang-ho stands alone before a massive gate. He radios in to the warden, reporting that the first floor has been secured and requesting access to the next level. But as he waits for the doors to open, his communication line crackles and dies. He tries to reach the warden again, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. No response. He stands in the echoing silence, wondering what's going on. He figures the signal must just be weak this deep underground. Taking matters into his own hands, he pries open the giant steel doors with raw power. He descends the stairs, remembering how there's always a stench of blood on floor -2. But as he reaches the next entrance, he realizes something is wrong. There's no smell at all. And just as he'd expected, the second floor was just as empty as the first. The entire level is spotless, with not a single person in sight. It's almost pristine, but then, a distant scream shatters the silence. He turns to see a female guard running for her life, flanked by two monstrous beasts. She sprints right towards him, her mind clearly lost to panic. But as she gets closer, her eyes widen in shock. She recognizes his face. Before she can process it, her demonic hounds lunge forward to attack him. But with a flash of red lightning, the threat is instantly vaporized. The guard collapses to the floor, staring in disbelief at the man who just saved her. He calmly looks down, asking if she's hurt, as if nothing happened at all. She cries out his brother's name, Kang-ho, throwing her arms around him in sheer relief. Still clinging to him, she rattles off questions, confused about how he got here and why he was hiding his power. But he gently pushes her away, her relief instantly turning to confusion. With glowing crimson eyes, he clarifies the misunderstanding. He is Kang-ho's younger brother. Her mind freezes, the gears slowly turning until the name finally clicks. Seo Kang-yu. The hero? The questions keep tumbling out, wondering why a national hero is dressed as a prison guard. He offers a slight, almost mocking smile, admitting it seems he's already caused her trouble. His formal tone and calm demeanor only make the situation feel stranger. Suddenly, her entire attitude shifts, a wide, unnerving grin spreading across her face. She leans in close, claiming to be his sister-in-law, leaving Kang-yu completely lost for words. Meanwhile, deep in the solitary cells of floor -2, a name is called out. A voice from the shadows observes that an outsider has finally arrived. Her brother, a hooded figure, confirms her suspicions with a sinister grin. They stand over a pit of the damned, wondering aloud what sins this newcomer has committed. A woman named Mail presents the first charge, the crime of killing her dog. Her companion, Meal, smiles cruelly, declaring that for such a sin, he's going straight to hell. Back upstairs, the strange guard tells Kang-yu she's only ever seen him in photos. But seeing the real thing is so much better, she says, introducing herself with a blinding smile as Hong Jaya. Kang-yu is at a total loss. He knew his brother had a girlfriend, but he'd never heard anything about this. Then, she points to her stomach, delivering a silent bombshell that leaves him speechless. Right here, she tells him with an unsettling smile, is what's going to make him an uncle. Kang-yu is completely blindsided. She explains it's been less than a month, so it's not noticeable yet. She only found out recently and hadn't planned to reveal it, especially with the Hwang Sung-hwan incident. He has to ask if she's telling the truth, and she earnestly confirms it, wondering if it's a problem. After a long, heavy silence, Kang-yu finally answers with a simple, no. Now it's her turn to be confused, asking what he's doing here in a guard's uniform. And that's when he drops a bomb of his own. He's been appointed to execute every prisoner here. Her cheerful facade shatters in an instant. An executioner? Him? She asks if the warden ordered this, but he can tell she's been kept in the dark. So he begins to explain the real situation, starting with two words that only deepen her confusion: an EMP attack. She can't wrap her head around it, but Kang-yu admits the culprit is still unknown. Her panic then shifts to a more personal fear. What about his brother, Kang-ho, down on floor -5? Kang-yu's expression hardens at the mention of his older brother. The weight of the situation finally hits Jaya, and tears begin to form. He takes a silent, heavy moment before giving her the next piece of information. A rescue signal, he explains, was sent from that very floor. A wave of pure relief washes over her. There's still hope. He tells her it's too dangerous and that he'll escort her out, but she flatly refuses. In fact, she insists that he'll need her if he wants to go any deeper. Her eyes begin to glow as she reveals her special ability: psychometry. Sensing his unease, Jaya quickly assures him she doesn't just read minds willy-nilly. She uses her power for therapy and to truly understand a prisoner's sins. But Kang-yu is all business, cutting her off to ask how any of this is useful to him. Jaya gets serious, explaining that on floor -2, two siblings, Miel and Mael, are in control. They possess a horrifying special class ability that turns people into puppets with a stab to the heart. And right now, every single prisoner on the entire floor is already one of their pawns. Kang Yu, however, seems completely unfazed. He already has an idea of their abilities. He knows exactly who they are, students of the infamous Mago. With the intel confirmed, he again tries to send her away, telling her to head back up. But he leaves her with one final chilling piece of information. It's not just prisoners they've turned. It's the guards, too. Jaya makes her case. With the guards and prisoners mixed, her memory, reading, is essential. Kang Yu scoffs, asking if it even matters since they're all basically dead. But she quickly corrects him they're alive, just controlled. He remains unconvinced that the siblings would ever release their puppets, but Jaya insists there's a way. She believes with all her heart that she can be the one to persuade them. He dismisses her plan, pointing out how dangerous it is, especially given her condition as a mother-to-be. But her resolve is ironclad. Before anything else, she is a prison guard, and she will see her duty through. A fleeting memory of another guard with a kind smile flashes through her mind, strengthening her purpose. Kang Yu looks at her, his crimson eyes unreadable as he processes her unwavering determination. He finally relents with a simple fine, but as his hand extends, his dark power erupts and ensnares a shocked Jaya. Crimson tendrils lift her off the ground, trapping her completely as he decides to handle this his own way. Panicked, Jaya demands to know what this energy is, but Kang Yu calmly calls it his ability, her shield. She worries this might be hurting him, but he stands there, completely in control of the situation. He simply watches as she floats helplessly in the crimson orb he's created. And just in time, too, as an entire army of pale, armored figures with golden halos materializes before them. Jaya recognizes them as Miel's puppets, and Kang Yu asks her to pinpoint which ones were guards. She focuses, her eyes glowing with a faint purple light as she scans the legion of lost souls. Her vision cuts through the crowd, locking onto two specific figures standing in the back. She begins to shout their plan that they need to subdue their comrades first. But Kang Yu has other ideas, as the crimson tendrils around her suddenly begin to harden and weave together. The shield becomes a pitch-black prison, and her muffled voice cries out as he prepares to face the army alone. With his ally safely contained, Kang Yu turns his attention to the horde before him. Hess figured it all out. The distinction is simple, it's between the living and the dead. His tendrils snake out, instantly binding the two resurrected guards he was warned about. One of the fallen heroes lunges forward, a mindless puppet ready to tear him apart. But Kang Yu effortlessly parries the blow, his eyes glowing with crimson power. The living are guards, the dead are prisoners, and that's all he needs to know. In a single, fluid motion, his tendrils erupt outwards, a web of crimson death ensnaring the entire legion. He stands untouched in the aftermath, surrounded by the neutralized bodies of the fallen heroes he subdued in an instant. Elsewhere, Miel and Mael watch the entire massacre unfold through a scrying orb, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Mael turns to her brother, wondering aloud about this mysterious outsider. Could this man possibly be stronger than their master? Miel's silence speaks volumes. Mael's focus narrows, demanding to know what happened to a specific woman among the fallen. But her brother offers no response, his silence hanging heavy in the air. She clings to him, a tremor in her voice, as she admits she's truly scared of this monstrous power. Back in the prison, Kang Yu calmly tells his trapped colleague not to worry. He stands as the lone victor over an army of puppets, while she desperately thinks he wouldn't dare kill them. A sudden jolt of energy surges through the cage holding her, making her cry out in shock. Now fully encased in a sphere of crimson tendrils, she demands to know why he's locked her in. Kang Yu coolly explains the situation. The guards have been taken care of, and all the prisoners have been executed. She protests, saying the execution device is floors away, but he delivers the chilling truth. He did it himself. Still reeling, she demands to know who gave the order for this massacre. With a chilling smirk and glowing red eyes, Kang Yu declares that he did. She desperately grasps for reason, asking if the warden even agreed to this. He confirms it without a second thought, leaving her utterly speechless. Trapped and horrified, she can only ask what twisted plan he's trying to execute. He mockingly asks if she has an issue, claiming he was just doing his duty. Jaya explodes, screaming that their job is to rehabilitate, not to kill. But Kang Yu coldly cuts her off, tired of hearing about such naive ideals. A memory flashes in his mind of a hero speaking about saving people and trusting the law. He knows all too well the disastrous results of following such a noble path. He remembers all too well what happens when you try to reason with a beast. To him, It no longer matters if he's a prison guard or a hero. He's simply doing what he should have done long ago, executing the monsters who've given up on being human. Jaya is horrified, pleading with him that even they are still people. Human? The word itself seems to ignite Kang Yu's cold fury. He reminds her of the criminals on the lower floors who have murdered thousands. In his mind, every single one of them deserves to die without question. He knows that in the past, the death sentence was debated to avoid mistakes, but he points out that psychics like Jaya herself made those debates completely obsolete. She weakly insists they have a story, but he scoffs at the very thought. He brings up Miel and Mael, reminding Jaya that everyone has a story. But with eyes burning red, he flips her argument. What about the stories of their victims? The brutal question leaves her utterly speechless, trapped within his crimson sphere. He coldly rationalizes that whether they die by his hand or the state's, it makes no difference. She tries to argue that this isn't justice, it's a massacre, but he just smiles, telling her to stop. His patience for her morality debate has clearly run out. Kang Yu gives her a final, chilling warning. Keep this up, and he'll send her away. The threat lands, silencing her completely as a single tear escapes. He's doing this his way. With the argument settled, he turns his back on her, leaving her suspended in the air. And from the darkness, his armored executioners rise, their thorny crowns glowing with deadly intent. With his executioner looming, Kang Yu asks a simple question. Which ones are the guards? The terrified man beside him doesn't hesitate, pointing out his 3 colleagues to save his own skin. Trapped in her sphere, Hong Jaya can only watch in absolute horror, powerless to intervene. As a last resort, she tries with it, pleading that Kang Ho would be devastated by this. But her words mean nothing as the executioner knights descend upon their first target. A single, blinding flash of crimson light is all it takes to carry out the sentence. The knight's armored form is impassive, a perfect tool of destruction, and the guard's face is a frozen mask of pure terror in his final moment. Jaya's desperate warning about Kang Ho echoes in the crimson void. But the only name that matters here is Seo Kang Yu, the architect of this slaughter. His frustration and anger build, coiling around him like a crimson storm. The empty words of others about their naive ideals echo in his mind, fueling his rage. He remembers a time when someone else pleaded with him, their words now meaningless. All their talk of justice just grates on his nerves, twisting his face into a snarl. With a chilling smile, he dismisses it all. What good are ideals against true power? Hong Jaya can only scream in terror as the knights move in unison, a wave of death. They are unstoppable, a crimson tide sweeping over the remaining guards without a hint of mercy. He wonders if this path is misery or fortune, deciding it's time to unleash a new mode. He invokes its name, 5, and the entire chamber erupts in a vortex of dark energy. When the chaos subsides, he stands alone amidst the bloody aftermath, his frustration finally quieted. He takes a breath, the crimson rain washing over him now that the prisoners are dealt with. But from the shadows, a sinister purple energy reveals an unexpected audience. Mail and her crew watch with twisted glee, completely mesmerized by the carnage. She's found him even more attractive now, a man truly dedicated to his power. And that power is now condensing, as Kang Yu absorbs the remnants of his own knights. He turns his attention to Hong Jaya, still trapped in a cage of thorns, his next project. He muses that his 3 knights will now serve a new purpose, as prison guards. But he tells her to wait, there's something he needs to do first. His eyes flare with crimson light as he begins forging something new in his mind. A halo of gold twists into a thorny red crown, a new tool of control, ready for its master. And just as he's setting up his new kingdom, 2 outsiders appear before his new gatekeeper. Miel smugly remarks that he's made things easy for them, but Kang Yu thinks the exact same thing. He turns his back on the still imprisoned Hong Jaya, focusing on the massive gate ahead. With a cold gaze, he finally addresses Miel and Mael, his uninvited guests. Miel mockingly asks why Hong Jaya didn't join their righteous cause, suggesting she deserves a trip to heaven. But Kang Yu isn't interested in their sermon. He just wants them to release their abilities. He gives them a simple, chilling ultimatum. Cooperate, and he'll grant them a painless death. Miel scoffs, asking if there's even an option where he lets them live. She knows a threat when she hears one. Kang Yu begins to explain the new rules of his prison. The lesser criminals were offered a choice. But for the true beasts locked away down here, there is no choice, only death. Miel starts to probe, asking Kang Yu if he truly knows her teacher, the Outlander. She recalls the blonde-haired woman who captured them, noting that Kang Yu feels nothing like her. But Kang Yu just stares back, his demonic aura beginning to stir, unimpressed by her attempts at conversation. Mael can't hold her tongue, spitting that a monster like him is definitely going to hell. but Miel quickly tries to silence her. With a cruel grin, Kang Yu clenches his fist, retorting that they'll soon find out who gets there first. Seeing the situation slipping, Miel tries to bargain, offering their powers if he promises them freedom. But his answer is a sharp, absolute refusal. He warns the two sisters that any more defiance will only make their situation worse. And to prove his point, he reveals his trump card. Hongjaya, trapped helpless inside a sphere of demonic energy. Miel desperately argues they aren't true criminals, and therefore refuse his ultimatum, as Hongjaya watches in horror. Kang Yu just glances at his hostage, knowing full well that Miel's tough words are nothing but an empty bluff. He coldly states he doesn't negotiate with beasts, as Hongjaya watches in utter disbelief. With demonic energy flaring, Kang Yu decides there's only one way forward. Beasts must feel pain. Miel desperately tries to plead with the Outlander, insisting they can still talk things through. But his refusal is absolute, and Hongjaya begs him to reconsider, certain this can be solved peacefully. He ignores her, tightening the energy cage as a warning, simply telling her to stay still. Suddenly, the ground erupts with demonic thorns, shooting straight for the two helpless sisters. In an instant, they're bound tightly together, completely ensnared and lifted off their feet. They can only scream as the thorny tendrils constrict, digging into them mercilessly. A smirk from his past flashes through his mind, a reminder that he's an expert at torturing villains. Looking up at his handiwork, Kang Yu reflects on how useful his old demonic skills have become. Miel screams that conversation is useless, realizing he's not dealing with a human being. Miel grits her teeth, insisting they aren't beasts or monsters either. But Kang Yu's cold gaze says he couldn't care less what they call themselves. He turns his attention to two other prisoners, also bound and lifted into the air. They desperately cry out that they're just humans who happen to have special powers. With a flick of his will, their bodies instantly burst in a shower of gore. Kang Yu wonders aloud, why does the world call some people, players and others, demons? He answers his own question by summoning the bodies of the fallen warriors, the so-called heroes. To him, there's absolutely no difference between them now. They are all just puppets, and he is the one pulling every last string. And as the dust settles, Kang Yu takes a moment to truly feel the power coursing through him. Miel can only watch in abject horror, tears welling in her eyes at the display. Miel panics, asking if she should help, but Miel grits her teeth and tells her to stay back. Even the legendary fallen warriors are useless, their holy attacks shattering against his unseen defenses. But Miel can't stand it. Ignoring her own warning, she unleashes her ultimate summoning technique. Massive demonic entities claw their way into existence from the swirling magic on the floor. Kang Yu just scoffs, unimpressed by what he calls a mere summoner's parlor trick. With a flick of his wrist, tendrils of pure darkness erupt and tear her creations to bloody ribbons. He walks calmly through the carnage, not a single speck of dust on his uniform. Miel is left completely broken, the sheer, impossible gap in their power finally dawning on her. Miel strains, admitting he can only maintain the fallen warriors for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Miel knows that's nowhere near enough time to stop this monster. With grim resolve, she uses her own blood as a catalyst, preparing one final, desperate gambit. Pouring every last drop of her power into the ritual, she unleashes a colossal wave of holy energy. The entire chamber is engulfed in a blinding, golden light. As the dust settles, a coughing Miel and a stunned Miel look up, wondering if it worked. But standing there completely untouched by their ultimate attack is Seo Kang Yu. The siblings stare, their faces draining of all hope, a chilling horror dawning on them. Kang Yu casually approaches, a mocking halo forming behind him, and tells them to drop their powers so he can kill them painlessly. But Kang Yu's own sinister red energy lashes out, effortlessly seizing control of their divine power. The siblings stare in disbelief. It's like facing a wall. Just how many abilities does this monster have? He looks down on them, his voice dripping with condescension as he speaks about their ability. And with a cold, dead stare, he simply tells them to turn it off. Refusing to yield, Miel screams, pouring his life force into one final, desperate summoning ritual. From the blinding golden light emerges the Archangel Michael, a being of immense holy power. He's joined by Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, the four great archangels, their ultimate trump card. But before they can even act, Kang Yu's crimson tendrils erupt, binding all four of them in an instant. Their last hope is snuffed out before it even began, leaving the siblings utterly broken. Miel can only let out a final, agonized scream as his holy power is brutally torn away from him. As Miel's eyes roll back, his connection severed, another player is revealed. A young girl, the true master of the dead, is held captive by her own resurrected puppets. She tries to make a desperate threat, warning that the guards will pay if they aren't freed. But her tough act crumbles in an instant, as she sees the true horror unfolding. Her sister, Mayel, is suddenly bound tight in crimson thorns, helpless in the air. Kang Yu casually walks forward, promising to make the girl watch her sister suffer a very painful death. And with a sickening crunch, the thorns dig in, and Mayel's agonizing screams echo through the hall. He watches her writhe, a cold, almost bored expression on his face as he relishes their despair. It's too much. The girl collapses to her knees, completely broken, begging him to stop. She'll turn off her ability, she pleads, asking only to speak to Hong Jia, but Kang Yu is not negotiating. His eyes glow with cold malice as he gives her the terms. Turn it off, and maybe he'll stop the torture. She gives in, her mind flashing back to a simpler time, a promise she made with her sister. And just like that, the golden halos flicker and die, leaving both guards and prisoners dazed and confused. They blink, waking from a long dream, wondering how on earth they all ended up here. But Kang Yu doesn't give them a moment to think, unleashing a storm of crimson blades. The two sisters can only watch in abject horror as the slaughter begins. In a heartbeat, every single freed prisoner is viciously cut down, their bodies littering the floor. One of the guards nervously asks what's happening, but Kang Yu simply orders them all to leave. Sensing the terrifying aura, the guards comply without another word, turning their backs on the scene. The girl desperately reminds him of his promise, but is met with a chilling, predatory silence. Kang Yu's eyes glint with malice as he confirms Hell let them meet Miss Jia, but first, he gestures towards the piles of bodies, remarking that they should move to a more suitable location. In a flash of crimson energy, Hong Jia is ripped from wherever she was, crying out in shock. Kang Yu coolly announces the job is done, as a confused Jia appears trapped in a sphere of his power. She immediately asks about the two sisters, and he gestures forward, telling her they're right there. The girls hold each other, trembling, as Kang Yu lies that they wish to speak with her before their death. Jia protests, insisting they can still be controlled, but he cuts her off with a sharp glare. With chilling finality, he declares these beasts will be executed by his own hands. Horror dawns on Jaya's face, as the true, bloody purpose of this reunion becomes clear. The controller girl looks up, her voice breaking as she asks what crime they committed to deserve to die. The controller girl begs him to listen, insisting they've done nothing to justify their own execution. But Kang Yu's gaze is fixed on Hong Jia, telling her to make this quick. Jia can only stare back, horrified, as she realizes what he's forcing her to witness. The terrible truth crashes down on her. These girls really do need to be killed in his eyes. A heavy silence falls over the arena. The sister's plea has been ignored, and Jia is left speechless. Kang Yu then mockingly asks if she has any final words for them, twisting the knife. The two girls look up, a final, desperate flicker of hope in their eyes. But he was never waiting for an answer. He simply declares it's time to keep his promise. With a cold, merciless glint in his eye, he announces the execution is about to begin as the girls scream for their lives. They even cry out to him like a brother, but his hand clenches, and a pillar of dark energy erupts from the ground. But just as Kang Yu moves in for the kill, his attack halts in its tracks. A mysterious, mustached man appears, a faint smile playing on his lips. His name is Mago, and with a power he calls equality, he materializes around the twins. The girls stare in disbelief, recognizing their teacher, while Kang Yu can only utter the man's name in shock. The real man, Huang Xiongwan, watches the scene from afar, clearly annoyed by this unexpected development. A glowing green sphere of energy now completely shields the girls from harm. Kang Yu's mind races, trying to process what is seeing. Could this be some kind of illusion conjured by the twins? No, he immediately dismisses the thought. A defensive ability of this caliber is impossible for B2 criminals. A cold realization dawns on him. Mago must have cast this spell himself. But the question lingers in Kang Yu's mind, why? Why would a top-tier player like Mago go to such lengths to protect these two criminals? He decides thinking about it is a waste of time, summoning his sinister demonic energy. With a roar of power, he shatters the green barrier, the twins watching in pure terror. But as the shards fall, they reveal not the cowering girls, but Mago himself, surrounded by dozens of layered magic circles. Kang Yu's face twists in rage, realizing the sheer scale of the old man's defensive preparations. The Mago projection just looks on, calmly maintaining his endless maze of light. Unfazed, Kang Yu smashes through another layer, and then another, a relentless force of destruction. He tears through barrier after barrier, a storm of red energy against a wall of brilliant gold. And yet, even as he dominates, a growing unease tells him he's not getting any closer to his true targets. His focus is absolute, but a memory he could never truly get rid of begins to surface. The rage melts away, replaced by a sun-drenched field, and the faces of his fallen comrades. He sees a younger Mago, not as an enemy, but as a gentle guardian watching over children. His old friends were there, laughing from a distance about the old man's boundless energy. They were a family, bickering playfully about marriage and a future that would never come. The blonde warrior teased one of them for being a two-timer, a familiar, light-hearted jab. They stood together, a legendary team, before the world took everything from them. Even Mago was calling out, telling them not to just watch, but to come join the fun. A perfect, cloudless sky hangs over a moment frozen in time. A memory of pure, simple happiness, when they were all still alive and together. The memory shifts, focusing on a younger Kangyu, his red eyes looking distant. Mago finds him sitting alone, gently asking if he doesn't like being around the children. It's not that, he explains, he just never learned how. Mago simply suggests he act as his parents did. The innocent advice cuts deep. Kangyu reveals he never knew his parents, and Mago's face falls in absolute shock. The old man is floored, stammering a sincere apology for his thoughtless words. A heavy, awkward silence hangs between them, the joyful sounds of the others feeling a world away. But Mago, ever the warm guardian, breaks the tension with a thoughtful expression. He tells Kangyu that if he needs to, he can practice acting childishly with him, a suggestion that leaves the young man utterly baffled. Mago quickly laughs it off as a joke, amused that he finally managed to crack Kangyu's serious expression. But he wasn't entirely kidding, quietly adding that if things ever get tough, he can be the family Kangyu never had. But in his heart, Kangyu had already made his choice. He would pass on that kindness. His mind flashes back to a desolate, rain-drenched battlefield from his past. He remembers standing alone in the smoldering ruins of his world. All around him, he saw only the bodies of his fallen comrades. The memory floods him with a blinding, soul-crushing agony, crying tears of blood. A weak voice called his name. It was Mago, bleeding out on the ground. Even as he was dying, the old man tried to comfort him, promising it would all be all right. That was how it ended, a memory now fueling his relentless assault in the present. As the final barrier cracks, Mael and Miel can only watch in terror. The last defense is a spectral image of Mago himself, facing the very boy he died to protect. But just as the barrier shatters, a new power flares up, ensnaring Hongjaya in crimson tendrils. It's not an attack. Seo Kangyu is using his ability on her, calling out her name. His eyes glow as he asks a critical question. Can she also read the memories left behind in abilities? He directs her to the spectral image of Mago, ordering her to read the old man's final thoughts. Jaya's psychometry activates, pulling the memory from the spell into a tangible, miniature scene in her hands. Kangyu looks down at the image of Mago with the two girls, coldly noting how unpleasant it seems. Jaya wonders aloud why the memories of those murderers, Mael and Miel, are mixed in. He explains it's because the ability was cast on them, not something he chose to show her. He wants to make one thing perfectly clear, just in case she gets the wrong idea. No matter their story or what Mago intended, he will still execute them without a shred of hesitation. Jaya steels herself, agreeing to delve into the memory he's provided. Her vision floods with the past, seeing the old man and the two girls he tried to protect. The scene shifts to a lavish, candlelit hall, an air of dark opulence hanging heavy. A gavel strikes wood, a sharp sound calling for the attention of the shadowed crowd. An auctioneer declares the start of the main event, the selling of ability users. Jaya is horrified to see people in cages, realizing this place is nothing short of hell. And there, holding hands in a cold cell, are Mael and Miel. They were just children, only 6 years old, their eyes filled with despair. This was a secret auction house for wealthy collectors, hidden beneath a ruined city. The memory reveals the ultimate betrayal. They were sold there by their own father. At this auction, the most sought-after prizes were those with rare special abilities. Users with powerful physical transformations also sold for a fortune. Summoning abilities, however, were considered common trash, left unsold at the lowest prices. And so, by hiding their true nature, Mael and Miel were left to rot, awaiting their disposal. But then, the cage door swings open. A man announces that a buyer has finally appeared for them. The auctioneer is baffled. These children? They just summon angels and demons. Why would anyone want them? He grumbles about the possibility of a refund, but the woman with him seems intrigued by his doubt. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she poses a chilling question. What if you combine the two? The young twins just stare back, completely innocent and confused by her terrifying idea. She simply tells them they're too young to understand now, but with a cruel glint in her eyes, promises they will learn in time. And as the sinister woman's words hang in the air, the world begins to shake violently. A massive explosion erupts right outside, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave tears through the city, reducing skyscrapers to fiery rubble. In moments, the entire landscape is nothing but a smoldering ruin. Yet, the auctioneer and the woman find themselves completely unharmed inside a shimmering barrier, utterly bewildered. Miel instinctively shields his sister, asking if she's all right, but Mael can only stare back, terrified. They realize all the children are encased in these protective spheres, watching the apocalypse unfold. A hearty laugh echoes from above, and the twins look up, their eyes wide with confusion. A man descends from the sky, dramatically ripping his shirt open in a grand display. It's Huang Seung-hwan, their mysterious buyer, floating there with a companion, looking down on his new acquisitions. He hums a cheerful tune, incredibly pleased with his handiwork. His assistant, Lifus, can only stare in utter disbelief at the power he wields. She wonders how she could ever replicate such a feat, but he just laughs, reminding her that imagination is a summoner's greatest weapon. Turning to business, he confirms that his orders were followed, the auction guests teleported away, the captives freed. But Lifus is still stuck on the impossible display, questioning how anyone could summon such a massive meteor. A small voice suddenly breaks their conversation, and they both turn to look. The twins, Miel and Mael, are standing there in the ruins, asking to be taken along. With a desperate hope in their eyes, they reveal that they, too, are summoners. Lifus immediately objects, claiming she's his one and only disciple, but Huang Seung-hwan coolly replies that he never promised such a thing. His interest piqued, he smiles down at the children and asks them to show him their abilities. And so, the twins show him. One conjures a radiant, armored angel, the other, a hulking demon. Lifus is taken aback, muttering that children their age should be summoning puppies, not this. But Huang Seung-hwan simply smiles, his interest thoroughly piqued by their raw potential. With a grand, theatrical flourish, he welcomes them, promising to teach them the ways of magic. And for 3 long years, he taught them that a summoner's greatest weapon is their own mind. The key, he explained, is to vividly imagine what you want to create, just as he did with the meteor. He saw that Miel's beautiful angel was born from the memory of her loving mother who protected her, and that Mael's terrifying demon was a reflection of the abusive father who had tormented her. He encouraged them to open their eyes to the world and all its possibilities for creation. Of course, he adds with a smirk, it's fine to fixate on one thing, like a certain rabbit obsessed with meteors. Huang Seung-hwan looks down at the 2 children, curious to see what kind of future they'll create. But their answer isn't what he or Lifus expected. They're interested in heaven and hell. They explain that before their mother passed away in a hospital bed, she taught them a simple truth, that good people go to heaven, and bad people go to hell, a lesson they clung to through their tears. And now, with a chilling fire in their eyes, they want to enforce that cosmic justice on the world. Moved by their pure, albeit terrifying, conviction, he places a hand on each of their heads. He tells them they can do it, because in his eyes, they are better than anyone else. The years pass, and one day, the now famous Sir Mago is interrupted. Lifus runs to him with an urgent message. The Hero Association is asking for his aid. He sneers at the irony, the very people who ignored him now need him because a threat named Eswed has appeared. She nervously finishes her report. The target has appeared on the side of Finland. Huang Seung-hwan's eyes flare with disbelief and barely contained rage. His mind races. If the threat is that serious, why hasn't the Hero Association sent their ultimate weapon, equality? He rubs his temples, absolutely sick of their political games and incompetence. With a heavy sigh, he makes a decision, telling Lifus to summon Miel and Mael. The thought immediately throws him back into a painful memory of leaving them as children. They had clung to him, pleading for him not to go and asking when he would ever return. He had tried to explain the mission would take years, that the enemy was far too dangerous for them to follow. But his reasoning only triggered their deepest trauma, as Mael cried out that she didn't want to be thrown away again. He had to gently correct her, reminding the twins they weren't mere items, but his precious children. He left them with a final gift, a mark on their clothes to ensure the shelter would take them in. With a heavy heart, he promised they would meet again one day, urging them to grow strong until then. But the twins never went to the shelter, too terrified of forming new bonds only to be abandoned once more. Instead, they found a remote place to train, wondering what they needed to do to be strong enough for his return. Alone, they wrestled with the world's complexities. What was good, what was evil, and how should they use their power? 2 years passed in isolation, and from the crucible of their trauma, a new, terrifyingly simple ideology was born. They returned to their hometown, ready to put their new philosophy into practice. Their conclusion was absolute. Good people are rewarded with a place in heaven, and the bad are sent straight to hell. With cold, unwavering eyes, they began to build their own version of paradise, judging every soul they met. In just 1 month, their entire town was transformed into a twisted utopia of their own making. They unleashed their summons, watching over their hometown like silent, judging gods. For 1 full month, their angels and demons observed every single soul. The criteria for this judgment was simple. The lessons their mother taught them as children. Don't lie, don't steal, don't litter, an almost laughably naive set of rules. But in the hands of these two, this childish mindset became a terrifyingly absolute law. Even those who passed their test found a divine arbiter descending before them. As a mother cried for help, the twins promised that there was nothing to fear. This wasn't an end, they explained, as their summon delivered its swift salvation. They were simply being sent to heaven, to live in a wonderful dream forever. And so their utopia was complete. A town of puppets, both blessed and damned, all under their control. And with that, the shocking events in that small town finally reached the highest echelons of power. The Hero Association had been alerted, and its president convened an urgent meeting. With a grim expression, he declared the proceedings officially open. He had summoned the best, the strongest heroes he could. But as he looked out at the briefing room, he could only ask himself why it had come to this. The only attendees were 2 Tier 3 heroes, and one, Xiao Banju, sarcastically guessed everyone else was on vacation. Her companion Kushta was just as disrespectful, impatiently demanding they get to the point. The president presented the data, but the so-called heroes looked on with utter boredom. Kushta scoffed, calling the first level of the threat pitiful. He only cared about ranking up. Fine, the president thought, offering them a third-level target, but warned it wasn't the most efficient choice. But Xiao Banju cuts him short, tapping the screen with a dismissive air. She scoffs, asking why he's even bothering them with some tiny village incident. A level 1 threat won't help their performance records at all. The president explains he had to include them, as the 2 kids are already classified as level 1 villains. The heroes are stunned. 10 years old? Already conquering a whole village at that age. Kushta muses aloud, wondering if they should just wait for them to evolve into a more worthwhile threat. But waiting 5 years is out of the question, the president says. Besides, there's another, much more important detail. He looks at them grimly, and reveals that these children are the disciples of Mago. The name hangs in the air, instantly shifting the mood. Kushta is speechless, and even Xiao Banju's smug expression finally cracks as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Kushta insists they have to tell Mago, but the president informs them he's already gone to Finland to hunt another target. As they argue, a quiet hand raises. The Tier 3 summoner, K2, simply asks if she can be the one to go. And just like that, she's gone. Her custom pink motorcycle roaring off into the sunset to handle the mission herself. K2 pulls up to her destination, taking a moment to admire her freshly done nails. Before her lies the village, bathed in the eerie glow of countless magical runes hanging in the sky. Quite a spectacle. But as she observes, a shimmering red sphere suddenly materializes around her, trapping her on the road. High above, the 2 young villains, Miel and Mael, have already spotted the intruder. K2's eyes flare with a strange light, her own ability kicking in as she analyzes the situation. A moment later, she's strolling through the town square, casually inspecting the enthralled citizens, wondering if they're brainwashed or just asleep. Her gaze lifts, and through the glowing dust, she finally spots the 2 children responsible for all this. The young villains stare back, immediately identifying her as a stranger in their domain. Mael demands to know why she's here, but K2 just waves cheerfully, completely unfazed. In fact, she seems more curious than threatened, asking what kind of useful abilities they have. K2 leans in, telling the girl she should answer the question but then changes her mind. She wonders aloud if their master knows about their special ability, since he only accepts summoners. The 2 kids are stunned. How could she possibly know about their master? Mael finally breaks the silence, her voice trembling slightly as she demands to know who K2 is. With a wicked grin, K2 reveals that she is their senior, and they can call her Cut. The kids are confused, insisting their only senior is Lifus. But K2 clarifies their master simply erased her. She begins her tale, explaining she's always had a fascination with sharp, pointy things. Their master insisted she practice defensive magic, but she found that boring and completely ignored him. A sinister look crosses her face as she recalls how he started paying much more attention to her after that. What a shame. She gives a mock bow, lamenting that for the master, it's all just too bad. Her voice echoes with a chilling, repeated lament, and the 2 kids can only stare, completely paralyzed with fear. She reveals that their precious master completely erased her, but Miel isn't just going to stand there and listen. He frantically summons a defensive magic circle, his voice cracking as he warns her to back off. But her power overwhelms him, flooding his mind with a horrifying vision of countless weapons and his own mother. He watches in abject horror as the blades viciously converge, tearing her apart in a shower of blood. Back in reality, K2's face is a twisted mask of joyful tears, wondering if this will finally make him remember her. She'll just have to recreate the tragedy, a brutal memory of someone being impaled by her violent magic. A torrent of insane laughter escapes her as the deadly blades swirl around her in a chaotic dance. This isn't madness to her. Her eyes gleam with pure, unadulterated euphoria, and Mael can do nothing but scream, trapped in the face of this absolute monster. Miel rushes to her sister's side, pulling her up from the ground, desperate to see if she's all right. But what they see is a sphere of absolute horror, a blood-soaked dome K2 created for her own amusement. The two sisters can only stare in disbelief at the gruesome tableau she's orchestrated. For K2, this is the feeling she's been chasing, the thrill of complete and utter destruction. She throws her arms wide in ecstasy, declaring this is far more enjoyable than she ever imagined. But the high isn't enough. Her eyes, wide with madness, burn with a desire for more. With a wicked grin, she launches a new wave of her deadly magic straight at them. To her surprise, the attack slams into a solid barrier, and her expression shifts to one of genuine curiosity. Mael and Miel stand firm, their hands glowing as a spectral image of their master, Huang Xunhuan, appears behind them. K2 mockingly compliments their sturdy defense, but she's done playing. It's time to show them what a real summon can do. A monstrous arbiter manifests behind her as she taunts them, saying their attacks still need work. Mael furiously declares she'll go to hell, but K2 just winks, reminding her to respect her elders. The psycho hero confesses she's always dreamed of unleashing her power on a crowd like this. The only thing that ever stopped her was the fear of being arrested, a rule she no longer cares for. But now, with a twisted smile, she thanks the sisters for fulfilling her deepest wish. Her own power begins to tear her apart as she channels a summon far greater than before. From a rip in reality, a colossal, coffin-like structure descends upon the battlefield. Bleeding from her eyes, K2 gasps in ecstasy, realizing the power of imagination is a summoner's true strength. The pure experience of slaughter has fueled her, invoking an even greater, more terrible creation. She gazes up at a summon larger than anything she's ever made, turning to the sisters with a look of terrifying gratitude. With a final, chilling whisper, K2 bids them goodbye as her creation moves in for the kill. But Miel stands her ground, eyes wide with shock as a new surge of power gathers in her hand. Because Mael too had reached a breaking point, her bloodied face twisting into a mask of pure rage. In her eyes, the hero K2 was no longer human, just a horrifying demon that had to be destroyed. In that instant, the sisters shared a silent, profound understanding, their resolve hardening. And as the monstrous summon fell, Mael stared at its corpse, the horrifying thought echoing in her mind. She'd killed a person. But a calm voice cut through the crimson haze, telling her that wasn't the case. Miel insisted that what Mael had slain was no human at all. It was a demon. 1 year later, the city skies are filled with their halos of judgment, a twisted utopia built on their power. And this rising influence had finally caught the attention of the Hero Association, which registered them as a new case. Their faces now appear on a screen, officially classified as B2 villains of Ruculus prison. The man being held accountable is their former mentor, the great summoner Huang Xunhuan. The association president demands an explanation for how his apprentices could have gone so wrong. Panicked, Huang insists he has to go to them immediately, but he's firmly shut down. The president coldly informs him that this case will absolutely not be assigned to him. He digs into old wounds, reminding Huang of his failure to execute a target as ordered. Realizing this is just a power play, Huang grits his teeth, declaring he's done talking. He's going. But the president slams his hand down, his voice echoing with authority. He will not be defied. Huang's patience finally shatters as golden magic erupts around him. Hez had enough of this power-obsessed lunatic. But this entire tense confrontation is being carefully observed from the shadows. And as if on cue, a voice cuts through the tension. A third-tier hero named Rausa volunteers to go. The president smirks, seeing this as a perfect promotion mission for an ambitious hero. He gives the order. The scene flashes back, a memory of Huang Xunhuan facing this very same hero. He had looked her in the eye, urging her to trust him completely with this task. And so she went to a city drowning under a sky of golden halos and thorny crowns. Deep within its walls, Miel and Mael sense a presence. An outsider has arrived. Mael's eyes narrow, recognizing this particular intruder from a distance. She sneers, wondering if this hero truly understands how many sins she has committed just by showing up. Ryosa steps into the desolate streets, the golden light of the sunset washing over her. She looks up to find her welcoming party, citizens with bowed heads, enthralled under crowns of judgment. And there they are, the heroes who took on this mission before. They seem alive, but their eyes are disturbingly empty. The enthralled citizens begin to march forward, their massive forms looming over the lone hero. Two figures step out from the crowd, demanding to know who this outsider is and why she's here. Rausa introduces herself as the hero sent to bring them home, but the title only seems to infuriate Mael. Without another word, a sinister pink magic circle erupts with overwhelming power. Grotesque demonic beasts claw their way into existence, surrounding the hero as Mael screams at her to get out. She gives a simple ultimatum: leave now or be sent to hell. And to their shock, Rausa calmly agrees to go back. But there's a condition. With a confident smirk, she declares she'll leave if they both come with her. Before they can even process her words, a blinding golden light erupts, and a colossal divine dragon materializes around them. The tables have turned in an instant, and Rausa now stands as the one in absolute control. Rausa calmly tells them that for all their threats, she senses no real killing intent. She laments how things have gotten so twisted, a tragedy that could have been avoided. As she walks closer, she asks if they truly believe what they're doing is right. She tries to soothe their rising panic, promising she won't harm them. But she makes it clear their path is wrong and that their teacher is heartbroken. The mention of their teacher makes Mael freeze, wondering if he's truly back. Rausa simply extends a hand, her gaze unwavering as she insists she's not lying. She offers them a way out, release their ability, and finally go home to him. For Mael and Meal, the world seems to stop, their entire reality shaken. A single choice hangs in the balance, a hand of salvation reaching from the light. A memory floods back the day they felt an unfathomable warmth from this very hero. Rausa had found them, her smile confident, knowing they would follow her to safety. And she led them straight to him, the legendary summoner, Huang Xunhuan. The girls rushed to their teacher, finally feeling safe after so long. Through tears, they confessed the secret their mother made them keep. They admitted they weren't summoners and apologized for lying to him. After all, they'd heard the hero K2 was his apprentice, so they assumed he had a type. But he was shocked, revealing K2 was never his student, a lie that had fooled everyone. He reassured them, and after 3 long years, they were finally reunited as master and pupils. It was a cherished memory of how they all came together, sharing their stories. It was a memory of 2 children who tried so hard to be good, only to be misunderstood by the world. But that peaceful moment was shattered when another hero, Rausa, appeared before Huang Xunhuan. She looked at the sleeping girls and asked him to entrust them to her. But the law was not on their side. Despite killing no one in the village, they had taken hostages and killed a hero. Huang Xunhuan pleaded with her, insisting they were just lost kids who could be guided back to the right path. He reminded her of her own words, that they were just children, but his appeal fell on deaf ears. Even the association president, Mago, intervened, stating that while he didn't like it, the law was the law. Huang Xunhuan argued back, but Rausa was firm, claiming a hero's job isn't to rehabilitate criminals. She admitted she felt his pain, seeing the same problems with the world he did. With a desperate look, Huang Xunhuan turned his gaze to Mago, ready to make his final stand. But Rausa turns the tables on him, offering a new path: work with her from now on. He's completely bewildered, asking what her grand ambitions have to do with saving these 2 kids. With a gaze burning with conviction, she declares her intent to fundamentally change this world. Seeing a sliver of hope, Huang Xunhuan agrees, but he has a condition of his own. He begs her to spare the girls, to let them live until they become adults so he can use his power on them. She agrees, and as he weaves a protective spell over them, a pact is sealed. The memory shatters, snapping Hongjaya back to the cold, dark reality of the prison. Her fellow guard suddenly collapses beside her as she calls out a familiar name in shock, because standing right there is Seo Kangyu, the very man whose past she was just witnessing. And instantly, a new vision invades her mind. Kangyu, his brother, and a mysterious blonde woman. The blonde woman reaches out to the 2 girls, offering them a chance to join her and reshape the world. But Kangyu's brother, Gangho, stands by silently, his expression unreadable. His mind drifts back to Huang Xunhuan's final plea to protect those very children. The girls, however, are filled with defiance, challenging him on how their rules are any different from the world's laws. What separates them from their judges? A heavy question hangs in the air. Hongjaya's voice narrates the memory, recalling that she, Kangyu, and Gangho were tasked with the girls' rehabilitation. She believed they weren't beyond saving, but they first had to understand the weight of their actions. And that's when Seo Kangyu intervened, conjuring a sinister orb of thorny, red-black energy. He unleashes it without a word, a brutal demonstration of his power. Engulfed in the dark tendrils, the girls can only scream his name, begging him to spare their lives. All their defiance evaporates in an instant, their screams echoing as they finally admit they were wrong. They cry out for their mother, for the kind teacher who once saw good in them, but his hand remains clenched. With a silent flex of his fist, a terrifying seal of judgment illuminates the ground beneath them. The crimson tendrils crash down, imprisoning the girls in a cage of pure, destructive force. Yet they remain untouched, and it's Kang Yu who seems to be in agony, clutching his face as he struggles with his thoughts. The girls can only stare up in terror. This display of power far beyond what they ever imagined. And then, his mind is flooded with fragmented thoughts, memories of a woman being consumed by a sinister purple aura. He stumbles to his knees, utterly bewildered. The girls have vanished, leaving only torn fragments of their clothes behind. As a tattered piece of cloth drifts past, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, asking why he insists on thinking so hard. A sinister woman appears behind him, flanked by her followers, mocking him, telling him that deep thought just doesn't suit a man like him. She introduces herself with a sickeningly sweet smile, calling him her husband. The woman, Sinka, and her 2 followers emerge from a swirling purple vortex, looking down on him as if he's a prize. But before she can even say her name, Kang Yu's hand shoots out, grabbing her face in a brutal, bloody display of power. His grip tightens, a silent, furious message that he's not in the mood for her games. Her follower dares to scold him, calling him Canis, and reminding him that hell soon be Miss Sinka's master. For a moment, it seems to work. Sinka composes herself, ready to try her introduction again. But Kang Yu has no patience for this, grabbing her by the throat and cutting her off with another surge of crimson energy. He hurls her backward through the air with contemptuous ease. She catches herself, flanked by her entourage, and tesks at him for being so impatient. Kang Yu stares back, his eyes burning with cold fury, proposing they have a little talk on his terms. She finally introduces herself as Sinka, a master of space manipulation and the future Eve of a new mankind. Kang Yu just stares back, utterly bewildered by her messianic delusions. While she enthusiastically confirms her plan, he's already mentally checked out, completely exhausted by this circus. All he can think is that another raving lunatic has appeared right in front of him. Meanwhile, Sinka smugly declares herself the sanest person in the world, and her followers just have to agree. Changing tactics, she tries to appeal to his logic, asking if he knows the danger humanity is truly in. She claims the human race is degenerating, on a one-way track to total extinction. Then she poses a simple question. Who does he think is the real threat? She brings up his past with the equality faction, showing she knows exactly who she's talking to. Sinka presumes he'd blame the usual suspects, the villains, or the old, corrupt heroes of the past. But Sinka tells him his assumptions are completely and utterly wrong. As Kang Yu sighs, unable to deal with another lunatic, she reveals what's truly eating away at mankind. It's not villains, it's the normal, abilityless humans whose genes must be culled. She lays out her twisted logic. Only superior genes should propagate, but the weak have multiplied. She points to the second-generation equality heroes, led by Rausa, as a prime example of this failure. With their incredible genes, why did they die? Because they tried to stop the natural extinction of the weak. But she tells Kang Yu has no longer a hero, and he's already enjoying culling the weak. Leaning in close, she confesses that watching him kill was the moment she fell for him. Ruculus Prison, she declares, is a gathering spot for superior humans unfairly locked up for that very reason. Her goal is simple: eliminate all heroes and all inferior humans to accelerate evolution. Her ultimate vision is to create an alpha world, a planet where only the strong exist. She even offers a concession. If strong heroes see the light and join them, they'll be allowed in. But Kang Yu's face darkens. He tries not to kill non-criminals, but it seems killing is now unavoidable. Sinka completely misreads the room, thinking he's propositioning her, and calls him embarrassing. Her followers try to explain he meant something else, but she just silences them with a wave. After a quick moment to compose herself from the embarrassment, she gets back to her grand speech. Pointing a finger right at Kang Yu, she declares that he is her Adam, and with a crazed, obsessive look in her eyes, she names herself his Eve. She pictures a future where their children will lead the evolution of the new human race. But then she reveals a shocking detail. Her first choice for Adam was actually Huang Songhuan, but the prison's external security was too strong for a direct assault. So, after getting their hands on the internal floor plans, they used her ability to detonate a customized EMP from the inside. The mention of Sunghuan catches Kang Yu's attention as she explains their past conversation. She knew the boy was still too young, his ability incomplete until he hit puberty, but time was precious, and she wasn't about to wait around for that. So, she proposes a temporary partnership. She'll work with Kangyu for now. And her grand solution? To combine their two superior genetic lines. To create a new breed of humanity, passing on the genes of both of them. She turns to Kangyu, genuinely believing this is a great way for them to reconcile. She asks if he understands her proposal, completely missing the point. But Kangyu's eyes burn with demonic rage, cutting through her nonsense to ask one simple question. Were they behind the EMP attack? Sinka stammers, confused, trying to redirect him back to her offer of making a family. Then, a smug grin spreads across her face as she recalls his brother died in that attack, cruelly suggesting they can just make a new, bigger family together. Standing over them, Kangyu calmly states he already made his decision a long time ago. In fact, he's taking back what he said earlier about killing being inevitable. Now, he's going to make their deaths as agonizing as possible, promising to rip them apart and shatter their bones. Her followers are horrified by the sheer brutality of his threat, and even Sinka is momentarily stunned. But her shock quickly morphs into a twisted excitement. She calls it a lover's quarrel, a way for them to get closer. Kangyu, however, is done talking, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy as he lunges forward to deliver on his promise. While her followers realize this situation is genuinely dangerous, Sinka just squeals with delight. She quickly opens a portal, deciding this narrow hallway isn't the right place for their lover's quarrel. But Kangyu's eyes burn with pure, homicidal intent. He gives them 1 second. That's all he needs. With a wave, she mockingly invites him to take the fight outside, telling him to cool his head before following her through the gate. The portal snaps shut, but that's not going to stop him. He doesn't need her door. He rips open reality itself, tearing a bloody path right to her. Kangyu's face is a mask of fury, and Sinka can only stare in awe at the sheer spectacle of his power. His demonic energy cuts through space, dragging her and her terrified lackeys right back to him. And yet, Sinka just laughs, finding this whole life-or-death situation a thrilling game of hide-and-seek. But Kangyu isn't playing. He crashes down with the force of a meteor. The very ground shatters under the weight of his rage, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Sinka, however, reveals a strange sigil in her eye, activating a power of her own. She and her lackeys are now encased in a protective sphere, mockingly telling him to come and get her. He simply stares back, his blood-soaked form crackling as he activates Mode 1. Sinka's playful confidence finally shatters, a hint of realization dawning on her face. In a flash, he's upon her, a maelstrom of crimson energy and razor-sharp tendrils. Her supposedly unbreakable barrier is caught in his grip, and her shock is palpable. Before she can react, his demonic power pierces her shield and grabs her by the face. Her scream is lost in the chaos as his power shreds through her lackeys like paper. Through the rain of blood on her, his crimson eyes burn with a cold, absolute resolve. But just as he's about to finish the job, a hand pulls him back from the brink. A mysterious woman with feline eyes gives him a playful wink, completely unfazed. As Sinka is pulled through an escape portal, her follower screams, questioning this new girl's interference. The woman, Gato, holds him back, calmly telling him Sinka would be dead if not for her. But his rage cannot be fully contained, and a shockwave of power obliterates the escaping follower. Sinka and her remaining subordinate can only stare in abject terror, their minds shattered by the display. And just like that, they're gone, leaving him alone in the desolate, blood-soaked crater. He turns his gaze to Gato, a single, chilling question in his eyes. Does she see now? Gato calmly reminds Sinka that without her, she'd be dead. But Sinka isn't listening, lamenting the life that was just lost, and demanding a decision. He cuts in, a twisted smile on his face, agreeing it was such a pity. But Sinka is only thinking of the precious genes she lost, crying out in despair. He has no time for her sorrow, his body erupting with a dark energy as he enters Mode 5. A new technique is unleashed. Multiple dimensions, and Sinka's eyes widen in terror. A vast, purple void opens, revealing countless pods stored within, ready to be deployed. He tells her to say hello to the new mankind, the beings who will now rule the world. This new era, he declares, begins right now. The scene shifts to a city, designation B3, already burning to the ground. And from the chaos, a new cast of characters emerges, starting with the summoner Oswed, who laments that he should have been the one to kill Mago. Next is the wild nine-tailed fox, Ho, a physical powerhouse who playfully wonders who will be strong enough to tame her. An old warrior, Friatua, humbly questions if there's even a place for someone like him in this new world. But the special type Natura just grins, assuring the old man that everyone has their part to play. In stark contrast, the young scorpion-tailed girl Pekanu is a crying mess, paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Vidi puffs on his pipe, a twisted smile on his face as he finds some dark inspiration in the unfolding events. He's immediately berated by Moraz, who scolds him for smoking outside of a designated area, of all things. Then there's the chaotic duo of Xingxi and her monstrous beast Tiburon, a whirlwind of manic energy. One of them, Hyunju Young, can only laugh maniacally, realizing this isn't a team of heroes, it's a gathering of monsters worse than demons. This is the new threat unleashed upon the world, the B4 criminals. And the parade of monsters continues with Tatsu Jin, a warrior who notes her sheath is now empty. The hulking brute named Stiffness just scoffs, mocking anyone who needs to rely on a weapon. Terrapir, a more thoughtful physical type, seems concerned with a different matter. Is number 4 still alive? Meanwhile, the summoner Maledity is just happy to be in clothes she finds much more comfortable. And then there's Hero, a special type who offers nothing but a silent, foreboding presence. But these are just the B4 criminals, and a blood-stained cap hints at a threat far worse. Overlooking the earth itself, a new group emerges from a swirling portal, the B5 criminals. Among them is the cold and stoic special type, Ahura, who remains utterly silent. But the true shock comes from a young girl wearing the cap, her eyes wide with madness as she calls out for Xiao Kangyu in Huang Sunwan's name. At her words, a vision of pure carnage flashes a world torn asunder by crimson destruction. This isn't just a memory or a threat, it's a command, activating a terrifying new protocol, mode. A hulking, monstrous form of pure, red and black energy manifests, announcing its arrival. 0. The vessel grins with pure, unadulterated madness, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She joyfully calls out, inviting this creature to come and play with her once again. The colossal demon descends, its clawed hand reaching down to meet her own in a dark reunion. But their meeting is cut short as a massive blast of blue energy slams into the red behemoth. The resulting shockwave is apocalyptic, a roar of pure power that shakes the entire prison to its foundation. The other criminals react, some are horrified by this barbaric clash, while others, like the fox-eared Ho, find it all delightfully entertaining. Panic finally breaks the prison staff, who desperately tell their warden they need to get out now. But the warden can only stare in disbelief, her perfect plan crumbling as the monstrous Mode 0 kneels amidst the destruction. And from the inferno, a new form emerges, its sinister eyes glowing with malice. Mode 0. Hero finally puts the pieces together. This is why no one has ever truly seen Seo Kangyu fight. He understands now why Raosa and the others were so desperate to keep this monster chained. Terapir stares, a single word escaping his lips as he recognizes the aura for what it is, death. He realizes that this overwhelming power is the literal manifestation of death itself. Some, like the artist Vidi and the brute Stiffness, are filled with awe and manic inspiration. Others, like Aswadi, seethe with jealousy, frustrated that such a special ability can't be stolen. Cinco weeps, overcome with sadness, wondering why he had to make such a terrible choice. But for the vessel of Huang Xunwan, this sight brings nothing but pure, unadulterated happiness. She throws her arms wide, demanding to know why he never used this magnificent power against her before. Perched on his shoulder, she laughs, absolutely delighted by his incredible transformation. The raw, red energy of death itself swirls around Kangyu's monstrous form. But she knows better, taunting him that he must have even more tricks up his sleeve. In response, Kangyu's form unleashes a devastating volley of energy blasts. The beams of pure destructive power tear through the air, aimed directly at her. Yet in the blink of an eye, she vanishes, reappearing at a safe distance below. He instantly locks onto her new position, but she's already one step ahead. With a smirk, she reveals she had already condensed the space in front of her as a trap. His attack slams into the spatial distortion, erupting in a massive concussive blast. Watching from the sidelines, Maledity is shocked he's this powerful, using only his special ability. She can't help but wonder if he's this strong as a kid, what will he become as an adult? The vessel, however, is having the time of her life, roaring Kangyu's name in pure ecstasy. As the smoke clears, she scans the empty arena, knowing that little trick wasn't nearly enough to stop him. Her eyes widen in crazed anticipation, still screaming for her opponent to reveal himself. And he does with a brutal punch right to her jaw, his Mode 0 form appearing from nothing. The blow sends her reeling as the demonic figure follows up with a merciless, overwhelming assault. Dark, destructive energy gathers around its fist, a terrifying sigil of power forming above. Watching from the sidelines, a terrified Jingxi can only whisper in disbelief. This isn't a fight between people anymore. It's a war between monsters. Tatsujin silently observes as the beastly form crouches, radiating pure, untamed power. The attack is unleashed, a torrent of crimson energy meant to annihilate everything. But Aswade raises a hand, casting a familiar green defense magic, a masterpiece from a fallen friend. The monster taunts him, asking if he's getting sentimental, using his dead teammate's power. It begins to mercilessly hammer against the emerald shield, not giving him a moment to breathe. And through gritted teeth, Aswade can only enjoot, utterly jealous of that raw, monstrous strength. The barrier cracks under the pressure before violently shattering into nothing. But he's not alone. Both he and Gato begin to summon their own trump cards. From a cloud of purple mist, a sleek white combat golem materializes to face the threat. As the demonic form prepares to charge again, a sharp command cuts through the air. Stop. The two titans now face each other across the ruined arena, with Gato watching from below. But the vessel simply grins, issuing a chilling invitation for Xiao Kangyu to come and play. He can see it in that demonic form. Kangyu is still hiding something, holding back. Is he really worried about the prison officers? The vessel mocks him for being such a softy. Declaring this just won't do, he reaches out, ready to create a private playground for them both. With a clench of his fist, a strange, overwhelming power begins to warp the very air. The sky above the prison darkens instantly, plunging the entire facility into an unnatural night. A terrifying vortex of purple energy rips open in the clouds, swirling like a drain to another dimension. The prison guards look up, utterly confused and terrified by the sudden celestial event. Even the other prisoners can only stare in disbelief, as reality itself seems to collapse above them. The vessel's manic laughter rings out as he declares the game has begun, dragging them all into his twisted new stage. The very fabric of the prison shatters as the vessel's domain fully takes hold. The warden screams, ensnared by bloody tendrils that erupt from the ground, grabbing her and her men. She can only wonder what fresh hell this is as the strange red energy tightens its grip. The tendrils coalesce into dozens of crimson orbs, a meteor shower aimed to annihilate everything. But the vessel just grins, almost impressed that this place is holding up so well. A monstrous beast of pure red malice forms from the attack, lunging straight for him. He barely seems to care, casually opening a swirling void to swallow the entire assault whole. And from the dust emerges Sinka, her eyes glowing with power, a smug smirk on her face. She suggests to her entourage that they should leave, complaining about all the dust. But then Xingxi pauses, pressing her hand to the ground as she senses a strange energy signature. Her hand clenches, a strange sigil flaring to life in her eye as she focuses on the lingering energy. With grim resolve, she draws her blade, her gaze locked on Sinka's group. Sinka turns back, a little confused, asking what on earth she thinks she's doing. But Xingzi isn't here to talk, unleashing a powerful wave of cutting energy. For the first time, Sinka's smug facade cracks into genuine surprise, almost impressed. Her companion scoffs, asking why she'd waste her strength when they have their own way out. But as they prepare to leave, we see what Xingxi truly sensed, a city street frozen in absolute terror. Just moments ago, a monstrous red and black creature had materialized in front of horrified civilians, an abomination of pure malice. Its presence alone was enough to stop their hearts. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished in a flash of purple light. The people on the street are left reeling, trying to process the nightmarish vision that just flashed before their eyes. We're pulled into that memory, seeing the very same villainous form standing amidst a desolate wasteland. It stands before a mountain of rubble, a testament to its sheer destructive power. But then, a figure appears atop the wreckage, looking down on the monster like it's nothing. With a chilling, manic grin, Huang Songwan's vessel unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy. A single, cataclysmic boom echoes as the entire landscape is vaporized. The vessel floats calmly in the aftermath, untouched by his own overwhelming power. He lands gently, not a speck of dust on him, as if he'd just swatted a fly. The monstrous red creature can only kneel in disbelief, its form shattering as it stares at its own defeat. And looking on from a distance, we see the legendary fallen warriors, witnesses to this forgotten, one-sided slaughter. Sinka, a devilish grin on her face, holds her followers back. For now, she declares, they're just going to watch. It begs the question, how did she get all these top-tier, arrogant criminals to listen to her in the first place? We see a flashback of her recruitment, facing down the monstrously built stiffness with a disarming smile. Her pitch is simple and intoxicating. She will fulfill his every last desire. And she knows exactly how to tap into the deepest, most carnal urges. It's an insidious power, preying on the fundamental feelings every human being possesses. Using this irresistible temptation, she managed to gather them all into her own personal dimension, her alpha world. But what if someone were to refuse? A woman nervously poses the question to Aswade. His gaze is flat, his tone calm. But the unspoken threat is deafening. It would be saddening, he says. But the consequence for refusal is simple. You die. But there were other reasons people joined her. One of those reasons was a man whose reputation preceded him, Huang Song-wan. In a flashback, Sinka's group confronts his vessel, who seems utterly unimpressed with her talk of a new mankind. He finds her whole scheme amusing, especially her plan to marry Seo Kangyu and then him later. Sinka senses a problem, her power reflecting a deep-seated desire in his eyes. The vessel grins, admitting that fighting Seo Kangyu sounds way more interesting than her offer. She desperately tries to reason with him, warning him against becoming a dopamine addict, chasing cheap thrills. She pleads, if he kills Kangyu now, what other fun could he possibly have left in life? But he just smiles back, completely unconcerned, saying he's perfectly fine with dying as long as he enjoys himself first. Sinka lays out her grand, slightly unhinged vision for their future. She'd have a child with Kangyu, then one with him, creating an endless source of entertainment. She argues that if he just waits, he'll grow even stronger, making the eventual fight more thrilling. It's the ultimate sales pitch. Join her, and hell have a lifetime of amusement. The vessel listens to her desperate, sparkling-eyed plea with an unreadable expression. Then, a faint smile. He agrees to give it a try. This whole thing sounds like fun. Sinka is overjoyed, celebrating his great decision, but he cuts her short. There's just one tiny problem He'd like to point out. He doesn't love her. So how exactly does she see a marriage working out? But Sinka just waves it off, saying it's fine. She leans in close, her eyes glowing with absolute confidence, promising that he will come to love her in time. Suddenly, a flash of red energy slices past his face, forcing a look of genuine surprise. The attack came from Kangyu's hulking demonic form, a monstrous swipe that sends the vessel flying. He lands, spitting a bit of blood with a smirk, musing that maybe using one hand wasn't enough. The vessel then taunts the silent beast, asking if Kangyu can even speak in that monstrous form. Kangyu's rage-filled eyes glare back as the vessel dangles a question, wondering if he recognizes what he's holding. With a sickeningly cheerful grin, he reveals the fleshy orb he's clutching is Kangyu's own brother. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated fury erupts from Kangyu, his form shattering into a storm of black and red. As he lets out a soul-shaking roar, the vessel just smirks, commenting that he can speak after all. A titan of pure demonic fury erupts, towering over the insignificant vessel. The vessel, ever so smug, erects a defensive barrier as the entire landscape is torn apart from below. But inside that storm of power, there's only a single, white-hot point of focus. The ground cracks and shatters under the sheer weight of his unrestrained rage. His new form solidifies, an avatar of vengeance, with his human eye still burning with hatred from within. Wings of pure demonic energy sprout from his back, a being completely reborn through loss. And there, floating before him, is the grotesque, fleshy rose, the last piece of his brother. All that apocalyptic power goes still, his entire world narrowing to that one tiny, tragic object. His fist, which could shatter the heavens, clenches with a terrible, silent sorrow. Then, with an impossible gentleness, the monster reaches out to touch what he has lost. But even as he reaches, a blast of force sends the demonic form flying backward. A gaping hole is torn straight through its chest, a wound that means nothing to a being made of sorrow. Before he can recover, a pale, bandaged hand reaches out from the smoke. And just like that, the last remnant of his brother is snatched away. A triumphant laugh echoes across the wasteland as the vessel holds his prize. He smirks, mocking the beast, knowing it can't possibly attack this precious thing. But a flicker of something new appears in the demon's eyes, a sudden, terrible idea. The vessel misreads this completely, wondering aloud if eating it would make him truly untouchable. He then scoffs that it's too big for one bite, and begins to compress it with a sickening blue energy. That was the last mistake he'd ever make. The demon explodes forward, its rage finally absolute. The demon's fist connects, sending the vessel's body crashing into the earth like a meteor. With no hesitation, it drives its hand straight through his chest. Ripping its arm free, the sheer force of the impact shatters the ground around them. For a split second, a vision flashes a group of powerful figures, watching from somewhere beyond. But back in reality, the demon's eyes are locked on its target as it seizes the vessel's arm. He tries to fight back, to resist, but his struggles are completely useless. He's pinned, utterly at the mercy of this vengeful creature. And then, the vessel's own blue energy begins to leak out, drawn towards the demon. He can only watch in sheer disbelief, as his power is literally absorbed from his body. The vision returns, showing those same observers standing before a pillar of that very same power. And as they watch, one of the women is completely lost in the moment. Her eyes glow, captivated by the raw, destructive power she finds so beautiful. The others lament what a pity it is, knowing full well the two could never have reconciled. One of them senses the shift, a glint of certainty in his eye. He knows this fight is finally about to end. Down below, the vessel lies broken and bleeding, utterly defeated. But the demon slowly pushes itself up, eyes burning with crimson rage. It looms over its prey, a terrifying silhouette of vengeance. A forest of dark energy erupts from the ground, trapping the vessel completely. The observing woman's fascination turns to shock as she finally recognizes what that power is. The observers can only stare, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the crimson prison. But inside, the vessel just laughs, broken and bloody, wondering just how many skills this monster has. He begins to taunt the demon, asking Seo Kangyu from across the cracked earth, how did it feel? To finally take a life with his own hands? He guesses it must have been disappointing, since the kill was too quick to satisfy his pent-up emotions. Kangyu's patience finally snaps, but the vessel isn't finished with his little psychoanalysis. He continues to needle him, claiming he must have been so frustrated holding his powers back all this time, all because he had to journey with those pieces of trash. Kangyu's face darkens, the insult hitting a nerve deeper than any physical blow could. The vessel's smug grin falters slightly, realizing he might have finally pushed too far. With bloodied eyes burning red, Kangyu seethes that the vessel knows absolutely nothing. But the boy just smirks, admitting to himself that while this looks like a final, dangerous skill, he's at his limit too. He then wonders aloud, a strange, desperate thought crossing his mind. If he were to become an adult, just like Sinka said, he could. Would he finally have the power to defeat a monster like Kangyu? But Kangyu shuts him down cold, promising that will never happen, because his life ends right here. Watching from afar, Sinka and her followers can only stare in stunned silence. A colossal sphere of red, chaotic energy begins to form, dwarfing everything around it. Sinka cries out in alarm, demanding to know what is happening inside that maelstrom. She reaches out her hand, tearing open a swirling purple portal, a desperate attempt to interfere. Sinka screams out Sunwon's name, her voice cracking with desperation. But she's too late, forced to watch from her portal as he's engulfed by crimson spears. Seo Kangyu stares on, his expression cold and merciless as his attack finds its mark. The boy is utterly impaled, trapped within a brutal cage of dark energy. She reaches out in vain, a horrified scream tearing from her throat. The moment the spikes retract, she teleports to his side, cradling his broken body. As she panics, a calm voice from behind tells her to step aside. A man with long white hair kneels, placing a hand on the remnants of the curse. Hes impressed, noting the boy's impeccable instincts to protect his vitals even then. With the cursed energy gone, he declares it's done, leaving Sinka to beg for Sunwon to wake up. Holding the remnants of the curse, the white-haired man grimaces, calling it a truly unsettling ability. Ho and her companions can only stare at the dissipating dark energy, the raw power still hanging in the air. He turns to the gathered heroes, asking the million-dollar question, what are they going to do about Seo Kangyu? His gaze hardens with cold certainty. In his mind, there's only one possible answer. Hero is the one to say it out loud. They need to kill him, right here and now. But Sinka interrupts, telling him to wait. She stands before the powerful assembly, all of whom now see Kangyu as an uncontrollable threat. With desperation in her eyes, she asks for a chance to talk to him one last time. Meanwhile, Kangyu himself stands alone in a cratered wasteland, utterly exhausted from his rampage. He spots something in the rubble, a pulsating, flesh-like orb, the very core of the creature he destroyed. He picks it up, holding the prize of his victory, his gaze unreadable as he studies the spoils of his monstrous power. Within a mental landscape, Sinka desperately reaches out to Kangyu. She begs him to come back with them, insisting it's not too late to turn away from this path. But Kangyu just stares back, the pulsating core in his hand radiating a sinister energy. He clenches his fist, and as the orb shatters, Sinka's hope shatters with it. She can't reach him anymore. Back in reality, the one holding the core is Huang Sunwan's vessel, his eyes blazing with golden light. Aswade steps forward, a golden magic circle forming at his fingertips as he declares negotiations have officially failed. He tells the assembled heroes they must kill him now, before he recovers even a fraction of his terrifying strength. The verdict is swift and unanimous, with Tatsujin, Morez, Hiro, and the others all giving their grim consent. Even the more compassionate ones, like Friatua, admit their fear of what he could become outweighs any pity. Others, like Natura and Maledity, are practically licking their lips, eager to get this execution over with. The beastly warrior stiffness grins, certain this man will provide some long-awaited entertainment. Nearby, Ho playfully pokes Natara's cheek, teasing him for being a scaredy cat when he's scarier than any demon. But Hiro has had enough talk, stepping forward and coldly telling the others to get out of his way. With a surge of power, he summons a colossal white golem that towers over the landscape. It raises a massive fist and brings it crashing down, pulverizing the ground where Huang Xunwan's vessel stands. With Hiro's attack as the signal, Asuade and the other criminals begin launching their own devastating assaults. Inside the storm of destruction, a stray thought surfaces how much time has even passed. The one on the receiving end is no longer the vessel, but Kang Yu himself, beaten and bloodied, clutching the core. Hiro's golem looks down, ready to end this, and raises its foot for one final, crushing stomp. Lying helpless, Kang Yu can only watch as the immense weight descends to erase him from existence. But the final, crushing blow never lands. A shimmering blue guardian materializes, its shield effortlessly deflecting the golem's massive foot. The vessel stands in the distance, having summoned this protector for one simple reason. Sinka's mind flashes back to his words from long ago, a promise that should grow even stronger. But his dream has twisted into a new, singular obsession. He wants to defeat Seo Kang Yu himself. Asuide furiously objects, yelling that they have to kill him now, but Sinka silences him with a word. She looks over her powerful subordinates, her voice ringing with absolute authority as she tells them all to retreat. A terrifyingly wide smile spreads across her face, reminding them they all swore to follow her command. Faced with her unnerving resolve, the villains can only fall silent and obey. And just like that, they open their portals and vanish, abandoning the fight completely. Sinka offers the vessel her support as he prepares to leave, but he waves her off, insisting he's fine. He's exhausted and bloodied, but a single, burning thought remains. His gaze falls on the unconscious Seo Kang Yu, lying broken on the desolate ground. Clenching his fist, the vessel makes a silent vow. The next time they meet, he will be the victor. And as he leaves, the consequences of this battle become clear. A horde of the world's most dangerous criminals are now on the loose. The vessel walks away from the destruction as a sinister, echoing laugh fills the air. It's an old man named Kingston, wrapped in restraints but reveling in the chaos he helped unleash. This is just the beginning, as a dark premonition hangs over the earth. Sinka is destined to turn the entire world upside down. Meanwhile, in a peaceful forest far away, a strange little creature chirps excitedly, delivering some urgent news. A young woman listens intently, her expression turning serious as she processes the creature's strange report. She panics, insisting to the little creature that she isn't ready for whatever is coming. But Mayome is persistent, and a strange energy begins to crackle around them. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through the darkness, as a worldwide broadcast begins, welcoming everyone to something called the Alpha World. A woman named Sinka appears with a cheerful smile, declaring that she will become their new Eve. She proudly introduces her two guests standing beside her, a man named Canis and another named Gato. The broadcast then poses a question to its captive audience. What is this Alpha World? Canis takes over, his expression grim as he begins the grand explanation. He claims it's a new world designed to save a mankind that has fallen ill, with Sinka as their savior. The ominous presentation continues, asking the most important question: who gets to be a part of it? Gato takes the lead, his gaze cold as he lays out the conditions for entry into their new world. The first requirement is simple, he explains. You must possess overwhelming strength and powerful abilities. The second rule is a test of loyalty. Abandon the weak, those whose genes have not been selected. And the third condition is about the future. Only healthy individuals capable of breeding will make the cut. But this, of course, raises the most terrifying question of all. What happens to those who don't qualify? Sinka's eyes widen with a chilling glee as she gives her answer to the world. To her, the unselected are criminals just for existing, and she poses a question about their fate. Her voice drops, the strange symbols in her eyes swirling as she confirms their grim destiny. They must all be executed, she screams, her fanatical declaration echoing across the broadcast. The transmission ends with a final, ominous promise. Invitations will be sent to the chosen neo-humans very soon, and with her followers flanking her, Sinka adds one last, friendly warning. Anyone who rejects her invitation will be seen as a defender of the weak, and executed as well. She clasps her hands in a mock prayer, wishing for the glory of the so-called neo-humans. Then, with a playful wink from their future Eve, Sinka, the broadcast cuts to static. As her message vanishes, somewhere else a young woman listens to the urgent babbling of the creature Mayome. A sudden flash of light signals that the world's powers are already moving. In a secure room, an emergency meeting of the world's top leaders is underway. They're here to discuss the Ruculus prison break and the insane broadcast that just shook the globe. The world president, Bezet, officially calls the World Security Council meeting to order. On their screens, Sinka's profile is displayed right next to a glaring danger warning. The council members confirm their worst fears. The woman behind the EMP attack isn't on any known villain list. The timing couldn't be worse. A new major threat emerging right after the world lost some of its greatest heroes. But before they can even strategize, the political blame game begins. The Harmony Party's leader, a man named Einheit, explodes with righteous fury. He's incensed that the Ruculus warden gave a criminal execution rights, an act he claims only sowed more chaos. A calm, steady voice cuts through his tirade, defending the warden's actions. Utority, the current World Party leader, coldly states that she made the best decision possible and that he would have done the same. Einheit argues she had time to report, but Utority counters that every second she saved was used to find Seo Kangyu. He locks eyes with another member across the table, demanding they see the logic in his position. His gaze falls upon the Justice Minister, El Giotto, putting the old man squarely on the spot. El Giotto weighs in, admitting that giving someone execution rights is questionable, but he waves it off, trying to placate everyone by calling it a tough, unique situation. The fire commissioner, Boda, pipes up, concerned that the people are going to suffer, but the police commissioner, Krum, scoffs they're already suffering, ever since that broadcast destroyed public safety. The National Defense Vice Minister, Guerra, cuts through the noise, demanding to know if this is a prison break or a war. He slams his fist on the table, roaring that he told them all the prisoners had to be killed. Utoriti shoots back, claiming their hesitation is exactly why they're in this mess. He seethes, boasting that if he were still Hero Association chairman, they'd all be dead by now. In his mind, the world has gone to hell ever since the current chairman, Rausa, took over. But Boda calmly shuts him down, reminding Utoriti that his own term as chairman wasn't so righteous either. Boda continues, accusing Utoriti of leading heroes who were anything but stable. But El Giotto steps in, arguing it was better to keep them controlled as heroes than let them become villains. Utoriti latches onto this, snarling that under Rausa, that's exactly what's happening. Potential heroes are turning into criminals. Boda just scoffs, telling Utoriti his concept of a hero is twisted, and that they're all just idealists ignoring the facts. The name Rausa hangs heavy in the air, and Einheit can't help but think of her. The entire room is locked in a bitter, unproductive stalemate. He wonders aloud what she would have said if she were here to break the deadlock. But her seat at the head of the Hero Association remains empty, a silent testament to their leadership crisis. Utoriti seethes, his arguments going nowhere fast. Later, as World President Bezet leaves the failed meeting, his assessment is blunt. It didn't go well at all. Alone in his car, Utoriti seethes, calling the others frustratingly idealistic they should just kill all the criminals. He spits that this is all Rausa's fault, prompting his companion to finally ask what his plan is now. Utoriti recalls that ever since Rausa took power, the World Security Council has been completely fractured. On one side, and on the other, his own punishment party, a small but determined block of two. Caught between them was the Justice Minister, El Giotto, forever playing the part of the neutral observer. It was a stacked deck, 4 against 2, with even the president siding with Rausa, making their voices meaningless. But now, with the Hero Association chairman's seat empty, a golden opportunity has presented itself. If they can just install their own candidate, they can shift the balance of power to an even 3 versus 3. Which is exactly why, he reveals, they're on their way to meet a certain former hero, Seo Kangyu. Utoriti is certain that other factions have already started making their moves for the empty chairman's seat. But Boda raises a valid point. Wasn't their chosen candidate, Seo Kangyu, extremely close to their rival Rausa? The old man just gives a sinister smile, reminding him that the current situation has changed everything. With their target set, their car speeds towards the prison, ready to make their offer. And we see their candidate now, broken, strapped down, his eyes glowing with a faint, exhausted light. His mind drifts back to his early days, when a powerful monk named Kushta asked him a simple question. Why can't heroes kill villains? The monk laughed, saying he once had the same naive thoughts, but promised Kangyu he would find his own answer. But another hero in their group was firm, declaring he had no desire to kill with his own hands. If being a hero meant he had to kill people, then he would simply quit being a hero. A purple-haired heroine then added her own complex reason. Her sister was a criminal on death row in that very prison. She argued that even those who commit grave sins deserve a chance to atone. But their leader, Huang Songwan, turned the entire debate on its head, asking why heroes must be the ones to kill. He challenged them to consider what it even means to be human, and who has the right to decide another's value. A blonde hero named Rausa cut through the philosophy with a simple declaration. A hero's job isn't to kill, it's to save everyone. With a hopeful smile, she reached out, believing that Kang Yu would one day understand and join their cause. But that hope is just a memory now, buried beneath the cold stone of their graves, leaving him to wonder why they all died without giving him an answer. Back in the present, a prison inspector named Hong Jaya explains her own philosophy. Her job is to rehabilitate criminals, but her smile holds no warmth. She believes her only duty is to make sure they understand their crimes before they're executed. In her mind, the law is the ultimate judge, an absolute force that decides who lives and who dies. And as prison inspectors, they are nothing more than the cold, unfeeling hands that carry out its final judgment, and their duty, she concludes, is simply to be an instrument of that judgment. Suddenly, her voice calls out to Xiao Kangyu in a vision, where he stands alone in that very uniform amidst a rain of blood. The bandaged vessel of Huang Sungwan appears before him, holding a grotesque sphere and asking if he finds this fascinating. With a twisted grin, he mocks how people cling to useless ideals even after seeing what true chaos looks like. The horrifying vision shatters as Kangyu jolts upright in bed, gasping for air. He finds himself in a quiet room, the morning sun streaming in. But the nightmare's terror lingers. A familiar voice calls his name, and he sees Lifus sitting by his side, telling him he's finally awake. She asks if he's all right, her expression filled with concern as she takes in his panicked state. Lifus begins to apologize, admitting she should have gone to the prison to help him. She explains she knew something was wrong, but the warden had completely hidden the fact that a riot was even taking place. Kang Yu cuts her off, his voice flat, telling her she wouldn't have been able to help anyway. Lifus looks genuinely worried, asking if he's really okay after what she heard he was forced to do in the prison. He finally looks at her, admitting with a chilling emptiness that he is not okay at all. Suddenly, his eyes flare red with rage, confessing his true regret. He should have killed all of them, but he couldn't. He turns away, asking if she's just here to preach about not killing villains, telling her to leave if so. He's no longer a hero. But Lifus leans forward, clarifying that she's here as a prison inspector, not a moral guide. She gets to the real point. They need to form a new hero association, one that chooses heroes for a new era of equality. For now, she's acting as the temporary chairman, but with everything changing, they need a real leader to take the reins. And with that, she drops the bombshell. They're thinking of choosing him to be the new Hero Association chairman. Kang Yu's gaze remains cold and distant as he rejects her outright, repeating that he is no longer a hero. Lifus tries to agree with his sentiment, but Kang Yu interrupts, vowing to continue his work once he's recovered. But their conversation is cut short by a new, imposing figure standing at the foot of the bed. With a predatory grin, the man introduces himself as Utority and informs Kang Yu of his new official title, Prison Inspector. Kang Yu and Lifus are both stunned by this sudden declaration. Utority acknowledges Kang Yu's lone crusade against criminals, but says he won't have to go it alone any longer, because he's about to become the Hero Association chairman, and will officially involve heroes in executions, leaving Lifus speechless. Kang Yu questions his authority, and Utority casually confirms he's a high-ranking political figure. In fact, he's stepping down from that very position just so he can run for chairman. He admits he came to scout Kang Yu for the role, but seeing him now, he dismisses the idea as a pointless gesture. As he leaves, he orders Lifus, calling her Rabbit, to simply stand by and watch what's coming next. Lifus can't believe his audacity, scoffing at the idea that anyone would ever elect him, but Utority just gives a condescending smirk, saying they'll all just have to wait and see. She turns to Kang Yu for backup, but he just looks completely and utterly exhausted. His eyes flash a chilling red as he tells them to leave, leaving Lifus speechless at his cold dismissal. Meanwhile, the association president is on the move, his assistant noting how many people are now scrambling to find Kang Yu. The president laments how society has grown far too reliant on a single, powerful individual. He knows the World Security Council will soon be debating Kang Yu's actions and his right to execute villains. The law is clear. What Kang Yu did was illegal. His assistant asks him what he plans to do now. She turns to him, awaiting the crucial decision that will shape the future. And elsewhere, that very debate is already underway, with factions arguing over punishment versus necessity. One councilwoman tries to defend her subordinate's actions, but a scarred hardliner dismisses her words as meaningless noise. He's had enough of their empty talk, accusing them of offering no real solutions, just pleasant-sounding ideals. But the by-the-book councilman roars back, insisting he already gave them a perfectly logical solution. His plan? Mobilize the army, the fire brigade, and the police, a strategy the woman immediately rejects. He lays out his vision. The Hero Association would cooperate to capture criminals and let the law run its course. The scarred councilman scoffs at the very idea, asking if he's serious. That sounds more like a fairy tale than a plan. A third party, tired of the bickering, finally cuts in to address the hardliners. He challenges them directly. If that plan is so bad, what are they proposing instead? And the answer cuts through the tension with chilling simplicity. Let's have a vote. A vote. The entire council chamber seems to hold its breath, understanding the weight of what's about to be decided. The proposal is laid bare. Let the entire nation vote on whether Seo Kangyu should be given the right to execute. The question is simple and terrifying. For or against granting one man the power of a judge, jury, and executioner. The very idea of a public vote sends a shockwave through the halls of power. Yes, the councilman confirms. It's better than them arguing in circles. Let the people's voice make things clear. He reminds them all that their purpose, after all, is to serve the citizens. But the association president immediately pushes back, calling it too dangerous. The scarred councilman fires back, accusing him of looking down on the public. The man with the beard presses the attack, claiming he knows exactly why the president is hesitating. He's simply afraid to lose. His question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed. Am I wrong? The president is visibly stunned. Every single person in the room turns their attention to the head of the table, waiting. But the president says nothing, his face a mask of contemplation as the pressure mounts. Backed into a corner, the association president finally concedes, agreeing to let the nation decide. 2 weeks fly by, a period of tense anticipation for the country. A woman steps forward, clipboard in hand, ready to announce the results of the national vote. The outcome is staggering, an 88% landslide victory for those who agree. One of the councilmen smirks, as if this was the only outcome he ever expected. The announcer begins to detail what exactly the majority voted for, that this incident is a declaration of war, and that their enemies are inhuman beasts who deserve no legal protection. Another councilman chimes in, clarifying that this gives all heroes, not just Kangyu, the authority to execute. But she isn't finished, now turning to the arguments of the opposition. The scarred councilman explains their fear, that Seo Kangyu is too emotional, making it dangerous to grant him such power. He argues that giving any individual the power to execute is a path to societal collapse. But in the end, that was just the minority opinion. The association president tries to placate the room, promising to satisfy everyone, which was the worst thing he could have said. One councilman absolutely explodes, demanding to know what's wrong with them when the results are so clear. But the president silences him with a single command to stop the quarreling. Enough debate. He orders them to summon Seo Kangyu immediately. And just like that, the president waits in his office. It's been a while. Seo Kangyu arrives, standing before him, ready for what comes next. The president assumes he's heard the news, and Kangyu quietly confirms that he has. So, what's his choice? Kangyu's eyes burn with resolve. He will follow the vote and personally execute them all. The president looks down at Kangyu, deciding to ask him just one thing. He wants to know what would have happened if the vote had been reversed. The old man watches him closely, awaiting the answer. With eyes glowing a dangerous red, Kangyu declares he'd have killed them all anyway, then surrendered. The president takes that in. He understands the conviction he's facing. But he has one more question, a final test. He invokes the memory of the hero Raosa, asking what she would have done. Kangyu's gaze intensifies, a memory of the president's younger, more resolute self flashing before him. He turns his back, coldly suggesting that for that answer, the president should ask Raosa himself. Left alone, the president can only agree, staring out at the city as the sun sets on his decision. The president has one last, desperate question for the man he's about to unleash. He asks if, after all the blood is spilled, Kangyu will ever return to being a hero. With his back still turned, Kangyu's answer is cold and uncertain. He doesn't know. And with that, the decision is made, and the world is officially informed. In a massive press conference, reporters clamor as the world president, Bazet, takes the podium. He officially grants Seo Kangyu the authority to execute criminals related to the prison escape and any future acts of terror. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure watches the broadcast, smirking that this is the perfect start to their grand plan. As the announcement echoes across the world, some celebrate this new, brutal form of justice. But behind the politics and the power plays, there is only quiet, gut-wrenching grief. A fellow officer clutches an urn, his face streaked with tears as he mourns a fallen comrade named Gangho. Watching the broadcast, a sinister mind muses. So that's their move? It's time for us to prepare. Deep in some hidden cavern, a young girl with a chilling smile asks her lieutenants if they're ready. She turns to a massive, terrifying host of warriors, her personal executioners. With a gleam in her eye, she relishes the chaos that's about to be unleashed. And just like that, not long after, events begin to unfold in Spain and Portugal. A strange blue vortex tears through the sky, dropping a single, mysterious letter. The message is an invitation, delivered directly to the world's highest authorities. But it's not just the leaders who get a message, as civilians everywhere suddenly stop and look up. A dark, swirling portal opens above the city, a sight that freezes the blood in their veins. The vortex ignites with an emerald glow, forming a complex magical sigil for the entire world to witness. And from that very sigil, a devastating explosion of power rips through the city streets. The architect of this destruction, a man with chilling green eyes, simply watches, impressed. His companions step through a portal behind him, one calling him a fool for the sheer intensity. The woman in the hat is furious, demanding to know why he'd attack so indiscriminately. But his answer is cold and absolute. If they died from that, they didn't have the right to join them. As he speaks, screens and billboards across the entire world suddenly flicker to life. A girl with a disturbingly cheerful smile appears, waving hello to the stunned global populace. She introduces herself as Sinka, her message being watched by the world's most powerful leaders. With a sinister glint in her eyes, she gets right to the point. The execution will now begin. An execution, she clarifies, for everyone with genes that have not been selected, and we see the faces of her executioners, each one a monster with a smirk of anticipation. Their leader, the controller girl, dons her cap, signaling the start of the worldwide purge. As this happens, the World Leaders Council receives an urgent briefing on the identities of these villains. The first is Asura, a summoning-type villain previously captured by the legendary equality hero, Mago. His unique ability allows him to steal his opponent's summons, engraving them onto his body as tattoos. But he's picky, even finding Mago's powerful summons too weak, regretting he didn't steal an attack skill instead. Next is Ho, a physical type whose ferocity was so great it took the equality hero Guj to finally subdue her. She can transform her body into that of a terrifying fox demon, reveling in mountains of her own carnage. Even after all that slaughter, she's merely bored, wondering if there's anyone left in the world strong enough to tame her. Finally, there's Hyunju Young, a special type villain who was caught by the equality hero known as Hub. His special ability? He's a summoner of demons, calling forth a beast of judgment known as Zieji, a creature of pure nightmare that manifests to tear apart the very fabric of the city. Standing beside the amused fox demon Ho, Hyunju Young smirks, as if asking the world if they're not impressed. The briefing continues, introducing Morez, a special type villain once captured by the fallen hero Tomai. Her power is particular. She glares at a screaming civilian, disgusted by his unrefined pleas for help. A crimson symbol flashes into existence, trapping the man in a horrifying, inescapable seal. She stands over him, a silent judge delivering a sentence for a crime he never knew he committed. Her twisted ideology surfaces. She believes some genes are simply inferior, and her ability is the tool to prove it. Back in the council room, the announcer reports that heroes are being mobilized, but scoffs that it's useless if they won't kill. The association president listens, his expression hardening as he prepares to make a difficult decision. The president lays out the plan. Firefighters will handle rescue, prioritizing civilian lives. But the other council members are already complaining the army and police are for protection, but they know they're powerless to stop these villains. He turns to an elder councilman, El Gato, demanding to know where Officer Seo Kangyu is. El Gato confirms that Warden Jo Seyun reported Kangyu is already on his way after seeing the news. The council sits in the dark, wrestling with the most pressing question: what is the enemy actually after? The blue-haired announcer can only give a grim report. They still have no idea what the villain's true objective is. As if on cue, Sinka winks at her own assembly, ready to give them the answer the world is looking for. Their mission, she declares, is twofold: execute those with inferior genes, and help the worthy join their alpha world. She instructs her team to start small, giving the world a taste of their power to make the invitation more persuasive. After all, she grins, their priority is recruitment, because they can kill the unchosen anytime they feel like it. But her execution squad is already running wild, ignoring her desperate pleas to stop the senseless destruction. The brown coat man tries to rally them, saying their warm-up is over, but the fox woman whines, wanting to break more things. Suddenly, the tattooed man chimes in, his voice dripping with arrogance. He declares he'll do as he pleases, convinced that leveling the entire city is the fastest way to smoke out their targets. The hat woman confronts another member, questioning if he's also ignoring direct orders from Eve, but he just smirks back. Deciding to escalate things himself, he begins gathering a sinister red energy into his hands. With a roar, he unleashes his summon, a colossal, terrifying three-legged crow made of shadow and flame. The fox woman squeals in delight, begging for a ride, while the Hat Woman seethes at their insubordination. She threatens to report them all, but the tattooed man just waves her off, utterly unconcerned. Meanwhile, the summoner simply sighs, a magical seal glowing at his feet. This whole thing, he thinks, is just annoying. But even as the chaos unfolds, the tattooed man, Aswade, is lost in his own frustrations. No matter how much he destroys, his cursed talent refuses to grow stronger. He knows what this means. He has to keep stealing, forever chasing more power. Suddenly, his internal monologue is shattered by a shadow falling over him, a giant, fluffy bunny foot descending from the sky. It crashes down with immense force, a ridiculously cute but deadly meteor. Asweda throws up a hexagonal barrier just in time, his eyes widening in recognition. He knows who this is. The attacker lands, a woman with bunny ears named Liphis, remarking how he hasn't changed at all since prison. Just then, another figure appears. It's the hero Hub, who casually asks if Asweda at least gave their old comrade Mago a good burial. But to understand this bitter reunion, we must go back to where it all began, the Lisbon Ability Academy. Here, a much younger generation of heroes, including Seo Kangyu, sit together, oblivious to the dark future awaiting them. Amidst the chaos, the young students cry out in fear, but their teacher calmly assures them it's all right. He gives them a confident wink, promising he'll protect them no matter what if they just follow him to the shelter. But then, something goes terribly wrong. A flash of power sputters out in his hands as his eyes go wide with shock. He looks up to see the source of the disturbance, a girl in a top hat, sitting casually on a desk in the middle of his class. With a sinister smile and glowing red eyes, she mockingly praises him for being such an amazing teacher. The other students finally break, screaming and running in terror, earning a condescending remark from the girl about how unrefined they are. The teacher's face hardens with rage as he snarls her name, Morez, who seems almost embarrassed to be recognized. She regains her composure, telling him she's here for anyone who received Eve's invitation and that they should leave with her. But the teacher stands his ground, grabbing his students and defiantly roaring that he won't let her have a single one. Morez simply smirks, wielding a closed umbrella, and tells the heroic fool that he isn't very smart. With a sharp tap of her umbrella, she decides to get serious. She's annoyed, wondering how this nobody dared to interrupt her while she was speaking. But the teacher glares right back, retorting that she's the one who needs to be taught some manners. This school, the Ability Academy, was founded by heroes for a noble purpose. It was a sanctuary where hero teachers taught gifted children to blend into society, and, most importantly, how to safely control their incredible powers. But now, Morez is about to defile that very legacy, tossing her hat into the air. She activates her ability, Manner Zone, and a dark field instantly erupts from where the hat lands. The teacher and his terrified students are caught, crying out in sheer panic. And with another soft tap of her umbrella, Morez simply tells them to be quiet. And just like that, every mouth is sealed shut, their panicked cries muffled by her power. Morez lets out a satisfied sigh, finally enjoying the silence her special ability, Etiquette, has enforced. It's a simple, cruel power that only activates on targets she perceives as having a lower status than her. She gives a chilling warning, any funny business, and they will be killed on the spot. Her focus then shifts, ordering the 3 children who received special invitations to step forward. She glances over their files, smirking as she notes they're all special types perfect assets to help the queen build her new world. One of the boys cautiously asks if she's referring to the woman who made that terrifying broadcast on TV. Morez gushes about the queen's beauty and perfect vision, but the boy's mind is made up as he flatly refuses. She's taken aback. He reminds her of the queen's genocidal plan to kill everyone without abilities. The other 2 quickly agree. They have parents and friends who are normal, and they refuse to be a part of their slaughter. The children bravely stand up to her, calling her a bad person for trying to force them with her powers. Morez simply asks if they're sure they don't want to join, and they give a defiant yes. Her patience shatters in an instant. If they refuse her offer, then they can die. With a cold glare, she launches a lethal attack directly at the 3 terrified students. But just in time, their teacher throws himself in front of them, a green aura flaring to life. He absorbs the entire impact, revealing his special ability. He's a bodyguard, built to nullify attacks. Morez's surprise turns into a smirk of understanding. Now she sees why he received an invitation. The teacher glares back, telling her to stop and warning that they know all about her past. She dismisses his threat, annoyed that someone has been gossiping about her private life. But he's not interested in her history. She's here on the queen's orders to recruit for the new world. Morez offers him a simple choice: abandon the children, and she will spare his life. But his resolve is absolute. He will never give up on them. She's genuinely confused, asking if he's related to them, but he simply says no. With blood trickling from his lip, he declares his reason with pride. It's because he's a teacher. And this isn't just a title. He's a registered hero and a teacher at the Ability Academy. His power, bodyguard, gives him incredible defense, enough to withstand B-class criminals. Yet despite his talent, he was always considered a lowly fifth-tier hero under the old chairman. We see a flashback to the former association president, who never saw the value in him. He was dismissed as a useless sandbag hero because his power wasn't destructive enough to kill villains. But his career took a turn when a new chairman took over. The legendary hero, Rausa. It was Rausa who offered him a new purpose, to become a teacher at the Ability Academy. He immediately assumed the worst, thinking he was finally being fired for his useless ability. But she explained that teaching the next generation was the most important job, one she wanted the most amazing hero for. He couldn't believe his ears when she told him that hero was him. In her eyes, the hero of heroes wasn't a weapon, but the one who protects their comrades at all costs. That very memory of purpose gives Morez a twisted idea back in the present. Floating over his battered body, she sneers that since he's their teacher, he should be the one to persuade the children. The perspective suddenly widens, reminding us that the entire world is undergoing a massive shift. With the rise of abilities and the endless wars, society had completely collapsed into ruin. And to rebuild it, countless heroes, including figures like Kushta, had to make the ultimate sacrifice. The teacher cuts through her monologue, demanding to know what any of this has to do with his situation. She warns him with a venomous glare not to insult the queen, whose delusions could bring society to its knees. He scoffs that she's just looking for an excuse, but then corrects himself. No, it does matter. Morez is completely thrown off by his sudden sincerity, because if society falls again, he explains, it will just create more children who have suffered just like her. His words hit a nerve she didn't even know was exposed, as he stands resolute, protecting the very children he's sworn to teach. Her mask of smug superiority instantly shatters into pure rage. What could a nobody like him possibly know about her past? With a pained look, he tells her that we know everything. That's the last straw. Screaming that his words are ridiculous, Morez finally snaps. In an instant, her manner zone erupts, and colossal scales of judgment crash down upon the teacher and his students. Morez seethes, her power manifesting as she spits that he knows nothing. The teacher grits his teeth under the crushing pressure, admitting this whole situation is really starting to tick him off. Her face contorts into a mask of pure, unbridled fury. She screams out her final judgment. They are all to die. But before her attack can land, an even greater force slams down from the heavens, shattering her domain instantly. The teacher and his students can only watch, stunned, as the threat is neutralized in a flash. An unseen power had just executed a precise strike on its target, the criminal Morez. She finds herself pinned to the ground, a heavy boot crushing her face into the dirt. A man in a pristine uniform looks down, coolly giving an order to summon that crazy bitch. The enforcer stands over her defeated form, a display of absolute and overwhelming authority. Pinned under his boot, Morez sneers, asking if he dares insult her queen, but he coldly states his judgment includes her too. Her pride shatters into pure rage. How dare this impudent bastard speak to her like that? But her fury means nothing as a crimson circle of judgment erupts beneath them, sealing her fate. The enforcer calmly wraps ethereal chains around his own neck, preparing to deliver the sentence. He declares that it is time for her to pay for her sins as a colossal guillotine of light manifests above. The blade drops in a flash of brutal, bloody light, executing Morez without a shred of mercy. The students and their teacher can only scream in abject horror at the gruesome display. The enforcer turns his cold, unwavering gaze upon them, and the teacher snaps to attention. He gives a simple order to get the kids out, but the teacher realizes they're still trapped by Morez's lingering power. With a single clench of his fist, the enforcer obliterates what's left of her, ending her influence for good. With the barrier gone, the teacher and students scramble for their lives amidst the chaos. They flee past the bloodied, unmoving body of the once arrogant Morez. The teacher looks back in utter disbelief, his mind struggling to grasp the sudden turn of events. The enforcer stands on his victim's corpse, ordering them to run as far as they can. But just as they think they're safe, he snatches one of the students, brutally stabbing her. Holding the girl's body, his eyes burn red as he snarls a new command. Bring him the one he's looking for. He invokes a strange power, Lady Mode, and a crimson sphere of energy erupts around him. The transformation completes, and he lets out a calm, quiet breath. In his place now stands a woman, casually noting it's been a while since she's taken this appearance. The enforcer's true form is revealed, as clones of his male body stand ready to receive her orders. A memory surfaces, recalling the one who held this power originally, a figure who always insisted, ladies first. Stepping into her true power, Morez unleashes her terrifying domain, the Lady Zone. Her simple umbrella becomes a conduit, casting a web of crimson energy across the battlefield. She reflects on her male disguise, thinking how truly unlucky he was to have come before her true self. Her ability, Lady Mode, has a unique condition. Anyone who recognizes her as a lady inherits her special power to absolutely dominate the weak. But a single drop of sweat reveals the truth behind her confident smirk. She knew this ability would be utterly useless against a monster like Seo Kangyu, a man who could shatter dimensions. This was never a fight she intended to win. It was a delaying tactic, and she's accepted this is where she will die. Morez had resolved to buy as much time as possible, sacrificing herself so her comrades could complete their true mission. The authority enforcer smirks, seeing right through her plan. He knows she's just stalling. Morez tries to mock him for wasting a chance with her queen, but her words catch in her throat as his power tightens its grip. In a panic, she offers to give up the queen's location, anything to buy a few more seconds. But he simply says nah. He doesn't need her information when he can just kill her and take her corpse to a psychometrist. Morez freezes in horror. That possibility had never even occurred to her. She tries one last time, asking if he truly thinks he can win against the queen and all her forces. But he's done talking. A dark energy crackles in his hand, and she knows her fate is sealed. A new, terrifying realization dawns on her. There's only one way to protect the mission now. She has to commit suicide and die without leaving a single trace for him to read. And with that final, desperate resolve, her very existence begins to shatter into nothing. But just as his hand closes in, a portal of dark energy rips open space itself. A new voice echoes, mockingly asking if he truly wanted to meet her this badly. Morez can't believe her eyes, crying out in shock and reverence for her queen. But her relief quickly turns to terror, pleading for her master to escape this dangerous place. Kang Yu's response is pure, unadulterated power, his body exploding with crimson energy. The queen, however, just smiles, casually noting he's going all out from the start. He's not holding back, unleashing a torrent of killing intent that warps the very air. A single, burning eye materializes in the darkness, promising to use every ounce of his being to end her. And yet she finds it all so charming, wondering if his obsession might just be love. The battle lines are drawn, with the queen and Morez facing the fully awakened monster. The queen calmly gives Morez a new mission. Go deal with those who refuse their invitation. But Morez is frozen in terror, her eyes wide as she feels the immense killing intent aimed at her master. Before she can even protest, Kang Yu strikes, a blur of crimson energy shattering the space around them. The queen is sent flying, yet a thrilled, almost manic smile spreads across her face. At that exact moment, a portal opens, and the academy students arrive, thinking they're a little too late. They watch in shock as a woman stumbles from the portal's exit, coughing violently and clutching a bloody wound. The teacher immediately orders everyone to get moving, but the students are frozen in disbelief. One of the cat-like students points with a trembling finger, recognizing the injured woman from her history textbook. But the queen isn't even looking at them. Her gaze is fixed upwards, surrounded by a storm of red power. She looks up at the terrifying display, a smirk on her face as she wonders if this isn't a bit of overkill to start. Surrounded by a cage of his own making, Kang Yu declares that this place will be her grave. But the queen is far from intimidated, coolly noting that he must be in mode 0 to use such a technique. She even laughs at him, thinking he's pushing himself way too hard for this little show. Then, Kang Yu turns his power inward, as lances of red energy pierce his own body. A smirk forms on the queen's face. She knew it. His ability doesn't work on himself. He stands motionless, trapped by the very same power he unleashed to capture her. With her opponent neatly self-neutralized, the queen decides to call in her personal hounds. She summons her two most trusted enforcers, Canis and Gato. The pair materialize in the blood-red space, their expressions instantly shifting to shock and alarm. One of them turns to Morez, already regretting their arrival, but she just asks if this opponent is too difficult for them. Canis and Gato are sweating bullets, realizing Kang Yu is using his ultimate technique right from the start. There's no way they can win. It's impossible. The queen, however, just waves a cheerful hand, sarcastically suggesting they should just run away then. But before they can even process the taunt, Kang Yu's hand twitches, his fingers slowly clenching. Suddenly, the queen and her enforcers freeze, a strange energy beginning to manifest right over her heart. Kang Yu's voice echoes through the space, promising them that this place, his dark heaven prison, will be their grave. This isn't just a domain. It's a pocket dimension crafted from his own ability, a place from which no one can escape. The narration reminds us of a time when the queen, from the outside, was able to pull someone out of this very prison. But now, having been summoned directly inside, she realizes with dawning horror that she's completely trapped. As if to punctuate her terror, Kang Yu clenches his fist, the threads of dark energy tightening their grip on reality. A massive, intricate seal materializes in the sky above, locking them in as her subordinates can only call out her name in absolute panic. With fury in their eyes, Canis and Gato demand the queen release their leashes. She hesitates, recalling a promise she made to someone named Sunwan to let him kill Kang Yu. But trapped in this crimson hell, she sees no other choice. They have to kill him to escape. She makes her decision, her eyes glowing with a strange sigil as she begins to undo their restraints. But just as the leashes are about to come off, her subordinates suddenly cry out. Not in power, but in excruciating pain. The queen is completely bewildered, her plan backfiring for reasons she can't comprehend. The three of them are left helpless, their trump card not just useless, but turned against them. And from the heart of his domain, Kang Yu watches on with an unnerving, silent confidence. Their dawning horror is met by his cold gaze. They realize he's been in control the entire time. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the crimson space, speaking of a power that knows no rival. The queen stares, utterly bewildered, as this memory or vision plays out before them. Kang Yu listens intently as the old man explains his philosophy of absolute dominance. To be unrivaled means no one would even dare to think of becoming your enemy. With a chilling grin, the man asks Kang Yu if he understands what it truly means. The question hangs in the air. Doesn't he want to attain that level of power for himself? The man claims he can grant it, pointing out that while Kang Yu is strong, he is not yet unrivaled. This is the last straw for the queen, who explodes in fury, demanding to know who this senile fool is. But in an instant, a hand flashes out, seizing her wrist with crushing force. The old man coolly shuts her down, telling her to stay quiet while the men are talking. Her eyes swirling with violet power, the queen seethes, telling the old man to get lost. Her oppressive aura is so potent that even her own subordinates, Canis and Gato, are brought to their knees. Yet, as she looks down, it's her own hand that's bleeding from his grip while he just smiles. She calls him a dying old man, but he just scoffs, asking who's really dying when he's standing perfectly fine. Snapping completely, she screams for him to go to hell, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. A storm of dark, swirling portals erupts, flying directly toward the unmoving old man. The attack connects in a blinding flash, a cataclysm of purple energy tearing through the space. Catching her breath, the queen is sure he's nothing but dust now. But a calm voice cuts in from right behind her. He's completely unharmed, looking rather impressed. He even remarks that her power might rival that of the white-haired brat, leaving her utterly speechless. Refusing to accept her defeat, the queen lunges forward with one last desperate attack. But his words cut deeper than any blade, pointing out a fatal flaw she shares with her rival. Her world shatters as she realizes they're two sides of the same coin, both arrogant and incomplete. The backlash hits her hard, and she collapses to the floor, coughing up blood. The old man simply clenches his fist, a silent lecture on true power. He tells her she believes so much in her innate ability that she never bothered to train her own body. Now, he's about to give her a lesson on strength that has been forged with soul and sweat. Bandages fly as he unleashes his own aura, a storm of pure, unadulterated physical might. The resulting blast is a blinding flash of red, so powerful even Kang Yu is stunned. And in the center of it all, the old man stands, a smug grin on his face. He mocks her arrogance, pointing out that, unlike her, even her own subordinates trained themselves. With a cruel display of force, he begins to crush them, and the queen can only watch in horror. Xiao Kang Yu silently observes this overwhelming power from the sidelines. The old man glances back, a knowing smirk on his face. He was a little surprised to see an unexpected guest. But after assessing the situation, Kang Yu's eyes gleam with a cold, calculated decision. He'll work with this monster, Kingston, and together, they will eliminate the queen. Far away, the news of Kingston's sudden appearance sends a jolt through the association's high command. The report came directly from Officer Se Kang Yu, who is live on the scene. The president muses that the eccentric Kingston must have simply found a new person to take an interest in. A councilman voices concern for Kang Yu's safety, but is told not to worry, even if Kingston's true power remains a mystery. The council members agree. They know Kingston's patterns, and he won't harm Officer Seo. But the president's gaze sharpens, cutting through their assumptions. Because the person who's about to act unexpectedly isn't Kingston at all. The camera pans to an empty seat, a silent testament to the true wildcard in this game. In a grand hall, A woman named Morez bursts into laughter, utterly amused. The idea that some mere textbook could contain information on her is just ridiculous. But the laughter quickly dies, replaced by a visceral, blood-spitting rage. The teacher calmly informs her that it's not just her. Every criminal from Ruculus is documented. She sneers, asking if it's to mock them, but he reveals a chilling truth. It's to understand them. And this philosophy began long ago, when the heroes Ryosa and Mago were visited by a certain prison officer. An imposing man in a guard's uniform stood before the legendary duo with a formal greeting. He introduced himself as Seo Gangho of Ruculus prison, his eyes burning with an unnerving red glow. His proposal was unorthodox, to make criminology a mandatory subject at their new academy. Back in her own memory, Morez scoffs at the very idea, calling it ridiculous. She taunts the teacher, sarcastically asking how he felt after reading all about her past. Another person interrupts, questioning why he's even bothering to speak with a beast. But the students behind him seem to understand. This was just the kind of man their professor was. Just then, the academy's director appears, his face etched with disapproval, declaring he should have fired this man. The teacher is stunned, barely processing the director's talk of authority. But the director's lecture isn't for him, it's for the students, who listen with rapt attention. He begins a twisted lesson, insisting that criminals like Morez are not made by their circumstances. With chilling conviction, he argues against the very idea of environmental factors. He mocks the notion of blaming society, calling it a pathetic attempt to trigger sympathy. The director's eyes flare with a crazed light as he spits his true belief. Criminals are just born that way. They are nothing more than mutants, he sneers, societal cancers that fester and grow. And just like cancer, he continues, grabbing the teacher with sudden, shocking force, they must be cut out completely. And he's more than happy to provide a demonstration. The teacher stands firm before his students, his thoughts clear. So he's a cancer lump now? But before he can even argue, the injured Morez snaps, trying to blame this twisted world for her actions. The director shuts her down instantly, utterly disgusted by the pathetic excuse he knew she'd make. He declares with chilling certainty that no matter the time or place, she would always be exactly what she is now. In fact, he continues, leaning into his final, brutal assessment, her entire existence was a mistake. She should never have been born at all. He says her name, Morez, his tone dropping to a deadly calm. Looking at his watch, he notes that the pain he's about to inflict is nothing compared to what her victims endured. But he promises to do everything in his power to make her suffer as much as humanly possible. Morez can only glare in powerless rage as he prepares to begin his lesson. He glances at his watch, wondering aloud if 10 minutes will be enough for her to understand her mistake. Still full of misplaced pride, Morez throws back a challenge, daring him to bring it on. In an instant, a flash of blue light crashes into her, knocking her back before she can even react. She screams in fury and unleashes her dark chains, but every attempt is completely useless. Because the old man has already entered a different state, his eyes glowing as he activates acceleration. A relentless blur of rapid strikes overwhelms her, leaving her unable to fight back. He steps closer and pulls her back to her feet with cold, contemptuous ease. Then he delivers a decisive blow, forcing her to collapse in shock and pain. A desperate cry is the only answer she can give, her arrogance finally shattered. All of this unfolds within a massive crimson sigil, a clear sign that her judgment has begun. The old man's mind flashes to a code he holds dear, a rule of etiquette, a simple, twisted principle, ladies first. A rule that she, Morez, has now broken. He recalls how he shredded her lackeys, nothing more than phantoms before his speed. And for her disrespect, he counts her sins. 4 times she crossed the line. She's sent flying, a broken toy in the face of his overwhelming power. He's instantly behind her, grabbing her by the hair to halt her momentum with a brutal tug. He holds her up, forcing her to look at him through her own blood and shattered pride. But this isn't just about him. A memory surfaces of a teacher trying to shield his students. Students who could only watch in terror as their protector was about to be annihilated by her. With her sins laid bare, the old man clasps his hands, ready to deliver the final, crushing sentence. He lets her go, and she plummets towards the floor like a stone. She slams into the ground in a cloud of dust, a broken mess at his feet. He looks down at her ruined face, remarking that this look of pure agony is exactly what she deserves. But her punishment isn't over yet. He calmly raises his foot, ready for the next step, and brings it down with a sickening stomp, grinding her face into the rubble. He tells her this pain is nothing compared to what her victims and their families have suffered. Then, almost bored, he pauses to check the time on his watch. Looks like there are still 3 minutes left. Plenty of time for more education. Through the haze of pain, A horrifying realization hits her. His ability is time acceleration. He confirms it, explaining he can control the flow of time for himself and for anyone he touches. He leans in, a grim smile playing on his lips, explaining what this power truly implies. Not only can he accelerate time for himself, he can also make it slow to an agonizing crawl for her. His eyes blaze with cold fury as he condemns this cancer of society to feel every second of her death. For the horrified students and their teacher watching from the side, only a brief moment has passed. But for Morez, trapped in that temporal prison, she's just lived through an eternity of unimaginable pain. He finally pulls his hand away from what's left of her face. The lesson is over, and he almost seems disappointed, wishing he had more time to make it last even longer. But then, a broken, gurgling laugh escapes her lips, and the old man is genuinely confused. He grabs her, demanding to know if the fear of death has finally shattered her sanity. Through a bloody grin, she admits she's afraid, but that's not it. She's laughing because her mission is complete. The old man is completely lost, demanding to know what nonsense she's spouting. Her gaze drifts past him to the teacher shielding the horrified students. She explains the nature of her special type ability, a nasty little dead man's switch. With a triumphant, bloody grin, she reveals that if she dies, everyone under her influence will be dragged to hell with her. The teacher's blood runs cold, and the old man's eyes finally flash with dawning horror as he understands the trap. Before he can react, a massive dome of crimson energy crystallizes around them, sealing the area. Dark, swirling power gathers around the old man as he reaches out, preparing for the real threat. A grotesque monster of pure flesh erupts, and from within it, the true queen emerges with demonic eyes. She lunges forward with a piercing shriek, only to be met by the old man's unyielding hand to her face. He holds her in place as a catastrophic explosion of raw power detonates between them. While the queen is down, her loyal dog Canis screams for his partner to release their limiters, but his desperate plea is met only with the cold, crushing grip of absolute power. The old man stands over their broken bodies, his voice dripping with disappointment. How arrogant. Did they really think they were strong enough to have limiters placed on them in the first place? With a chilling gaze, he diagnoses their problem. They've grown soft, complacent. So, he decides it's time for a little lesson. He'll make sure they never forget their place again. Dark, binding tendrils erupt from him, wrapping around the two subordinates in an agonizing display. He rips an arm clean off, then casually suggests they find a decent healer to reattach it. But just as he finishes his lecture, the energy in the dome shifts, and he turns to see the queen, reborn and ready. Her eyes widen in disbelief. It's not the old man she's sensing, it's someone else entirely. But before she can even process the thought, she's smashed through her own barrier by a figure wreathed in shadow. The impact is devastating, sending her hurtling across the dome like a broken doll. She crashes to the ground, coughing up blood, her newfound power already feeling like a distant memory. And the monster is already upon her again, a crimson blur of pure, unrestrained violence. A desperate plea escapes her lips for him to stay back, but there's no reasoning with this thing. He slams into her with another bone-shattering strike, the force echoing through the chamber. Looking up through the haze of pain, she finally recognizes the face. It's Kangyu. She begs him to stop this. With her last bit of strength, she grabs his leg, pleading for him to reconsider, to fight whatever this is. But the man she knew is gone, replaced by a cold executioner who raises his foot for the final, merciless stomp. From the sidelines, her remaining followers can only scream her name in helpless terror. But the final, crushing blow never lands. His fist clenches, trembling just above her. A flicker of humanity fights back from within the monster, a desperate no echoing in his mind. Seeing his hesitation, the queen lets out a defiant roar, refusing to let this be her end. Suddenly, a memory flashes in Kangyu's mind, the old prisoner who granted him this cursed power. The man's taunting words resurface, mocking him for needing help to become unrivaled. Back in the present, her gray-haired aide is now at her side, grimly asking if it's time for her sacrificial ability. She confirms it's a dead man's switch, and he turns to their gathered followers with a heavy heart. He offers his condolences in advance, a chilling promise that leaves the others completely bewildered. Then, placing a hand on her chest, he unleashes a torrent of pure blue energy, activating her final gambit himself. Her body is a mangled ruin, but her aide stares on with the cold, unwavering eyes of a man who has made his choice. The followers scream, but he calmly begins to explain the grim arithmetic of their situation. He admits that saving her is possible, but if they were to fail, the consequences would be catastrophic for millions. Therefore, the only logical path forward is to kill her now, and sacrifice every last one of them for the greater good. His people look on in horror, but he compares them to acceptable collateral damage healthy cells lost to kill a cancer. With his arms wide open, he preaches about necessary sacrifice, even thanking them in advance for laying down their lives. And just like that, a torrent of eerie blue flame erupts from the queen's corpse, flooding the entire room. The aide can't help but feel a chill, relieved that such an ominous power could only be used in death. He turns to the stunned follower, the professor, and offers a cold, dismissive wish for good luck. But a smirk plays on his lips as he reconsiders, musing that for someone like him, luck might not even be necessary. The aide glances at his scarred hand, coldly remarking that the professor's high endurance must mean he's sick of surviving. With a cruel glint in his eye, he declares it's time, as the spectral form of the queen rises from the flames with a chilling smile. She looms over them, a ghostly giant inviting them all on a one-way trip to the afterlife. In an instant, chains of pure blue energy erupt from the ground, snapping shut around everyone's wrists. The professor can only watch in horror as his students scream, shackled by the queen's posthumous power. The kids are frozen in sheer terror, utterly helpless as the ethereal bonds tighten around them. But their leader forces a calm expression, telling them not to worry. He swore he would protect them. From high above, the queen's spirit scoffs, wondering what nonsense he's talking about now. He simply tells her that the children will be safe, just as he promised. And suddenly, her smug expression shatters, replaced with dawning horror as she realizes he's not bluffing. He glares back, his eyes flaring with resolve, declaring that the only one she's taking today is him. The scene shatters, flashing back to a memory of pure carnage, as a guard named Seo Gangho clashes with a powerful old man. Gangho's demonic energy erupts, a tidal wave of pure, uncontrollable rage that blasts his opponent back. But the old man just smirks, a flicker of realization in his eyes. He knew it. He saw this raw potential. He even muses that this berserker might truly be able to walk the path of the unrivaled. Gangho, however, isn't listening to compliments. He just grabs the old man by the collar, his fury unabated. The old man tries to talk him down, pleading with him not to ignore his words and just listen. But his only response is a furious roar to step aside as he winds up a devastating punch. His own allies can only watch in horror, completely powerless to stop the rampage. The old man makes one last plea, but the guard's eyes are cold, promising nothing but annihilation. The old man calmly tries to reason with him, warning that emotion will only cloud his judgment. But his words are met with a fist loaded with pure, demonic rage. The resulting impact is catastrophic, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Hess sent flying, landing right beside the injured Morez, but his focus isn't on himself. He simply tells her that if she wants to run away, now is her one and only chance. Wasting no time, she summons a dark portal, pulling herself and her subordinates to safety. With them gone, the stage is clear for a one-on-one showdown as the demonic guard faces his true target. The old man just cracks a grin, suggesting they have a nice, quiet conversation. Gangho's response is a vicious swarm of crimson energy, a clear rejection of any peaceful talk. Yet the old man meets the attack head-on, deciding that a conversation with their fists will do just fine. The queen's spirit is suddenly confronted with the image of a guillotine, utterly confused. The teacher reflects on his past, admitting he once hated his purely defensive ability. But a conversation with the great hero Rauza made him realize its true, vital importance. From that day on, he resolved to take on all the damage he could for his students. The memory of his students' shocked faces flashes through his mind. The queen's spirit sneers, demanding to know why he'd go so far for them. His answer is simple, absolute, and cuts through her cynicism. It's because he's a teacher. She explodes in rage, unable to comprehend why that title would mean dying alone. He looks upon her spirit with pity, stating that someone like her could never understand him. She was raised by evil to become a killing machine. Their worlds are fundamentally different. The queen's spirit trembles with rage, ordering him to be silent. But he continues, his voice laced with pity, explaining that she was just a puppet with no real choices. She walked a path paved by someone else, and for that, she lost herself. Her only response is a desperate scream. But he will not shut up. Not now. He declares that as he accompanies her to the afterlife, he will correct all the twisted things she was taught. She can only stare in disbelief, calling him a bastard for his unwavering calm. The memory of his students, chained and terrified, flashes in his mind. A teacher's job is to secure their future. From the day he joined the academy, he was prepared to sacrifice himself for them. He recalls their desperate pleas for him to stop, but he had already made his choice. His last wish was simple, for them to grow into good adults, because they were the world's future. Future? The queen seethes, his words echoing with a meaning she could never grasp. Her own memory flashes back, to a room of dirty, orphaned children looking up with hollow eyes. A woman who called herself Teacher Taelum stood before them, offering a guiding hand. But her eyes held a chilling possessiveness as she looked at a 1-2-year-old Morez, claiming their futures as her own. Her plan had been meticulous. She visited orphanages, handpicking children with special abilities. She then admitted them into an exclusive academy she had built for this very purpose. There, she told them plainly that she would become the world's queen, and they would be her loyal soldiers. With a sinister smile, she urged them to pay close attention to their lessons. Young Morez could only stare back, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. For years, she and the other children were educated within those walls, molded into tools for ambition. The curriculum was a masterclass in cruelty, with lessons on brainwashing, loyalty, and etiquette. And of all the students, young Morez grew the fastest, earning her teacher's favor and the title of class monitor. This new authority came with a heavy responsibility and a heavy rod. She was now an enforcer, empowered to punish any classmate who fell short of Taelum's impossible standards. She carried out her duties diligently, following her teacher's every word more faithfully than anyone else. So one evening, Taelum approached her in the empty hall. She asked the young girl how it felt to be the class monitor, to wield that kind of power. Morez confessed that she didn't understand it, but whenever she punished her classmates, a strange sickness would well up inside her, a feeling of nausea she couldn't explain. She pleaded with her teacher for an answer, asking why she felt that way, but Taelum simply smiled and called her name. With a sinister smile, Taelum asked a simple, chilling question, "Do you like bugs?" Morez recoiled, insisting she hated them, and that was the exact answer Taelum wanted. The teacher explained that loathing inferior beings is a perfectly natural human instinct. She placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, reassuring her that this feeling was normal. But she promised that as her friends became more human, that sickening feeling would fade. Taelum praised her, confident she'd made the right choice for class monitor, leaving Morez utterly confused. For a time, Morez continued to feel that nauseating sickness whenever she punished her classmates. But just as Taelum had predicted, the feeling began to dull, occurring less and less over time. One day, with her students fully conditioned, Taelum announced her grand ambition to become queen of the world. And just like that, a classroom of children had become the foundation of her loyal army. Through brutal, unforgiving training, the weak were purged from their ranks. And with that, Taelum's plans moved forward smoothly, her loyal soldiers ready at her side. Morez had become a powerful figure, her authority absolute until the day of the incident. One of her men lay broken, and a voice mocked her forces for failing to kill him in a single blow. The newcomer wondered aloud if he was just tired from the previous night's activities. A woman in his arms coyly replied that his rest would depend on how she felt later. These were Clark and Yahello, two powerful special-type ability users. And in a flash, the grand estate became a slaughterhouse, dripping with blood. Morez could only lie on the floor, dazed and bleeding, her perfect world shattered. Clark stood over the body of her subordinate, his hand drenched in red, shocked by what just happened. Clark looks down on the woman's body, remarking on how weak she was despite the warnings they received. They mock her grand dream of building a school to raise rebels, seeing it as nothing more than a joke. Yahello couldn't care less about visiting the school, but Clark reminds her their boss will be annoyed if they don't finish the job. And so, they arrive at a grand assembly hall, where the students, including a young Morez, have been gathered. A teacher begins to announce the school's closure, only to be brutally executed mid-sentence by Clark. The students can only watch in horror, their teacher's blood staining the podium as Morez stares in disbelief. As some of the enraged students charge forward, Yahello calmly raises a hand, completely unimpressed by their courage. With a simple snap of her fingers, she unleashes an overwhelming wave of crushing force. Every single student is slammed backwards, their bodies contorting as they're helplessly thrown through the air. The pair looks over the hall littered with defeated students, their little rebellion crushed before it even began. Yahello cynically admits their teacher did a good job, but Clark questions the logic of trying to re-educate them. He sees them not as students, but as walking weapons, ticking time bombs waiting to explode. Yahello points out the obvious flaw: they haven't actually hurt anyone, a minor detail Clark finds inconvenient. A bloodied Morez looks up from the floor, desperately asking what will happen to them now. Clark gives her the chillingly pragmatic answer: it's far more efficient to just get rid of them. After all, in his eyes, they're already brainwashed, destined to become villains anyway. And if they need justification, simple. They'll just make up whatever crimes are necessary. With the decision made, Yahello playfully tells him to save some energy for later. But Clark isn't in the mood. And just like that, the hall erupts into a massacre, screams echoing as students are torn apart. One of the survivors looks up in disbelief, asking why, as Clark stands over her like an unfeeling god of death. She pleads with him, asking why, but Clark's answer is chillingly simple: she's dangerous. He coldly recites her life story, an orphan abandoned by her parents, only to be raised by a villain. The only lesson she ever learned, he sneers, was how to kill others. Doesn't that sound dangerous enough? Morris can only cry as he delivers his verdict, telling her that her very birth was a mistake. With a final, empty wish for a better next life, he raises his hand to deliver the final blow. The sickening sound of impact rings out as another student is struck down in the chaos. Her final moments are a silent scream, a look of utter shock and betrayal on her face. Clark stares down at the fallen girl, his expression unchanging, his duty fulfilled. The grand hall grows quieter as another potential villain is wiped from existence. But the fun's just getting started for Yahello, who eagerly tells Clark she can't hold back any longer. Clark moves to finish off the last survivor, but Yahello suddenly tells him to stop. She has a new idea: they must let this one live. Morris can only stare up in horror, the lone survivor in a classroom stained with blood. Yahello's face twists into a look of pure, manic glee. Isn't this situation just so exciting? Her partner just shakes his head, sighing that she's seriously unstoppable once she gets an idea. She knows it, already spinning a plausible story in her head to report back. And that was how Morris's new life began. Spared only by the twisted whim of her attackers, she ran until she could run no more. Stumbling through an empty field, her body and spirit finally giving out. She wandered completely alone, with no destination and no home to return to. It was then, wandering the ruins, that a voice cut through the silence, asking about her master. A towering figure in red armor appeared before her, a revolutionary leader named Caracas. He offered her a place in his new world, a chance to fight for his cause. And so, under his banner, Morris became a weapon, carving a path of destruction. But their reign came to a sudden end when a lone warrior struck Caracas down for good. With her leader defeated, she was quickly captured by the hero known as Tomai. Her next destination was a place of no return, the infamous Ruculus prison. That brutal life taught her a harsh philosophy, one a fellow inmate now reflects on. He recalls being told that there was a certain way to act, a cruel method for survival. But after all this time, the scarred man finally begins to question everything he believed. He roars in defiance, refusing to accept that the cruel life he led was all a mistake. His memory drifts back to Morris, lost and alone, when a mysterious voice called her name. It was a strange woman, who emerged from the darkness to tell Morris she wasn't the one who was wrong. No, it was the world itself that was broken, and she promised to fix it all once she became its queen. With a serene smile, she then offered Morris a place in this new order as her loyal vassal. But the memory shifts focus, revealing the question was also directed at the scarred prisoner, the professor. And he wasn't alone. Two young, terrified demon girls were also there, frozen by the choice before them. A battered old man remembers being told the same thing, his will nearly broken. Even Clark and his companion recall hearing these words spoken by the heroes they once followed. The montage of memories ends on a chained woman, utterly defeated, questioning if she should have ever been born. The scene shifts to a grim guillotine as a voice calls out to Morris. It's the professor, who looks upon the chained woman and tells her that no one deserves to feel they shouldn't have been born. He acknowledges the horrors she's endured, but his gaze hardens. Her pain doesn't erase her crimes. She has, he reminds her, committed far too many atrocities to be forgiven. And yet, he makes a solemn vow. He will face this end with her, to take responsibility for her sins. Morris's eyes widen in shock, but the professor is resolute. He will do this as her teacher. Before the blade falls, however, he has one last request for her. He asks her to isolate them, to shield the children from this sight, but she just screams at him to shut up. Ignoring her, the professor gently tells his young students to please turn around. With a warm, final smile, he tells them it was truly an honor to have taught them all. He shouts his final resolve as Morris can only watch, her face a mask of horrified tears. A massive, guillotine-like construct of pure energy materializes above them, ready to deliver judgment. The professor's eyes are unwavering, his expression one of complete acceptance. But his calm shatters as a colossal, ethereal projection of Morris erupts into existence. He stares in disbelief. Is she doing this? He doesn't need this kind of loyalty. A deep, painful truth surfaces. He always knew his path was wrong, but he'd gone too far to admit it. His thoughts drift to her past, seeing a much younger Morris looking down with utter revulsion. She stood over her beaten classmates as they weakly pleaded for her to stop before their teacher found out. With a chilling smile and blood on her lips, she listened to them insist they were fine. But then she caught her own reflection in the spreading blood, and was disgusted by the monster she saw. A memory surfaces, a friend's voice echoing from a blood-soaked past. It was Tomai, her face full of concern, pleading for Morez to stop being a puppet. But seeing her own monstrous reflection in Tomei's eyes, she felt nothing but disgust. That same revulsion followed her, even later, into a solitary confinement cell. A kind-faced inspector named Hong Jaya peered in, checking on her well-being. But even there, Morez saw her reflection in a bowl of soup and was disgusted all over again. The pain of seeing herself for what she truly was became unbearable. So she decided she couldn't admit it. She would simply lie to herself and feel nothing. She clung to the lessons she'd been taught, convinced that her path couldn't be wrong. And she reached a terrible conclusion. It wasn't her that was disgusting, it was the world. This was the warped belief that Morez had built her entire life upon. She flashes back to a time when she had a family, a loving father, and smiling siblings. But even then, as a little girl, a cold emptiness stared back from her own eyes. Her father's laughter once filled their home with a simple, honest warmth. But something inside the young Morez was about to shatter that peace forever. In an instant, her perfect world cracks and falls to pieces. She looks back on it all, and can only think what a disgusting life she'd lived, built on their ruin. But her memory is cut short as we're ripped back to Seo Kangyu, whose rage is literally tearing reality apart. From the storm of demonic energy, a calm elderly prisoner emerges, asking a simple question. He taunts Kangyu, wondering if his anger is because he failed to kill Hilo or the monster, Morez. The old man continues his lecture, suggesting all of Kangyu's problems would vanish if he were simply strong enough. Kangyu's rage boils over into a silent scream, but the prisoner is unfazed, telling him anger won't change a thing. In the end, he says, the problem is Kangyu's own weakness. It's why he can't kill Hilo or Morez. If he'd just been stronger moments ago, he could have ignored everyone and killed that woman. The prisoner's words hang in the air, defining anger as nothing more than a stage of denial. He asks if maybe Kangyu is just angry at himself for being unable to accept how weak he truly is. As demonic energy lashes out, the old man calmly tells him that acceptance is the only path. Only by embracing his weakness as a part of himself can he ever hope to reach the goal he's chasing. He places a hand against the storm, looking Kangyu in the eye to ask him one last time, "Why are you so angry?" The question unleashes a torrent of memories, every failure, every loss, and every friend he couldn't save. With a desperate roar, Kangyu tries to silence the voices in his head. But the memories shatter around him, Mago's death, his own failures, the old man's voice asking for the reason. His eyes snap open, the blind rage replaced by a terrifying, hollow clarity. A vision of him in the rain flashes by, another moment of loss, another failure. When he comes to, he's lying at the bottom of a massive crater his own power just carved. The old prisoner stands over him, completely unfazed by the destructive outburst. He smirks, gently asking if Kangyu has finally calmed down a bit. Utterly broken, Kangyu covers his face, asking what he needs to do now. The old man's voice seems to echo from the sky itself, posing a simple question back. He extends a hand, telling him the answer is something he's known all along. And so, with a firm grip, Kangyu accepts the old man's guidance. The deal is struck. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the world, a massive portal of dark energy swirls into existence. Two figures step through. A fox-tailed woman and a man, questioning the sudden summons. The young man, Asueda, narrows his eyes. He has a feeling this is just getting started. In another ruined city, a masked woman known as Mienji agrees, sensing this conflict is far from over. The camera pans out, revealing the sheer scale of the devastation they stand in. A flashback shows the height of the battle, a Swede and a pink-haired ally unleashing a torrent of explosive magic. A woman's voice calls to him from the exit portal, demanding to know why he's lingering when the job is done. Her face twists into a furious snarl, threatening to kill him herself if he doesn't come back immediately. And with the last embers fading, the event known as Sinka's Invitation Delivery Incident is declared over. Having returned with Seo Gangyu, the man known as Kingston requested a meeting with the world government. Inside, Kingston smirks, realizing why he was granted access without any trouble. He spots a few familiar faces in the room, old comrades, perhaps. With a mocking grin, he scoffs at how far they've climbed, calling them greedy. The tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air as they face off. A man with a presidential air cuts through the tension, demanding to know the purpose of this meeting. Kingston sizes him up, a little surprised by how young the leader is. But he quickly clarifies that this isn't a conversation. It's a one-sided update. Seo Gangyu is his apprentice now, and they are not to get in their way. And with that simple, chilling declaration, Kingston left. The president, Bezit, calls for a vote on Kingston's shocking proposition. The opposition is immediate and fierce, with 4 members Krum, Boda, Gera, and Einheit objecting. Only one man, Utoriti, agrees with the plan, and one other, the elder El Guiado, remains neutral, simply watching the chaos unfold. Utoriti explodes in frustration, calling the others pathetic for refusing the help of an overwhelming power. He directs his anger at Krum, who coolly replies that criminals are criminals, and she won't entertain their demands. Another member points out that Kingston was their top execution target, but Utoriti just scoffs, saying the situation has changed. Bizet buries his face in his hand, feeling utterly trapped and cursed with bad luck. Meanwhile, in a much quieter, more secluded place, a young woman named Sinka finds herself just as lost on what she should do next. Her mind drifts to Kingston, the old man she thought had grown weak in his long imprisonment. But watching him now, she has to wonder if this is him after decades of confinement. Just how monstrous was he in his prime? This unexpected variable could seriously complicate her plans. A thought she voices to her young companion. The boy, looking completely out of place, questions if this bath is really necessary just to beat Seo Gangyu. Sinka just smiles, assuring him it's a vital process for him to become a grown-up, her confidence unwavering. After all, her plan won't fail. She has powerful aces up her sleeve, including the legendary Huang Xionghuan. She then begins the ritual, holding the boy under the water as he struggles, calmly stating that time will solve everything. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Hero Association. Inside, an elderly, powerful-looking man addresses a shadowy assembly, noting that all the key players have arrived. From behind a woman with bunny ears, the purpose is revealed. They're here to elect the 3rd generation of equality. At the podium stands Lifus, the temporary leader of the Hero Association. With the assembly's full attention, she officially begins the meeting. She explains the process. The chairman will propose 5 candidates for equality. From there, the government will launch a thorough investigation into their backgrounds. So long as they pass the screening, they'll be formally inducted into the elite group. With the formalities out of the way, Lifus prepares to announce her chosen candidates. But a sharp voice cuts her off, demanding to know who gave her that authority. A man named Utoriti leans forward, reminding her that she's only a temporary chairman. Lifus shoots back, questioning why a disgraced hero is even present. But he claims he's just observing. She orders him to stay silent, but Utoriti makes it clear he doesn't acknowledge her leadership one bit. She screams that nobody cares what he thinks, but Utoriti cuts her down with a cold threat. If the temporary chairman chooses the candidates, his world party will boycott the decision entirely. Lifus is left completely stunned by his open declaration of war. He reminds everyone in the hall that she has no real power here. This critical decision, one that will shape the future of the association, should be made by an officially appointed chairman, not a substitute. Lifus desperately tries to reason with him, shouting about the urgency of their crisis. But Utoriti just scoffs, finding it hilarious that she of all people talks of resolving anything. He then exposes her past, accusing her of failing a mission in Portugal and playing house with a man named Aswede. But she stands her ground, arguing that she prioritized protecting civilians over simply killing her target. But Lifus flips the script, reminding him of his own past and a time he tried to sacrifice children. She accuses him of forcing others into sacrifices, declaring that he hasn't changed one bit. Utoriti fires back without a hint of shame, questioning why he should ever change. He roars that she's the one who needs to adapt, leaving Lifus completely stunned. But his declaration isn't just for her. He turns to the entire assembly, proclaiming that they are all the ones who must change. As for his actions in Portugal, he dismisses them as simply making the right call. The other council members listen as he argues that the end result was 0 casualties. So what's the problem? Lifus' expression hardens. Oh, she's glad he brought up the topic of sacrifices. Because, as she declares to the room, they are all sacrificing society for the sake of criminals. She accuses them of using the people's money to feed and house countless murderers, all while talking about lofty ideals like rehabilitation and societal responsibility. But Utoriti scoffs at the very notion. Rehabilitate them? Don't be absurd. He roars that those criminals will never change, calling them nothing more than trash. As proof, he conjures a vision of the maniacal Mores, telling everyone to look at what the escapees are doing. They've already flocked to her side, preparing for yet another massacre. He then turns his fury on Lifus, sneering at the idea of Mago's apprentice running the Hero Association. He knows exactly what she'll do, preach about how heroes shouldn't kill, just to feel noble and righteous. With a cold, final dismissal, he tells her no one wants her as chairman, so she should stop pretending she is. The brutal, personal attack leaves Lifus utterly speechless. But Lifus' spirit isn't broken. Instead, A calm resolve washes over her. She looks at him and asks a simple question. If she becomes the official chairman, they can follow procedure, right? The other heroes listen intently, sensing the shift in the room's atmosphere. With a gaze of pure steel, Liphus throws down the gauntlet. Let's vote. Utaridi almost laughs, mocking the idea of a public vote before flatly refusing. He claims they're short on time, a convenient excuse to shut her down. But Liphus clarifies she wants the heroes right here in this chamber to be the ones to vote. The old man's face twists in fury. A majority vote? He knows that's a losing game. He argues the vote would be biased, since all of these heroes were personally selected by Rausa. Fine, Liphus counters. Then they'll use the equality selection method, requiring a 2/3 majority to win. Utaridi clenches his jaw, the silence in the chamber stretching for an eternity. Then, the results of the vote flash onto the screen for all to see. 52% agree, but a staggering 48% object. With the 2/3 majority failed, the result is clear. Rejected. Liphus stares in utter disbelief, her entire plan crumbling in an instant. A smug grin spreads across Utaridi's face as he gloats from his seat. He condescendingly points out that it seems she couldn't get the votes she needed. This was a result she never saw coming, especially from Rausa's own heroes. But the reason for her shocking failure was actually quite simple. It all began the moment the Ruculus prison incident first broke out. As the Ruculus prison incident plunged the world into a state of emergency, Utaridi, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment, began to make his move. He reached out to all the heroes, and although most of them distrusted the former vice-chairman, his passionate arguments, backed by the sheer chaos of the situation, began to sway them. He wasn't asking for their loyalty to him, but for them to acknowledge a hard truth. The association was vulnerable, and the need for a new chairman was undeniable. That empty seat represented a power vacuum they simply couldn't afford. Their minds went back to Rausa, a leader whose accomplishments and authority were legendary. Compared to her, they felt Liphus was just far too inexperienced for the role. Instead, the heroes believed the one who should rightfully inherit the position was Seo Gangyu, a former member of Rausa's own guild. But there was one glaring problem with their choice. Seo Gangyu was a killer who walked a darker path. His brutal methods had already caused a deep rift within the hero community. And watching the chaos unfold, a smug politician decides to make his move, mocking the interim chairman, Liphus. He suggests a vote, an idea that sends Liphus's secretary reeling in shock. She tries to object, but he dismisses her concerns, pushing for a quick internal election among the heroes. He then cleverly invokes the will of the great Ryosa, reminding them she decreed the position must be decided by public vote. The secretary is left utterly speechless, completely outplayed by his political maneuvering. But the man wasn't finished. Revealing Rausa also included a clause for emergencies, and a little-known rule that even non-association members could run for the chairman position. As he systematically dismantles every objection, the heroes in the gallery grow restless, demanding answers from their leader. He looks down on them, ordering the government be notified of the new election period immediately. The secretary is left frozen in horror as the news officially breaks. Utaridi has stepped down to run for chairman. Meanwhile, the interim chairman, Liphus, sits alone in his quiet, sun-drenched office. He closes his eyes, the present chaos fading away as his mind drifts back to a pivotal memory. He recalls a meeting deep in the wilderness with a man who told him he was far too fearless for his own good. This man, a powerful-looking sage, sat casually atop a cliff, questioning why a president would meet him alone. The sage was confident, however, explaining he'd heard from old friends that the president meant no harm. He then noted how impressive it was for someone with no special abilities to climb to such a high position. With the pleasantries over, he got straight to the point, asking the president what his ultimate goal truly was. But before an answer could be given, the sage leaned in with a cryptic smile, asking if he knew how abilities actually grow. The sage begins his lecture on how abilities truly grow. For summoning types, he explains, imagination is key, while physical types supposedly peak in their youth. But he scoffs, telling the future president that this popular belief is only half true. He concedes that yes, their power does flourish as they reach adulthood. However, he reveals a crucial secret. For physical types, sheer hard work can shatter their natural limits. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes as he poses a question. Isn't the president curious to see what a human at the absolute peak of power would look like? Liphus immediately grasps the terrifying implication such a being would be utterly uncontrollable. The sage just smiles, deflecting the concern by casually dropping Seo Kangyu's name. He admits his only goal is to witness the true heights a human can reach, and that's all. The memory continues, with Liphus questioning Rausa's intent to use her authority to add someone to equality. He found it so unlike her, a woman who always preached the importance of proper procedure. He needed to know if this candidate was strong. Yes, but more importantly, could he be trusted? Raosa had met his gaze with unwavering confidence, assuring him this person was as trustworthy as he was powerful. Her words echo another memory, of a time he stood before the mountain sage himself. The sage's only advice back then was simple, yet absolute. Trust Seo Kangyu. Lifus remembers the pressure of that moment, the weight of the sage's command. And he'll never forget the chilling smile that followed, as the sage added that his trust was ultimately irrelevant. Back in the present, Lifus finally exhales, a heavy burden lifted from his shoulders. The decision is made, bringing him a moment of peace that's immediately shattered by a sharp knock on his door. It's his secretary, interrupting his thoughts to address the Mr. President. She wastes no time with pleasantries, informing him that the Hero Association wants a new chairman. And the real bombshell? A man named Utoriti has officially announced he's running for the position. The name alone is enough to stun Lifus into silence. Utoriti. Why him? The scene pulls back, revealing the political games being played in the shadows. A secret deal has been struck. This decision was made behind closed doors, a top-secret agreement among the world's most powerful figures. And with their blessing, the Hero Association election is officially moving forward. The entire process is a whirlwind. 3 days for registration, 2 weeks of debates, and a final public vote. But there's a catch. The new chairman's term is temporary, ending the moment the Ruculus prison incident is resolved. This isn't a true election. It's a controlled political play to prevent widespread chaos. The rules are clear. Only candidates with the backing of the world's most powerful heroes can run. And during the registration period, 2 names step forward. The old guard, Utoriti, and the current interim chairman, Lifus. The debate begins, hosted by a special type hero known as Mute, who welcomes the association members. She lays out the ground rules, giving each candidate an opportunity to make their case. And stepping up to the podium first is the challenger himself, Utoriti. The heroes in the audience are already restless, muttering for him to make it quick. He wastes no time, projecting a massive holographic screen for everyone to see. While they were pursuing their lofty ideals, he roars. These beasts were released into the world. He glares out at the crowd, demanding to know what they'll do, warning them not to repeat such a foolish mistake. But then, Lifus' representative takes the stage, firing back with a reminder of the mass murders that happened under Utoritis' own watch. She fires back that under his command, the number of heroes killed was no different than the villains. She even dares to compare him to a certain madwoman obsessed with forced genetic evolution. Both, she argues, believe they have the right to decide whose lives are less important. With a heavy heart, she invokes the memory of Rausa, who taught them that all people are equal. And so, the first half of the debate ends, revealing the core strategy of each candidate. Both Utoriti and Lifus' camps were focused on one thing, dividing the support base. They had been working behind the scenes, scrambling across the globe to recruit regional heroes. First, we see the list of powerful figures who have thrown their lot in with Utoriti. From North America's Anguna Sakti, to the legendary Ajit Lidio of India. And then, there are the heroes who have rallied behind Lifus, representing Europe's faction. His supporters range from Oceania's pocket to Africa's Alterigo, a truly global coalition. With their bases secured, the 2 candidates began their public debates. But debate quickly devolved into a mudslinging contest, with each side tearing the other apart in the news. Finally, on the last day, the MC declares that candidate registration is officially over. She moves to start the final debate, but then she pauses, a flicker of confusion on her face. What's going on? The audience murmurs, sensing that something is very wrong. An official suddenly interrupts, informing everyone that a new candidate has just registered at the last second. A new voice cuts through the hall, and all heads turn towards the main stage. A young girl at the podium introduces herself to the stunned Hero Association members as Medius. And her current occupation? She says with a smug little smile she's just a high schooler. The entire hall is in an uproar, and Lifus' secretary can only stare, completely bewildered. Utoriti, one of the main candidates, scowls in disbelief, demanding to know who this girl even is. Yet up on the stage, Medius stands calmly at the podium, a small companion by her side. That smug look on her face says it all. She knows exactly what she's doing. Utoriti leaps to his feet, shouting that this isn't some student council election. A candidate needs the backing of a representative hero. And just like that, a voice cuts through the noise. It's Carfager, the Middle Eastern hero, declaring he supports her. Lifus' secretary is floored, reminding Carfagar he was supposed to be on their side, but he coldly states has changed his mind. He looks directly at the stage and reaffirms his support for Medius, sealing her legitimacy. And so the candidates are set. First, we have Lifus, represented by his loyal bunny girl. And second, the old guard himself, Utariti. This election just got a whole lot more interesting. And with that, it's official. Candidate number 3, Medius, is in the running. The news spreads like wildfire, and the public reaction is exactly what you'd expect: disbelief and mockery. In a quiet office, Utariti listens as his secretary confirms the girl is the hottest topic right now. But the public isn't just laughing, they're angry, calling it a joke. He cuts to the chase, asking what they've found on her. The initial report is almost insulting. She's just an ordinary student, with nothing special to her name. Utariti isn't buying it. He asks the most critical question: does she have an ability? His aide falters. They didn't even check. He leans back, deep in thought. An ordinary girl with no power wouldn't be able to pull this off. Meanwhile, Lyphus's camp is furious. His secretary confronts Carfagar, demanding an explanation for his betrayal. The hero doesn't even flinch, calmly inviting her to ask him anything she wants. She accuses him of letting personal feelings get in the way, but he drops a bomb. He met Medius for the first time today. Carfagar begins to explain what happened, recounting a recent trip to his office. He walked in to find Medius sitting in his chair, as if she belonged there. At first, he assumed she was an enemy intruder and moved to subdue her. But after they spoke, he couldn't stop thinking about it, replaying their talk dozens, even hundreds of times. In fact, he thought about it countless times, until he became certain he had to support her. Lyphus's secretary is completely baffled by this insane story. She hesitantly asks for permission to use her ability, which Carfagar calmly grants. As her power activates, she scans his mind, searching for any trace of manipulation. But she finds nothing: no hypnosis, no control. His decision was entirely his own. She can't believe he'd risk everything on a gut feeling, but he corrects her. This wasn't instinct. It was absolute certainty. Carfagar declares that the girl must become the next chairman, leaving the secretary utterly speechless. This mysterious new candidate, Medius, is a complete unknown to the world. She's such a non-entity that even though she's a wild card, the major players don't see her as a threat. Both Utariti and Lyphus camp were confused by her entry, but ultimately dismissed her to focus on each other. And with the stage set for their rivalry, the fateful day of the debate finally arrives. In a grand hall, the charismatic host, Mute, takes the stage to welcome everyone. She begins by laying out the rules. Each candidate gets 10 minutes to make pledges or question opponents. But here's the twist. Answer time is deducted from the questioner's clock, letting them cut off a rival at will. On top of that, each candidate gets 2 one-minute objections to interrupt the proceedings. With the complex rules established, she flashes a grin, ready to introduce the candidates and ignite the debate. First up is Lyphus, who proudly declares herself as Mago's apprentice and a former member of Equality. Next is the imposing Utariti, the former chairman of the Hero Association, greeting the audience with gravitas. And finally, Candidate 3, Medius, introduces herself with a simple greeting and a disarming smile. With the introductions over, the debate begins, and the floor is given to the first candidate, Lyphus. Her expression turns serious as she begins her speech, reminding everyone of the numerous wars they've endured. She recounts the long history of conflict, starting from when abilities first appeared centuries ago. From wars between nations to the internal strife that plagued the world government after its unification. Then came the Hero Association, which only started a new kind of war, pitting heroes against villains. She paints a grim picture of a society that spent most of its time on the verge of total collapse. But, she declares, it was thanks to the hard work of heroes like Rausa that a solid foundation was ever built. Her voice rings with conviction, declaring that after all that struggle, their society is finally starting to function. She then points a finger at the past, reminding everyone of the lawless heroes who ran wild under Utariti's rule. With her own ears now showing her agitation, she warns that his return would cause that hard-won society to collapse all over again. But then her eyes widen with a chilling realization. Society isn't on the verge of collapse, it's already collapsing. Before she can continue, Utariti cuts her off, raising his hand to object and demanding she look at the current situation. He scoffs at her accusations, questioning why he's labeled a monster for making necessary sacrifices. He argues that a greater good is simply impossible without someone willing to make those hard choices. His gaze turns cold, vowing that if sacrifices must be made, he intends to uproot every last crime. Lyphus is floored by his audacity, pointing out that he's stealing her time right off the clock. She explodes, demanding he back off, this single minute stretching into an eternity under his suffocating pressure. With a manic grin, Utariti holds her timer hostage, condescendingly asking what she's even talking about. Lyphus warns him to let go, but he just watches, thoroughly enjoying her meltdown. Suddenly, A blue symbol flashes and her desperate screams are cut short, her voice completely stolen from her. The moderator, a woman named Mute, calmly reminds Lifis that she can only speak when her opponent's time is up. She then turns to Utariti, issuing a firm warning for him to refrain from using his own abilities. The two candidates can only glare, the debate grinding to a halt in a silent war of wills. For them, this is the moment to show the world who they are, to craft their public image. But instead of policies, they're just shouting, trying to leave a stronger impression through sheer aggression. They've devolved into launching negative attacks, wasting their airtime on cheap shots. And as someone watches from afar, all he can think is he's just completely puzzled by this whole display. Utariti goes for the throat, questioning how a woman who can't even kill a villain could possibly lead. He asks if she really thinks she's stronger than the legendary hero, Ryosa, leaving Lifis speechless. In the public's eye, she's still just Mago's little apprentice, forever seen as the rabbit. Utariti sees his opening, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. With the momentum now his, he believes he can steer this debate exactly where he wants it. Suddenly, the timer resets, signaling the end of their segment. A new voice enters the fray as the third candidate, Medius, takes the stage with a smug look. She begins by praising Utariti, the man who built the Hero Association through sheer force of will. Then she turns to Lifis, the idealist carrying on the will of heroes past, strengthening the organization's soul. With a predatory smile, she prepares to present her own alternative to this clash of ideals. She declares she'll combine the strengths of both her opponents to solve the crisis. But before she can elaborate, Utariti cuts her off with a single, condescending word, kid. He tells her this isn't a student council election and that she should go back and study. Medius simply glares back, completely unfazed by his attempt to frame her as a child. When the moderator tries to intervene, she graciously offers Utariti some of her own time to speak. She then turns his insult back on him, asking what the kid wants to talk about. With a calm smile, she reminds him that she, too, is an ability user. Even Lifis is stunned as Medius explains the Ability Academy was built long after Utariti's era, so when he demands to know her power, she coolly states that she's not obligated to tell him. His smug facade crumbles, and he insists she must reveal her ability to prove she's fit to lead. He doubles down, declaring that no hero in the association would ever follow a weak chairman. But Medius just grins, taking his logic and throwing it right back in his face. If that's the case, he should pick a location, because she's challenging him to a fight, right here and now. Utariti is left utterly speechless, and this shocking turn of events is being broadcast live to everyone, from diners to stunned businessmen in the streets, glued to their phones. Her face is on every screen in the city, the headline blaring. Medius has challenged Utariti. He can barely believe it, asking if she's really requesting a fight. She just smiles, suggesting MMA-style ability rules. Suddenly, Utariti's mind kicks into overdrive. The gears are turning. He's been faced with an utterly unexpected challenge to fight. Despite his carefully crafted image of strength, he's been backed into a corner, forced to consider her shocking proposal. And just like that, Utariti realizes his own scheme has backfired spectacularly. If he agrees to the fight, he steps right into her perfectly laid trap. His constant dismissal of her as a kid now means he'll be seen as a bully fighting a child. A man of his political stature stepping into a ring already reduces him to her level, an automatic loss. Even if he wins, it's a meaningless victory that proves nothing. But if he loses, his entire career could be over in an instant. So what if he rejects her? Oh, she's thought of that too. He'd be branded a coward, a scaredy cat afraid of a little girl, shattering the strongman image he's so carefully built. Trapped, Utariti accelerates his own time, running through countless plans and possibilities in a split second. But as the entire world, including a stunned Lifis, watches, he knows there's something he must figure out first. The only way she could be this confident is because of her ability, but what power could she possibly possess? His mind drifts, flashing back to a sunlit clearing in a forest. An old master lies on the grass, asking his student if things have felt strange lately. The student, a much younger Seo Kangyu, looks up from his meditation, confused. The master feels like he's stuck in a loop, that conversations and events are just repeating themselves. He wonders if it's just old age, but a deep part of him knows something is fundamentally wrong. Snapping back to reality, Utariti breaks the silence, annoyed by her lack of response. Hez made his decision. For now, he knows how he'll proceed. A smug grin spreads across his face as he decides to play dirty, painting her as an emotional, irrational child. He scolds her, saying this debate isn't a playground, but her deadly serious expression says otherwise. But Lifis calmly turns his logic against him, pointing out he was the one who said, "Strength is everything." She reminds him how he just dismissed her, for being weaker than the legendary hero Raosa. The verbal assault continues, shifting focus to his own time as the association chairman. A purple-haired woman chimes in, reminding him how he forced heroes to fight just to assign them tiers. With a sharp gaze, she flips his own system back on him, challenging him to see which tier they're in now. A vicious smile spreads across her face as she suggests they can settle the debate with their fists. Utariti is seething, realizing too late that he's been completely cornered by this poisonous snake. He regrets ever engaging with her. Unlike him, this woman clearly has nothing to lose. Trapped by her logic and her blatant aggression, he's forced to concede that she has a point. Utariti tries to buy himself a moment, attempting to salvage the situation. But suddenly, he's cut off mid-sentence, a strange symbol glowing as his voice vanishes. A masked woman coolly informs him that Medius will not be giving him any more time. He glares daggers at the purple-haired woman, silently fuming at her audacity. She simply turns away, leaving him to wonder what kind of power she has to act so smugly. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes. He's decided on a new course of action. It's time to gamble a surprise attack, faster than anyone can see. But just as he prepares to strike, his body freezes, his face twisting in utter shock. He's left standing there, utterly powerless, staring at the back of her head. A dawning horror fills Utariti's eyes as he stares at the girl connecting impossible dots. It couldn't be. Is she the true source of this power that has him completely neutralized? As the debate enters its final moments, Medius finally takes the stage to speak. She begins by painting a picture of their society, ravaged by war, as a single, tangled knot. A problem so complex, she explains, that it seemed to have no solution. But one man, she declares, chose to simply cut that knot in two, and that man was Utariti. He didn't solve anything. He just kept hacking away, leaving the pieces to fray. Medius then says it was the hero Raosa who inherited this mess and tried to tie it all back together. But the knot Raosa wove was flawed, with rotten threads that are now the source of all their current problems. Medius declares that unlike Utariti, she refuses to simply hack the problem in two again. Instead, she will carefully untangle the mess, preserving what is good and mending what is broken. This is a time for balance and moderation, she says, not for the extreme measures of the past. Then, her tone shifts as she makes a shocking proposal to the world watching. If she becomes chairman, she will grant, select, heavily vetted heroes the right to perform on-site executions. The crowd can barely process what they're hearing as she clarifies her ultimate target. All death row criminals from the Alpha world, she states with cold finality, will be executed on the spot. With that bombshell dropped, the timer hits 0, and her time is up. The first round of the debate concludes, with Medius looking completely triumphant over a stunned and defeated Utariti. After the first round, the results are in, and Medius's smug victory is written all over her face. Liphus's approval rating has plummeted to a measly 8%. Utariti fares better, but 35% is a losing number for a man of his stature. And soaring above them both, Medius now commands a staggering 57% of public support. The political fallout is immediate, as heroes who once backed Liphus begin to jump ship. China's top hero, Mianji, declares her support for Medius' hardline stance. She's quickly joined by Hassan, the charismatic and dangerous hero of South America. With her support base crumbling, Liphus has no choice but to call an emergency press conference. She admits she heard Medius' proposal but couldn't refute it, having spent all her time on Utariti. Then she pivots, questioning how a mere high schooler could ever be trusted with life-and-death decisions. And Liphus realizes with dawning horror that Medius is just as dangerous as Utariti ever was. So, she decides to personally confront the traitors who abandoned her. Entering the room, her bunny ears flare as she finds them already waiting. Hassan, Karfagar, and Mianji sit there calmly, asking why she summoned them. She wastes no time, demanding to know how they could possibly support that high schooler. Hassan just smirks, saying he simply went with his gut, and that's all the reason he needs. Liphus grits her teeth, forced to accept such a flimsy excuse from the likes of him, but she turns her attention to Mianji, admitting she never thought she'd see her make such a choice. She invokes the memory of her late teacher, Ji, asking if Mianji thinks he'd be proud of this. The words hit their mark, and a flicker of something unreadable flashes in Mianji's eye. A memory floods Mianji's mind, her teacher, Ji, lamenting the world's complexity. He taught that what's considered normal today could easily become a sin tomorrow. She recalls him admitting that he killed countless villains in his past, simply because, at the time, he thought it was the right thing to do. But everything changed after he met the hero Raosa. His ultimate lesson: there are no absolute answers, only the duty to try your best. And that's exactly what her teacher always said. Snapping back to the present, Mianji's resolve is set, declaring Medius the better choice. Carfager speaks for all of them, looking down on Liphus as he confirms they won't support her. They leave her standing alone, utterly defeated, with a cold warning to stay away. Her fists clench in silent fury, the full weight of her public humiliation crashing down. Because after that first debate, Medius became an overnight sensation. Every media outlet was digging into her past, her family, and her surprising authority. But the one question on everyone's mind was simple. What exactly is her mysterious ability? Deep in a dark room, Utoridi himself is consumed by that very same question. He pores over the footage, rewinding one particular moment again and again. Something in her eyes a flicker, a hint of the truth that he just can't shake. And then, it hits him. A sudden, shocking realization that changes everything. Meanwhile, in a lavish hideout far from the public eye, a new player, a woman named Sinka, discusses the recent turn of events with her massive bodyguard. Sinka turns to her two companions, a faint smile playing on her lips. So they felt it too. Her eyes begin to glow, confirming she wasn't just imagining the strange ripple in the world. Her vision shifts, focusing on a small, solitary child dressed in a pristine white uniform. The child looks up, their eyes burning with an intensity that seems far too old for their frame. The scene then tears away to a desolate, ruined city, haunted by an endless, agonizing scream. Here, a special type named Priachua thrashes on the ground, driven mad by absolute boredom. We learn his cruel fate. He is a being trapped in a time loop, reliving the same week for all eternity. In his current teenage form, he screams to be let out, all while a strange group watches him like a lab rat. Two of his observers, a blond man and a green-haired man, murmur about Sinka's orders to wait. The green-haired man, Natura, finds the whole situation fascinating, seeing it as a source of inspiration. Priachua excitedly begs Natura, suggesting they just go out for a little while, just the two of them. He brushes off the risk, saying Sinka will only be angry if she finds out, so they just shouldn't get caught. It's just a nearby village, he insists, trying to downplay any potential danger. What's the problem? His eyes sparkle with anticipation, hoping his desperate plea has worked. Finding the whole thing amusing, Natura grins and agrees, figuring it's been a while since he's seen nature. He then turns to the others, but the white-haired man immediately recoils, terrified of what's outside. The blonde observer wisely declines, remarking that characters who disobey orders are always the first to die in stories. Their attention then falls on the final member of their group, the quiet, blue-haired man. He hesitates, a flash of Sinka's furious, glowing eyes burning in his memory, a clear warning of what awaits rule-breakers. Claiming he feels unwell, he backs out, earning a dismissive sneer from Priachua for being so weak. And so, under the cover of a moonlit night, the two of them make their move. With a surge of power, the ground trembles. Natura's ability erupts, a massive vine carrying them swiftly through the forest. He breathes in the scent of nature, while Priachua can't help but admire such a convenient power. Their plan was simple, just a quick peek at a nearby village. No harm, no foul. But their little joyride comes to a sudden, chilling halt. Blocking their path is Sinka, and she didn't come alone. Her top agents Mianji, Hassan, and Carfagar stand ready, their auras radiating pure menace. Sinka's eyes glow with a cold, unforgiving purple light, her disappointment and fury on full display. The two runaways are frozen solid, the weight of their mistake crashing down on them. They are so screwed. Elsewhere, Utaridi is making a move, asking who in the world they are. His secretary can't believe it when he orders a press conference to accept Media's challenge. He tells her to stop joking, but he's dead serious, insisting this is the only way he can win. He's realized something felt off. It was like the debate had already happened several times. His mind flashes to a memory, a vision of an apocalyptic battle between two titans. One wielded ice, the other commanded the very earth, a desperate and endless struggle. And at the center of this recurring vision was her, Medius, standing alone. Utaridi grits his teeth, revealing the impossible truth he's uncovered. She can turn back time. The vision repeats, the same cataclysmic clash playing out again and again. All orchestrated by this girl, whose cold, purple eyes hold the power of a god. His secretary can barely process the words, her mind reeling at the impossible revelation. Utardi confirms her fears, adding that it explains why the debate felt so perfectly rehearsed. Medius had been running the simulation over and over, twisting every outcome until she found her victory. Faced with such a broken power, his subordinate sees only defeat, but Utaridi calmly says she has a weakness. He tells her to look closely at the data he just sent, prompting her to find the clue. Two images of Medius appear on screen, one from the start and one from the end. The secretary squints, Noticing a subtle, almost imperceptible difference, her hair is a little longer. Utoriti tests her understanding, but she offers a ridiculous guess that only earns her a sharp look. He spells it out for her, while Medius can rewind the world around her, turning back the clock on events. The one thing her power cannot affect is her own physical body. This means if Medius is injured, she can't just hit the reset button on her own body. She'll simply be traveling back to the past, carrying that same wound with her. His secretary is still doubtful. Surely a time user would be strong, but Utoriti knew he would win from the start. He just gives her a knowing look, reminding her of something she seems to have forgotten. A sudden, shocking realization dawns on her face. Hess also a time ability user, and has been doing this for a lot longer than she has. With that overwhelming advantage in experience, he states it plainly, he will win. It seems this is the fate of all who wield time a battle fought at the cost of their very lives. Meanwhile, on another front, the special type hero Natura catches his breath, clearly having a tough fight. Massive, sharpened vines erupt from the ground, a plant growth ability aimed right at his opponent. His opponent, the physical type hero Karfagar, scoffs at the display plant control isn't a killer's power. Still, he admits there's a certain beauty to the elegant curves of the twisting vines, but he quickly reminds them that he has his own kind of beauty, revealing a wickedly curved blade. With blinding speed, he unleashes a flurry of golden slashes, effortlessly carving through the battlefield. Natura screams as the blade finds its mark, tearing through his body in a brutal display. Karfagar smirks, his sword Amir proving that its curves are far deadlier. But from the sky above, a new challenger appears, Hassan, brandishing a massive, glowing hammer. He rockets downwards, channeling a devastating amount of energy into a single, earth-shattering blow. The ground erupts as the hammer makes impact, forcing Karfagar and the other hero to brace themselves. But Hassan, a special type hero, just glares down with a frustrated grimace, as if the fight has barely begun. Hassan's special ability is revealed. A single strike to the head can seal a user's powers for 24 hours. It's a power that's earned him the nickname Headhunter, and he roars out the names of his next targets. But Karfagar is well protected, and Natura points out the obvious: they can't hit his head with that headband on. Suddenly, attention shifts to the other special type on the field, the masked woman, Mianji. Her ability is the transformation sword, allowing her to manifest different powers based on which mask she wears. She immediately puts this to use, unleashing a wave of chilling blue energy that rushes across the ground. The energy crystallizes in an instant, trapping a shocked Natura by freezing his feet to the floor. With her blue mask active, Mianji calmly announces her ice ability will be more than enough to deal with him first. Caught and helpless, Natura screams at his ally, Priachua, desperately asking how much longer he has to wait. Priachua can only ask for a little more time, promising that he's about to reach his prime. While Natura struggles against the ice, Priachua pushes onward, muttering that he needs just a little more time. His body strains, muscles contracting as he forces his unique ability to its absolute limit. He focuses intensely, his eyes fixed on the moon as the final surge of power builds within him. With a final, guttural shout, the transformation completes in a burst of energy. The tattered wrappings fall away to reveal a younger, impossibly sculpted physique. It's done. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He's returned his body to its prime age of 23. Standing beside a freed Natura, he declares that time is finally on their side, but a sinister laugh cuts him short. The two of them whip around, stunned by the sudden, mocking laughter echoing across the battlefield. An unseen voice finds their confidence hilarious, musing how funny it is to see them so utterly wrong. Wrong? Priachua and Natura can only stare in confusion, the voice's words hanging in the air. Mianji's eyes glow with a sinister purple light as she corrects them. Time is not on their side. She forces them to relive their most brutal memories, the moments they were utterly broken. Visions flash before their eyes. Every hero, every comrade, cut down without mercy. She reminds them of the mighty Hammer Saint, a hero who once inspired so much hope, only to have his skull crushed by the very puppets he once fought alongside. The resurrected heroes, marked by a crimson sigil, pledge their undying, twisted loyalty. With an army of their fallen friends at her back, Mianji declares that victory was always hers. Miles away, in a dimly lit office, the association president sits utterly defeated. His assistant enters, her usual questions about reporters dying on her lips. She looks grave, telling him there's a video he must see, something that just went public. The screen shows a cheerful, almost painfully mundane morning program. Suddenly, that broadcast is cut short by an emergency news flash. A woman with a chillingly confident smile appears, introducing herself as candidate Medius. She announces to the world that she has successfully captured 2B3 class criminals, Priachua, and Natura. And there they are, the fearsome demons, bound and helpless in containment units. She adds that they are under the watch of 3 official hero representatives. Their fate, she declares, will now depend on who becomes the next association chairman, a direct challenge. Then, with a sly grin, she pivots to another subject, her scheduled fight with Utority. She's postponing it, framing herself as the bigger person who prioritizes capturing villains over petty infighting. It's a masterful political stroke, leaving her rival with no choice but to agree or look foolish. And with a simple bow, Medius signs off, her political maneuver complete. The broadcast cuts out, leaving the world to process her bold move. Back at Association HQ, the president watches in grim silence, completely outplayed. His assistant approaches with more news. Medius has requested a private conversation with him. He hangs his head, the weight of this defeat crushing him. How is he even supposed to respond? But he has no choice. He accepts the call, demanding to know what she wants to talk about. And there she is, that same smug smile. He cuts right to it, calling her the time rewind girl, and she just grins, admitting he's caught on. The president explains he'd pieced it together there had to be another person with time abilities. Medius casually confirms his theory, but he's not just guessing. He's analyzing, deducing the limits of her power. She can't rewind time for herself, and there must be a cap. He speculates on the limit: a week, 10 days? If her power was infinite, she would have undone the prison escape entirely, and she simply agrees he's correct. She explains that because the government hid what happened after Cinca's broadcast, she was in the dark too. But now, she freely admits his guess was spot on. She can rewind time by exactly 1 week. The president's mind races. 1 week. That's just before the election results are announced. He demands to know why she's revealing her trump card, but she just smiles, saying she's done testing him. Besides, she says, they're both time ability users, aren't they? A twisted attempt at camaraderie. He scoffs at the very idea, disgusted by her overture. She feigns disappointment, seeing he's not falling for her attempt to build a bond. With a shrug, she says she'll see him at the next debate, but the president isn't finished yet. He has one last burning question that's been bugging him this whole time. Why the capybara symbol? Her smile returns as she prepares to reveal the reason behind her strange choice. Medius gives her absurdly simple reason. She picked the capybara logo because it's cute. The president is left speechless as a rundown of her recent accomplishments begins. She successfully turned a hero representative from Utority's faction, Ajit Lidio of India. On top of that, she also poached a representative from Lipus's side, a man named Alter Ego. 2 major players now stand firmly on her side, under the Medius banner. Her sudden rise in influence was so impactful that the second debate was cancelled entirely. But as Medius makes her moves on the public stage, another key player watches with irritation. Cinca finds herself far more disgusted by this annoying new rival than by any criminal's fate. Yet while these politicians scheme, others are quietly preparing in the shadows. Huang Xunghuan meticulously cultivates Xiao Kongyu's power, advancing their own secret goals. The world's most powerful players, each with their own vision, began to make their final moves. Time passed, and the stage was finally set for the highly anticipated third debate. A charismatic host named Mute takes the mic, announcing this is the last chance for the candidates. She explains that since this is the finale, they'll have plenty of time to speak. The speaking order will be in reverse, starting with the newest candidate and ending with the most established. Each of them gets a strict 10-minute window to make their case to the world. And to keep things interesting, they're each allowed to raise an objection only 3 times. Once every candidate's time runs out, the debate will officially come to an end. With the rules established, Mute dramatically calls for the candidates to make their entrance. And the first one to be introduced is none other than candidate number 1, Lipus. A woman with pink hair and bunny ears named Lipus steps forward, her face a mask of nervous resolve. Next up is candidate number 2, represented by the symbol of a clock. An elderly, stern-looking man named Utority takes his place, looking every bit the established politician. And then, candidate number 3, whose emblem is a rat representing the infamous Medius. The tension in the air is thick, with Lipus looking particularly intimidated by her competition. Even Mute, the host, is frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock at who just walked onto the stage. The entire audience erupts, dropping their phones and food in a wave of collective disbelief. Because the final candidate is none other than Medius herself, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. Mute stammers through the microphone, just needing to confirm if it's really her, and Medius coolly agrees. With a smug smile, she asks if they can start, already seizing control of the debate before it's even begun. And with the entire world watching, Medius drops an absolute bombshell of a reveal. She calmly states that for this debate, she'll expose her true ability. She's a time user. Her face looms over the city on giant screens as she clarifies a critical point. She can rewind the entire world's time. She explains that before this debate even started, she rewound time over and over, meticulously gathering information. In fact, she already has everything she needs, all the intel on their enemies, even the location of the Alpha World's base. Her rival, Utority, can only sit there in stunned, stony silence, his political experience utterly useless against this. And here's her promise. If she becomes chairman, she will use that intel to launch a full-scale assault. The other candidates, like Lippus, are completely floored by the sheer audacity and scale of her declaration. Medius frames this aggressive strategy as the only way to prevent a future of destruction and save lives. She concludes with a vow, hand over her heart, promising to dedicate all her time to ensuring this war ends safely. The clock ticks down, and all eyes turn to Utority for his rebuttal. But the veteran politician just stands there, stammering, utterly broken. Then, the bombshell. He withdraws his candidacy and throws his full support behind Medius. We flash back to a private meeting, where he had summoned her to this very room. He knew she'd already seen this future, that she was leagues ahead of him. The old man looked exhausted, feeling the strain of her repeated time loops. She just smiled, promising to reveal her master plan during the debate. He had weighed her words, her confidence, her impossible power, and he had to admit she was the only one fit to resolve this war. So he decided then and there to concede, ensuring her victory was absolute. Medius had known he wanted something in return for his support. Utority's own term as chairman was set to expire as soon as this crisis ended, so he laid out his one condition: she must not participate in the next election. With a calm smile, she agreed to his terms without the slightest hesitation. He was stunned. How could she agree so easily? But she just reasoned that his help was worth it. Then, she offered him a piece of advice, from one time user to another. A warning never to believe that time is truly on your side. Because time, she reminded him, is always fair to a terrifying degree. She took his silent warning to heart, and their secret deal was struck. Snapping back to the present, his aide Lippus storms in, shouting his name in disbelief. She demands to know why he would even participate in the debate if he was just going to withdraw. But Utority coldly reminds her that his withdrawal hasn't been processed yet, and it's still his turn to talk. He then calmly asks the host to please mute the noisy rabbit so he can speak. Lippus fires back, insisting she's just using one of her 3 objections and speaking to him fairly. But he's had enough, waving a dismissive hand and telling the host to just give her all of his time. She calls him a greedy old man, but he scoffs, calling her a foolish rabbit for not seeing his true intentions. Even another candidate, Sinka, chimes in, saying she'd rather be gathering intel than wasting time here. The poor host can only stare, completely baffled by how the entire debate has descended into chaos. And with nothing more to be said, the remaining time simply ticks away. The clock hits 0, bringing the farce of a debate to an unceremonious end. And as a result of that chaotic debate, the winner was declared. The 4th Hero Association chairman is Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the results and called her in for a meeting. There, she laid out all the intel she had gathered, painting a grim picture of the future. The world leaders listened intently, vowing to give her their complete and unconditional support. They also filled her in on Seo Kangyu's current situation, a detail that clearly weighs on her. Once the crucial exchange of information was over, the meeting finally concluded. As she walked through the halls, a voice calls out, questioning her new title. It's an old man who seems to know far more than he should, speaking of her ability to rewind time. He wisely tells her that while this is his first time saying it, she's heard it all before. In this world, she must try to stay neutral. After her meeting with the world government, Medius moved to consolidate her power, seeking cooperation from the world's heroes. Most of them saw the wisdom in her plan, and quickly fell in line under her new faction. But there was one major holdout, the hero Lippus, who was proving incredibly difficult to win over. Lippus lets out a weary sigh, remembering all the times she's had this exact conversation in past timelines. She challenges Medius to try a new approach, but Medius simply declares she's done trying to convince her. Instead, she respectfully asks Lippus to follow her own beliefs and join the mission, a completely different tactic. Caught off guard by this genuine appeal, Lippus is stunned into silence before finally agreeing to help. Later, at the Hero Association headquarters, a new chapter begins. An old veteran, Utority, congratulates Medius on her recent appointment as the 4th Association chairman. He smirks, assuming from her expression that she failed to persuade the stubborn rabbit. But Medius simply praises Lippus's strong will. Utority ends their chat with a condescending offer of advice, eager to see her first speech. Medius simply thanks him, her polite smile hiding a will of iron. And so, it begins. The inaugural address of Medius, the fourth chairman of the Hero Association. She steps up to the podium, wasting no time as she introduces herself to the assembled heroes. Her purpose is clear: to officially select the third generation of Equality members for their crucial mission. The entire hall holds its breath, waiting to hear who she has chosen for this elite team. This new generation will be the tip of the spear in the battles to come. Her first choice is announced: the Desert Warrior, Amir Karfagar, followed by the Master of the Transformation Sword, Mianji, and finally, the powerful alter ego, and to the shock of many, the newly recruited Rabbit Lippis. But Medius isn't finished. She has one last name to announce. The final member, she declares to the silent hall, is Utority. With a smug grin, she adds that he will be the team's leader, much to his absolute shock. Her controversial selections immediately send waves of restlessness through the assembled heroes. The newer generation is visibly confused, while veterans like Amir Karfagar simply watch in silence. Medius's gaze, however, remains fixed on the stunned Utority. She then publicly requests a meeting with him afterwards, claiming she needs his advice. Later, in a private room, Utority confronts her, asking if this was the secret she was trying to hide. Medius calmly replies that she wasn't hiding anything. He would have gotten an answer if had just asked. He refuses to join, but she counters that his unwillingness is exactly why she's making him the leader. She dangles the bait, explaining that joining her team is a surefire way to secure his victory in the upcoming election. Utority scoffs, absolutely certain that the rabbit girl Lippis poses no real threat to his ambitions. Medius calmly reminds him that Lippis will indeed be a key member of this very public mission. If she succeeds, his political standing could crumble. He grits his teeth, refusing to believe she could achieve anything. Medius lets the tension build in the empty room, her lips curling into a smile. She then casually wonders if an unpredictable wildcard, someone like herself, might just decide to run for office too. The old man's confidence shatters. He falls silent, the unspoken threat hitting him square in the chest. Seeing his resolve crumble, she moves in with her final, undeniable offer. Help her on this mission, and she will use her unique, time-bending ability to personally guarantee he wins the election. His eyes widen in utter shock as she formally requests his help, having him trapped right where she wants him. She lays out her final terms. His help will empower her, which in turn guarantees his political ascension. Utority falls silent, the gears in his mind turning as he weighs this inescapable offer. He notes with a grim understanding that since she hasn't reset time, he's already a part of her plan. Seeing no other path forward, he finally agrees, on the condition she upholds her end of the bargain. Medius studies him, a curious thought crossing her mind. He's not like the others she's dealt with. Utority, confused by her sudden pause, asks what she finds so fascinating about him. She explains that every other hero worries about survival, yet he hasn't asked about it once. With a chilling focus, he declares that death is irrelevant. The only future he sees is himself as chairman. Now fully invested, he demands they move quickly to secure his promised victory. And so, with her new political puppet secured, Medius takes the stage to address the world's heroes. And this was the brutal selection process for the third generation of Equality, a mission Medius herself had chillingly codenamed Obliteration. While she made her moves, a woman named Sinka sent out invitations across the world to counter the Hero Association. But Medius, always a step ahead, knew exactly who would accept Sinka's call. She dispatched her own forces to subdue them first, leading to a truly shocking outcome for Sinka. Her grand assembly was a failure, with only a handful of heroes answering her summons. One of the few arrivals, a scarred man, can't help but notice how empty the hall is. The complaints start immediately, with a brawler named Terra, demanding to know why he's ranked so low. Beside him, the stoic warrior Soror looks on, completely unimpressed by the display. And a special-type hero named Nutius watches it all unfold, a smirk on her face as she readies her camera. At the same time, another elite squad is gathering, with a special-type hero named Aquila declaring they're second to none. But a physical type named Berus immediately cuts in, wanting to know the whereabouts of the legendary Huang Songwan. Their leader, a woman with a chilling smile, dangles the promise of promotions for those who perform well in the coming war. She gets uncomfortably close to one of her brawlers, suggesting a more personal reward if he truly excels. Then, with a sinister glint in her eyes, she finally addresses the question, claiming Sunwan is simply undergoing some special training. The rest of her gathered forces simply listen on, their faces cold and unreadable. The scene then cuts away, to the dead of night, under a silent, watchful moon. Suddenly, The sky above Sinka's hideout ignites as a volley of massive fireballs rains down from the darkness. We see the hands of the caster, basking in the raw, destructive power she's unleashing. It's Mianji, wearing her mask of flames, who thinks herself lucky to be the one delivering this apocalypse. On the ground, Sinka's subordinates cry out in terror, but she just looks up, utterly unfazed. But before the fireballs can hit, a new player enters the field, watching the destruction descend. A massive, crescent-shaped blade of pure purple energy slices through the sky to meet the attack head-on. It's Ajit Lidio, one of Sinka's allies, standing stoically atop a giant flying scimitar. With a focused glare, he unleashes his ultimate defense. Arabesque. A beautiful and intricate net of golden light erupts from his blade, spreading across the sky. The threads of light make contact, instantly shredding the demonic fireballs apart. The sky ignites in a blinding flash, turning night into day as Mianji's spell is completely neutralized. But as the light fades, revealing the ruined cityscape, a disappointed TSK echoes in the silence. It's the old politician, chiding Ajit for not using an even more destructive counterattack, worried about collateral damage. The old politician scoffs, callously remarking that any hero who dies so easily should just quit. Lippis isn't having any of it, firing back that he's the one who should quit, but he just smugly pulls rank. Their squabbling is cut short by Alter Ego, who steps between them and orders them to stop fighting. He refocuses the team, reminding them to move to the coordinates assigned by the association leader. The politician, ever the showman, smoothly takes back the floor, asking if everyone is ready. With the city burning around them, the order is given to get going. The Hero Association has officially begun its mission. Operation Obliteration. But while the main force moves, a different war is being planned by Medius's advisory committee. First up is Mute, a security specialist whose power creates a field of absolute silence. She's joined by Prophet, the bodyguard, and Idiopia, the genius engineer, rounding out this covert team. The committee had reached a simple, frustrating conclusion. Without knowing Sinka's goal, they were paralyzed. They pondered how the prison's defenses were breached, wondering if an insider was to blame. But Medius cuts them off. She has a much simpler plan for getting information. They'll find out after they kill Sinka, using psychometry on her corpse. For now, they must focus. This level of cold calculation was bought at a steep price. 2 years of her own life, sacrificed to plan this mission. For 2 years, she did nothing but think, eat, and sleep, all to forge the perfect strategy. Her ultimate goal was noble, if extreme, to prevent the death of a single hero. She laments how inconvenient her power is, wishing she could rewind time and keep her memories, but Prof just calls her greedy. Again and again, she turned back the clock, shaping the future alongside her loyal committee. But after so many resets, one has to wonder, is she chasing a perfect future, or is she just delaying the inevitable? But one old politician knew this would happen, recalling how he warned her that time is always fair. A sinister voice echoes his sentiment, telling Medius to keep rewinding all she wants. The future she's so desperately chasing will simply never come to pass. Meanwhile, her grand strategy unfolds, deploying specific heroes against the level 2 villains. But for the villains ranked level 3 and above, she had a different plan. And poor Lippis is absolutely stunned to see who her opponent is. The hero assigned to her, Censura, can only look on with utter contempt, disgusted by her vulgar target. Her name is Censura, a special type hero with the bizarre power of censorship. With her camera, she can seal away anything she personally deems indecent inside a photograph. Censura screams in revulsion while Lippis realizes Medius just threw her into the worst possible matchup. In a desperate attempt to de-escalate, Lippis throws on a hooded robe. She asks if this is better now, but Censura is still absolutely fuming. Lippis just doesn't get it, demanding to know what the standard for decency even is. Censura screams back that the standard is whatever she feels like it is at any given moment. Power erupts from the hero as she declares Lippis's very body is something that must be censored. But Lippis has had enough, unleashing her own energy to meet the attack head-on. She roars that she just likes rabbits, and she's not going to be shamed for it. Furious and feeling betrayed, she immediately contacts Medius over comms. Lippis accuses her leader of setting her up to die, but Medius's voice cuts in, cold as ice. Medius lays it bare. Lippis is expendable, a non-lethal asset that no one would miss if she were lost. Medius's voice echoes, explaining the cruel logic behind her decision. It turns out Censura has trapped civilians in her photos, so a reckless attack would kill them all. And that's why she chose Lippis, the non-lethal pawn. The realization hits Lippis like a ton of bricks. Lippis can only see that as Censura taunts her, energy crackling between them. But elsewhere in the ruined city, under the pale moonlight, another figure emerges. the hero known as Ajit Ledio. He looks up to see one of the Demon King's subordinates, Mianji, perched on a rooftop. She stares down with glowing red eyes, having clearly been waiting for him. With a sinister smile, Mianji leaps down, remarking what a special day it is to meet two sword gods. She recalls asking to learn from the other sword god, a woman of incredible skill, but was flatly rejected. Now, face to face with Ajit, she declares this is a perfect day for one of them to die. Mianji's eyes glow as she poses a question. Not to Ajit, but to the world. What truly is a sword? She muses that despite taking countless lives, the answer still eludes her, wondering if more death is the key. Ajit listens, his expression grim, admitting that he too once cut down endless foes seeking that same enlightenment. He remembers his own bloody past, mercilessly killing even those who pleaded, all for the sake of a revelation. But, he says, his perspective changed completely. The realization he sought came not from an enemy, but from a fellow hero, a respected comrade. Before he can explain, Mianji scoffs, ready with her own twisted answer. To her, a sword is nothing more than a demon sword technique, a pure instrument of slaughter. In response, Ajit calmly draws his own blade, ready to offer a practical demonstration of his philosophy. Mianji's eyes narrow. The time for talk is over. Their blades will now settle the debate. Ajit's blade flashes, a golden arc of power that cuts through the demonic horde. He turns to Mianji, his lesson now delivered with deadly force. A sword, he explains, is not a tool for your own gain, but one you wield for others. Elsewhere, in the ruins of a forgotten city under a pale moon, an old man in a suit, Utority, arrives, shielding his eyes from the dust. He looks up, spotting the very man he's been tasked to handle, standing atop a broken skyscraper. The warrior looks down, mockingly asking if he's Utority, surprised by his age but sensing his fighting spirit. It's a pity someone else didn't show, he muses, but this old man will have to do for a warm-up. Utority's face hardens. He hates arrogant trash who talk big, deciding words are now useless. The warrior's smirk vanishes, replaced by a snarl as he lunges, ready to silence the old man for good. A clawed hand flashes past, but Utority doesn't even flinch. The warrior lands, impressed, thinking the old man must have accelerated time to dodge. Utority just stares, letting the fool's assumption hang in the air. The warrior smirks, talking about how satisfying it will be to cut him down. But Utority coldly informs him he didn't even use his time ability, stopping the warrior cold. What happened just now, he explains, was simply him dodging a piece of trash. And with that, Utority's counterattack rips through the warrior's transformed body. He lectures the crumpled foe that even among physical types, there are different grades. The warrior, bleeding and panicked, desperately tries to call for a timeout. But Utority isn't listening, accelerating time fourfold to deliver a devastating final blow. Utority scoffs at the idea of a counterattack, delivering a final, merciless goodbye to the trash before him. The mission is officially a success. The third generation of equality has purged the third floor's criminals. But elsewhere, Lepus discovers something strange. Utority has trapped Censura in a sphere instead of killing her. Her eyes narrow as she calls out to the old man, having found his secret. Utority freezes, his face a mask of pure shock at being discovered. She knew it. She knew this crazy rabbit would pull something like this. Even Censura, from within her prison, demands to know why he's dragging her around alive. Utority tries to make a deal to dispel the barrier, and he'll finish the job, but Lepus sees right through the lie. Fine. If she won't cooperate, he'll just blast the entire barrier away himself. But Lepus doesn't flinch, gathering energy in her hand and calmly challenging him to try. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos as Medius arrives, urging Utority to stand down. She argues that with civilians trapped alongside Censura, they should imprison her first and execute her later. Utority scoffs at the risk of escape, but Medius assures him she's seen the future. Censura is not a variable. But her foresight is limited, she admits, seeing only hours ahead, not days, a detail that clearly unnerves the old chairman. She uses a strange metaphor, saying it's better to complete a flawed drawing quickly than to get caught up erasing every little mistake, never finishing the piece at all. With fierce determination, Medius declares that no matter how long it takes, she will not allow a single hero to die. But the battle-hardened Utority pushes back, insisting there's no such thing as a perfect future and that hero deaths are inevitable. Medius concedes his authority as chairman, promising to obey him but on one condition. She wants him to see the future 1 week from now, and only then will they decide Censura's fate. After a moment, Medius agrees. Utority is thrown into a hellish vision of the future, one filled with the bloodied bodies of defeated heroes. He sees a cascade of failure and death, the very outcome Medius sent him to witness. Returning to the present, bruised and weary, he confirms to her that Censura is not a threat to their plans. With his word, the decision is made, and the woman is sealed within a sphere, destined for prison. Back at the command center, the team cuts right to the chase, asking the only question that truly matters. Did they win the war? Utority's expression is grim, haunted by what he saw. He reports that while victory is likely, their current path will lead to the deaths of several heroes, a sacrifice he deems necessary. But Medius fiercely rejects this, vowing to save them all, even if it means exhausting every last bit of her power. This idealistic declaration earns an exasperated sigh from the bunny-eared Lippus. She complains that Medius was supposed to save that power for her election, but Utority, ignoring her, simply agrees to the new plan. Medius is completely lost, asking what this election has to do with anything, but Utority just barks at her to get moving. Back in the war room, the team discusses their next move, agreeing that victory is likely if they can just minimize hero casualties. But Ethiopia cuts in, a serious look on his face. There's something very strange about the future Utority saw. He explains that at the very moment the Alpha World villains were supposedly defeated, a few odd things happened. Some of the most notorious villains, like the brutal powerhouse Stiffness, the calculating Terrapir, the deadly Ahura, and even the unpredictable Sinka, along with, of all people, the legendary hero, Huang Xunhuan, were suddenly nowhere to be found, completely vanishing from the timeline. Prof breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they were lucky to listen to Utority. Half the enemies didn't even show up. But Utority isn't celebrating. He needs more time to look deeper into the future, to see what they missed. Meanwhile, the heroes had followed Medius's instructions perfectly, eliminating villains across the ruined city. But in the shadows, at a monolithic base unknown to them, another faction was preparing to move. Their leader, Mianji, gathers her power, asking her followers if they're ready for what's to come. She stands before the executors, her personal death squad, each one radiating a dangerous aura. Mianji confirms what they all suspected. They felt the abnormal flow of time, the ripple from Medius's power. Her subordinate alter ego just scoffs. That woman Medius actually thinks time is on her side? How arrogant. A swirling purple portal opens as Mianji turns to address her forces one last time. With chilling confidence, she declares that time is on their side, and they're about to prove it. Her executors respond in unison, Priachua's voice dripping with loyalty. Alter ego, however, is already looking for the next challenge, wondering when Seo Gangyu will show his face. Natura just cracks her knuckles, a wild grin spreading across her face. She's been itching for a real fight. The female sword god's gaze hardens as she senses a familiar trace of power in the air. Mianji stands at the heart of the swirling gateway, issuing her final, chilling order. They will bring glory to the Alpha World as the B4 criminals begin their invasion. Meanwhile, an eerie quiet settles over the ruined city where the heroes have been operating. Two of them stand over a pile of defeated villains, reporting that their subjugation is complete. The Oceania representative hero stares in disbelief. That was surprisingly smooth. But her partner just smirks, telling her to save her power. It'd be a shame to waste it on such weaklings. Her partner scoffs, saying the B2 criminals were child's play, certain that the real threats were being handled by equality. He figures their only job for the day will be cleaning up these low-level thugs. But just as the words leave his mouth, a silhouette calmly strolls toward them through the ruins. The newcomer tips his hat, a cigarillo hanging from his lips as he offers a chillingly casual greeting. In an instant, the hero's confidence shatters, replaced by a cold, dawning horror. The system flashes a name that makes their blood run cold. Barris, a physical type. He's a legend in the underworld, the notorious hero bounty hunter from the Tragedy website. His partner starts to panic, realizing they're facing a B4-level criminal. But he quickly tells her to get a grip. He tries to rationalize the situation. Medius must have a plan, and besides, his hammer can crush anyone. With renewed, desperate focus, he declares their one objective. They must knock off his hat, which he calls the man's crown. The bounty hunter confirms the hero's ability, casually wondering aloud what a representative hero's head is worth these days. But the hero cuts him off, a serious look in his eye as he says he has a question he's always wanted to ask. Alter ego removes his hat, revealing his hair, and poses a bizarre hypothetical. What happens if he has two swirls? The hero is completely dumbfounded, losing his composure over the simple fact of the man's haircut. With a deadpan expression, Alter ego explains his absurd logic. Two swirls mean two crowns, so he'd have to strike two places. The female hero can't believe this conversation, interjecting that everyone only has one crown. Her partner disagrees, boasting that he can easily find the crown on anyone, even bald people. In fact, They're his favorite. Alter Ego absorbs this new information with mock seriousness, before offering some friendly advice of his own. He informs the hero that having two swirls is actually an early symptom of hair loss. A stunned silence hangs in the ruined city as the hero's bravado completely evaporates. The hero can only stammer in confusion as Alter Ego's expression turns ice cold, promising to kill him in the most painful way imaginable. The reason? He's been burdened with unwanted information, a humiliation that simply cannot be forgiven. Feeling the sudden killing intent, the hero panics, shouting for his partner to get ready as he summons a glowing red object. With a pained cry, the woman's body begins to twist and contort, her muscles bulging beneath her suit. Her partner can only watch in revulsion, a reaction that Alter Ego finds utterly disgusting. The transformation completes, revealing a hulking, muscular beast woman with the features of a kangaroo. She takes a deep breath, cracking her knuckles and declaring that her preparations are complete. Alter Ego looks her over, a confident smirk spreading across his face. A physical type, he thinks. This might finally be a good fight. This triggers a memory, a lesson from the legendary Mago, explaining that unlike other users, physical types draw their power from within. He continues, noting that their strength is decided at birth, a fact that causes many to grow lazy and never reach their true potential. Mago explains that for these types, their innate potential is like a vessel. If that vessel is too small, their untamed energy will simply overflow and be wasted. But he assures a young Seo Kangyu that this vessel can be expanded through grueling training, and those who actually reach that level of perfect energy control are in a league of their own. We cut to Alter Ego, a perfect example, firing his revolver at two new, formidable opponents. A feral-looking wolfman and his calm, blue-haired partner stare him down. They stand amidst the ruins of a city, the stage set for a legendary battle. The world itself seems to fracture as the duel is about to begin. It's 2 against 1, a standoff between monsters in a desolate wasteland. Mago's voice returns, revealing another secret of the masters. They can infuse energy into objects, turning one bullet into an inescapable, homing swarm. And just like that, Alter Ego has the blue-haired man completely at his mercy, tied down with an energy-infused rope. He mocks his captive, gloating that the rope is now stronger than steel, leaving the man to struggle helplessly on the ground. Leaning in with a cruel smirk, the cowboy threatens to tear the skin from his bones. But the scene shatters a vision of a young Seo Kangyu, unleashing a technique known as the Destruction Fist. The wolfman and his blue-haired partner can only stare in disbelief, their jaws slack with shock. Because in this memory, it's a determined Seo Kangyu who has seized control of the rope. With a single, powerful motion, he sends Alter Ego flying, completely turning the tables. The perspective pulls back to reveal Mago, watching with a satisfied smile, impressed by his student's rapid progress. He tells the boy that this is it, the feeling of raw energy that he must learn to command. With a keen eye, the master prepares to demonstrate the next, even more difficult lesson. Mago smirks, declaring their new sparring partner is a perfect warm-up. He instructs his young student to strike, mixing in his special ability just as they'd practiced. But there's a catch. A single killing blow is a failure. He must demonstrate at least 3 techniques. The cowboy sighs, realizing with a grimace that he's just being used as a high-class punching bag. His master takes a seat among the ruins, ready to observe the test. With a final command, he tells his apprentice to show him what he can do. And to understand just who this punching bag is, we're taken to the Hero Bounty site. In the old days, the Hero Association ranked its members in tiers, with bounties to match. The greatest bounty hunter of them all, a man named Barris, cashed in the biggest prize for killing an equality candidate, a reward so massive he retired to a life of luxury. However, one day, a particularly interesting bounty piqued his interest. The target was an unknown man named Seo Kangyu. Curiously, despite being an equality member, his bounty was left blank. He was told they had no data and was offered a job just to estimate his value, but he bluntly refused. Back in the present, Alter Ego admits he didn't think much of it back then. But after hearing Kangyu had defeated Huang Sunghuan, he had to come check him out. He now asks Kangyu directly, just how much is he worth? Before an answer can be given, he draws and fires in a flash. A storm of enchanted bullets rips through the air, converging on their target. But Kangyu simply raises a hand, ready to unleash a Dark Nova strike, without a hint of concern. The Dark Nova strike unravels into a Dark Soul destruction, a fist of pure demonic energy. It crashes into Alter Ego, not just blocking but overwhelming his attack with a soulstorm barrage. And in that moment of brutal clarity, the gunslinger finally understands why the bounty was blank. Kangyu's power swells into a cross of pure darkness, a final Dark Knight impact. Defeated and bleeding, Alter Ego can only look on, a wry smile on his face. He admits it aloud. Seo Kangyu's bounty truly can't be estimated at all. The attack descends, a pillar of annihilation that completely obliterates the cowboy. From the sidelines, the captured heroes watch, stunned that a B4 criminal was just tossed aside like a toy. The man recalls hearing Kangyu was in secret training, but he never knew his teacher was Kingston. The legendary name hangs in the air, and even Kangyu seems to pause, caught off guard. Lying defeated, the once proud heroes now beg Kangyu to teach them, too. But he just sits there, telling them to get lost without even a glance. It finally clicks for them. They apologize for ever doubting Medius, realizing she sent them here for this exact humbling experience. Kangyu, however, is lost in thought, his mind drifting to his master, Kingston. In his memory, Kingston studies a file on Medius, acknowledging her ability was on par with the great authority. He quickly deduces her power. She can experience the future and return, shaping events as she sees fit. Kingston watches the sky, contemplating the implications of such a power. A future that can be forged so easily, he thinks, is just plain boring. A dark thought even crosses his mind. Should he just find her and kill her to solve the problem? Then, another memory surfaces, the association president entrusting him with Kangyu, but with a stern warning attached. Kingston smirks down from his perch, mockingly asking if he's being threatened. But the association president bows deeply, insisting this is not a threat, but a sincere plea. The master scoffs, wondering where the pride of the world's leader has gone. For the president, pride is a small price to pay for humanity's survival, a conviction that genuinely impresses Kingston. He gives a lazy nod, promising to consider the man's request. But his inner thoughts are chillingly simple. Hell watch Medius, and if he gets bored, hell just kill her. And it turns out, after Medius rewound time, Kingston had already made up his mind to do exactly that. Yet, something gave him pause, a sudden thought that stopped him in his tracks. An earth-shattering realization hits him as he stares into the sky, finally understanding how it all connects. He turns to find a young Kangyu training nearby, suddenly seeing his disciple as the key to this entire puzzle. His master's gaze falls upon him, realizing the boy isn't yet strong enough to sense the true powers at play. He dismisses Kangyu's unspoken question, telling him to simply focus on his training. Turning away, the master is left breathless, staring at the sky, trying to comprehend the sheer scale of what he felt. This memory connects to another, a meeting with Kingston, who praises the master's own refined techniques. But the master admits his student still has a long way to go, unable to perceive the threats they can. Kingston agrees, a cold glint in his eyes, knowing that only more real-world fights can sharpen those dull senses. A smirk spreads across their faces. This project was going to be more entertaining than they'd first thought. And back in the present, that very project is making waves as a message arrives for Medius and her team. The report is in. Seo Kangyu has successfully completed his mission, eradicating the target known as Barus. Her team can only stare in awe, a B4, level criminal, eliminated in record time. Just as expected of a legend, Prof excitedly tells Medius that if they keep rewinding time, they might actually prevent any heroes from dying. She listens with unnerving focus, agreeing they will assemble their perfect future slowly, piece by piece. On the battlefield, word begins to spread among the remaining heroes. Seo Kangyu has joined the war. The old association president receives the news, but his eyes are fixed on a different prize. He scoffs, thinking all he needs to do now is get his hands on that little brat, Huang Sung Huan. But his plotting is cut short as Natura appears above him. Disappointed head treat the rest of them like they don't exist. With a wicked grin, she introduces herself to the former chairman as the future one, a direct challenge to his power. Elsewhere, the villain Mianji, whose group equality had been advancing smoothly, suddenly finds her path blocked. A pair of sharp, fox-like eyes stare her down, a voice welcoming her back after a long time. A woman with kitsune ears and her blue-haired companion have finally caught up to Mianji, their hunt now over. The kitsune woman smirks, offering to send Mianji straight to their master, but Mianji isn't in any rush. Meanwhile, Lipus powers up her magic circles, her eyes glowing with resolve, determined that this time will be different. Her target, a young man named Aswade, puts on a brave face, daring the rabbit to come and get him. But his tough act crumbles in an instant, and he begs for his life, to which Lipus coldly replies that she has no intention of killing anyone. In another part of the ruined city, a powerful figure in a suit is spotted, and his pursuers know instantly he's the one they're looking for. An old man and his maid, Priachua, confirm the target matches the description of the one they call number 4. But the man erupts in a furious aura, roaring that he is not some number, his name is alter ego. Elsewhere, Sinka finally stands before her own long-awaited opponent, the legendary Ajit Lidio. She tells him she's wanted to meet him for a long time, her voice carrying the weight of their history. Ajit simply looks back, his expression grim, stating that there's no need for greetings between them. He declares that there's no need for greetings, as their fated clash is just one of many happening tonight. Elsewhere, an old master watches a different battle unfold with a knowing smirk. He comments on their opponents, a pair of powerful beastkin, noting they're not as mindless as they look. In fact, he adds, they've been completely unleashed for this fight. But his companion, a young officer with glowing red eyes, suddenly decides he's had enough of this training. He calls a halt to the fight, announcing he needs to speak with Seo Gangyu. His command stops the two beasts dead in their tracks, much to the old master's surprise. A wave of pressure washes over the wolfman and his partner, and they freeze in absolute fear. The officer turns to the old man, complaining that while he's followed orders, this is a waste of time. He's tired of holding back and just wants to end it, but the master firmly denies his request, reminding him this is for his own good. But the old master isn't impressed, telling him that this level of strength simply isn't good enough. He lectures the young officer, stating that within this training space, no one here is his match. However, a cunning look crosses his face as he clarifies that this is only true in here. The officer's arrogance falters, completely lost by the master's hidden meaning. The master chides him for his poor energy control, pointing out he hasn't even sensed the real issue yet. Sensed what? The young man is utterly clueless. With a knowing smirk, the old man simply promises that he will understand very, very soon. He then turns his attention back to the beastkin, releasing them from their hold. But the two of them are frozen, their fighting spirit shattered by the officer's earlier display of power. The master places a hand on the wolfman, jolting him with a sudden surge of energy. With a cold smile, he gives his command. She will fight the officer, one-on-one. The woman screams her companion's name in disbelief. Canis? He's got Canis completely pinned, clarifying that any rescue attempt will result in his immediate death. But if she fights Seo Kangyu and wins, he promises to let him go. This is just an old man's wish, he explains, to see two warriors at the absolute peak of their power clash. A look of twisted satisfaction spreads across his face, the terms now set. With no other choice, the woman turns to face the officer, forced into a battle for her friend's life. The master even instructs the officer to draw out the fight, to display as many techniques as possible. His eyes narrow with a hidden purpose. This fight is merely a means to an end. Amidst the ruins of a city, a single question hangs in the air. Can she truly win this? Elsewhere, Sinka's eyes widen in utter shock as she pieces together the situation. Alter Ego confirms her fears, asking if Seo Kangyu has finally made his appearance. A wicked smile spreads across his face. He's been looking forward to this reunion for a long, long time. In another part of the battlefield, a bandaged woman looks up at the bodies of fallen warriors. She remains silent, her expression hardening at the grim display of power. Back at the duel, both the Kitsune woman and the officer steel their resolve for the inevitable clash. Sinka and another woman who looks just like her declare with cold certainty who will be victorious. And with that, the two fighters collide in a flash of dark energy, bringing the season to a spectacular close. And as the new season begins, we are introduced to the mastermind, Medius, who has repeatedly rewound time itself. She worked alongside Mianji, the strategist who designed the perfect battle against the third generation. Their targets, a gallery of absolute monsters, and Medius has calculated a path to victory against all of them. Back in the war room, she assures her team that she's set the future to a timeline where they win everything, though it's a close call. Her subordinates report that Seo Kangyu is currently in battle, but the true master of the enemy forces is still nowhere to be seen. Prof anxiously asks if Kangyu will be okay, but Medius just smirks, completely unconcerned. Why would they need to worry about him? We then see Kangyu in his demonic form, facing down the red-eyed officer, but her confidence seems misplaced, as the officer unleashes a devastating soulstorm barrage that rips Kangyu's form to shreds. Elsewhere, the battle is already over, as the old master sits calmly atop the defeated wolfman. He scoffs at his two beastly opponents, finding it amusing that mere animals like a dog and a cat could possess such abilities. The Kitsune woman, however, is not his target. His red-eyed officer unleashes a Dark Nova strike. He finally gets a grip on his true opponent, the beastly companion, mocking how good she is at running away. With a snarl, he unleashes his infinite black thunder, trapping her within a cage of pure darkness. The old master watches with a cynical smile, noting the officer's plan to simply blow her away. The trap detonates, and for a moment, it seems the officer has her completely subdued. But the old master knows better, a smirk crossing his face as he thinks about the nature of cats. Just as he predicts, she roars that she can move freely in the darkness, lashing out with her own attack. Her blow connects with devastating force, blasting the officer back in a storm of purple energy. Now he's angry, his composure finally cracking, much to the amusement of the old master who taunts him from afar. Ignoring the old man, the officer turns his furious gaze back to the woman, his patience clearly at its end. The rage in his eyes cools, replaced by an unnerving and absolute calm. From the sidelines, the old master notes how quickly he's regained his composure. He warns Xiao Kangyu not to bother trying to catch her, comparing her to a cat you can't pin down. This very situation brings back a memory of his training, where his master identified two major flaws. The first was his over-reliance on his overwhelmingly powerful ability. He was a master of raw emission, but completely inept at sensing the flow of energy within himself. The second problem was far more fundamental, revealed when the master asked him a simple question. He had asked what Xiao Kangyu thought of the enemies he faced, and his student's answer was chilling. They were all just insects that needed to be erased. The master closes his eyes, a silent understanding passing over his face. He finally saw the truth of the man he was training. The master offers a radical piece of advice. Stop seeing opponents as insects, and start seeing them as fellow martial artists. To train one's energy, he explains, one must respect their opponent as an individual to achieve faster growth. Xiao Kangyu is utterly baffled, asking if his master has ever actually fought with such a naive mindset. Of course he has. A vision of the master, bloodied but standing over his defeated foes, flashes through his mind. He tried to understand the path they walked to gain their strength, a concept that leaves his student speechless. The old man grins, conceding that he doesn't have to understand, but he must still try. A lesson that echoes into the present moment as Xiao Kangyu dominates his foe. The words understand them ring in his ears, a foreign and confusing command in the heat of battle. As he looks up at the moon, the thought feels utterly absurd. What on earth was that old man talking about? He glares down at the snarling beast woman, his mind made up. How could he possibly understand this piece of trash? After all this time, his conclusion remains the same. They are all just people who deserve to die. His eyes blaze with demonic energy, all doubt erased from his mind. The memory of terrified children, the innocent victims of their cruelty, only hardens his resolve. It's a familiar feeling, one that reminds him of a quiet, somber day. He stood by as a grieving man received an urn, a stark reminder of the cost of villainy. The world keeps spinning, and a news broadcast announces the fate of another. Villain Tomoki is to be executed. That name stops a young man in his tracks, as he recalls a girl named Tomai from long ago. She was the one who always rushed to his side. He can't understand how she became this person. Meanwhile, in a grand assembly hall, a new figure takes the podium, capturing everyone's attention. Her eyes burn with an intense fervor, ready to rally the world behind her cause. The young man's thoughts drift, his expression hardening with a quiet resolve. But elsewhere, a different kind of justice is being served as Xiao Kangyu's demonic power surges. A ferocious beast woman lunges at him, claws out and ready to tear him apart. In his eyes, however, her movements are just a series of glowing weak points. Her animalistic rage instantly turns to wide-eyed shock as she senses the trap. With a flicker of his will, a pillar of dark energy erupts, completely engulfing her. The blast leaves her battered and bloody, her furious assault shattered in an instant. Watching from the sidelines, an old master is stunned into silence by this display. She realizes she's just used up one of her lives and needs to resurrect, fast. But Xiao Kangyu gives her no time, unleashing another attack to finish the job for good. She's trapped in pure agony, her mind screaming one question: why can't she resurrect? Watching from a distance, the old master simply grins with pride. He congratulates Xiao Kangyu, marveling at the giant leaps his student has taken. At this point, he muses, there's nothing left for a teacher to even offer him. And as if to prove it, Xiao Kangyu unleashes yet another wave of absolute destruction. She's caught in the blast, dying over and over, her unique ability completely nullified. A desperate shriek escapes her, as her form warps into something more feral and primal. But even this transformation is utterly useless against the storm of demonic energy. Battered and exhausted, she realizes that last barrage just cost her 3 of her precious lives. With only 5 remaining, she looks up at him and whispers a single, chilling name. The fear radiating from Xiao Kangyu. It's shockingly familiar. It's the exact same chilling dread she once felt from a man named Kingston. She stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth this man is. And as if summoned by his very name, Kingston sits calmly amidst the rubble. But Xiao Kangyu isn't finished, ordering him to release his other subordinate, Canis. To everyone's surprise, Kingston agrees without a fight, walking away from the beaten wolfman. He roughly grabs the downed Canis, telling him to get up and get going. But before they can leave, Xiao Kangyu stops them, a cold look in his eyes. He has one final question. Why do they follow that crazy woman with such blind devotion? The insult immediately sets her off, and even Canis struggles to restrain his enraged partner. Canis eyes him suspiciously, asking why he's so curious. Seo Kangyu just smirks, calling it a simple change of heart. The wolfman grits his teeth, a flicker of pained memory crossing his face before he finally decides to speak. His story begins in a dark alley, a small, pathetic-looking child born as a beastman with supernatural abilities. Because of his unique appearance, he was an outcast, ostracized even by his own kind. Things only got worse when he was captured by humans, subjected to endless torture and biological experiments. But then, just as all hope seemed lost, a strange purple gate opened, offering an escape. Stepping through was a woman, and in that moment, Canis realized he wasn't the only one suffering. Other test subjects were there, feral and broken, and she had found them all. Her eyes, marked with a strange sigil, seemed to pierce right through them, seeing a spark of life they thought was long gone. She told the terrified beastmen not to be afraid, promising that she was different from all the other humans. She declared they were the products of evolution, not failures to be experimented on. With a strange, manic intensity, she invited them to come outside and change the broken world together. For the terrified beastmen, it was a moment that defied everything they knew about humans. And so, Canis finishes his story, explaining that on that day, Sinka gave them a new life. Seo Kangyu takes it all in, his expression unreadable, before stating he has a question of his own. With all of Seo Kangyu's immense power, Canis demands to know why he won't join their righteous cause. The old Seo Kangyu would have erupted in rage, but this version simply answers with a chilling calm. He begins by explaining that the manifestation of abilities isn't a simple matter of genetics. After all, children without powers can be born to parents who have them, so what would they do then? He asks if they'd eliminate them as mutants, pointing out they'd be no different from their own tormentors. He continues, his logic a cold blade, saying if they justify discrimination, then their own suffering becomes justified too. Canis and Gato are left reeling, their righteous cause now stained with hypocrisy. And then Seo Kangyu delivers the final, personal blow. Because of their actions, someone precious to him is now dead. Canis tries to argue that sacrifices are necessary for a better world, but Seo Kangyu isn't finished. He twists the knife, pointing out that by their own logic, their past torment was simply a sacrifice for someone else's cause. From afar, the old master watches, pleased that Seo Kangyu is finally controlling his rage. He taught him that anger only scatters one's energy, but there is one thing that still worries him. He wonders if his student can truly maintain this iron composure when he finally faces that person. Back in the ruined city, Seo Kangyu asks if Canis has heard enough, his question hanging in the air. Canis admits their path has flaws, but declares that the world is broken, and Sinka is their only answer. Seo Kangyu has heard enough. He finally sees their unwavering conviction. With his demonic energy swirling, he declares that the execution will now begin. Canis knows what's coming, urgently telling Gato to find an opening and run. She must live. She has to get to Sinka, but his warning is cut short by a blur of motion. Seo Kangyu's fist crashes into him before he can even finish the thought. The assault is relentless, a storm of demonic energy overwhelming the wolfman completely. Gato can only scream in horror, watching her comrade get torn apart. Far from the battle, an old warrior with countless scars watches the display with wide eyes. He calls the sight magnificent, a true spectacle of raw power. A slow, eager smile spreads across his face. Perhaps this Seo Kangyu can make him feel the thrill of a real fight once more. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruined city, a different kind of confrontation was brewing. The former association president stood calmly, his eyes fixed not on the enemy, but on his watch. Natura crouches before him, mocking the old man for not joining the fight. She asks why he's just staring at his wrist, but he cuts her off with a sharp correction. Address him as the future president. She scoffs at his delusion. What future could he possibly have when he's about to die? But he simply dismisses her. His focus returns to the watch, counting the revolutions. 30 times? 40? Ah, it just turned once more. Natura is completely baffled by his bizarre behavior, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. But then, the old man's eyes flare with a blue light as he looks up, a smile spreading across his face. Things just got interesting. Fed up, Natura declares she's attacking first, but he just waves a dismissive hand, telling her to do as she pleases. In fact, he's so unconcerned he calmly predicts her first move, a shamanic snake summon, isn't it? Natura's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock. How did he know? The old man's smile widens, just as he expected. He stands there, hands in his pockets, and declares with absolute certainty that the position of future association president will be his. This is Maledity, a special type summoner, a woman whose very power is rooted in darkness. Through the gruesome ritual of human sacrifice, she creates powerful totems containing one-time spells and summons. She once called herself the prophet of the sun god, growing her strength by feeding her followers to her dark powers. But her reign of terror ended when she was defeated and imprisoned by the former president, Raosa. It was during that time, under Raosa's new regime, that psychometry users analyzed every prisoner's abilities down to the last detail. So, of course, Natura knew her powers had been thoroughly documented. She can accept that. But what she can't comprehend is how he knew what she was about to do right now. A chill runs down her spine. This man is dangerous. Realizing she's underestimated him completely, she decides to stop playing games and go all out from the start, unleashing her totem summon. With a ground-shaking thud, her massive, grotesque totems begin to rise from the earth. The former president watches, intrigued, as the stone constructs claw their way into existence around her. Natura stands at the epicenter, her eyes glowing a malevolent red as she enchants the battlefield itself. Golden energy swirls, and with a single word, she initiates the true summon. A radiant, blazing sun descends upon the city, and she announces the name of her god, Inti. She screams its true name, blood pouring from her eyes, a clear sign of the immense power she's channeling. The sun's light intensifies, and for the first time, the old man's calm facade cracks into genuine shock. For a split second, the world goes dark, then is utterly consumed by a blinding white flash. A colossal explosion of light and heat detonates, powerful enough to vaporize the entire city block. Amidst the molten, cracked earth, Natura pants heavily, having unleashed a power meant for gods, not mortals. Natura grits her teeth, knowing she poured every last drop of her power into that attack. She staked everything on this one move. If he somehow survived, it was her loss. Her eyes widen as the energy fades, revealing the old man lying motionless in the crater. He's bloodied and broken, seemingly defeated by the wrath of a god. But a bead of sweat rolls down her face. Something isn't right. Far away, in a high-tech command center, Media suddenly gasps in shock. Her team turns to her, confused by her sudden distress. With a trembling voice, she announces the impossible. Authority has fallen in battle. Her comms specialist, Ethiopia, frantically checks the data, confirming the signal is gone. Medius is horrified. She'd predicted every outcome, but this was a future that never should have happened. Panicked, Prof yells that they need to rewind time and figure this out, and Medius quickly agrees. Her eyes flare with purple energy as she dives into the timeline, trying to understand what on earth just happened. Back on the battlefield, the former association president simply stands there, a thoughtful look on his face. Natura, exhausted and kneeling, can't believe it. Why isn't he fighting? He's just been staring at his watch. A slow, knowing smile spreads across the old man's face. He knew it. He was right all along. He recalls how, for a while now, he'd been experiencing frequent moments of intense déjà vu. He suspected it was because he and Medius were both time-based ability users, their powers interfering. While he couldn't see the whole picture, he was granted fragmented but vivid visions of the most intense moments. There had to be a way to see more, to understand the path forward, and so, a desperate plan was formed. He decided to experience death, the single most intense moment a human can face, to see it all. And as his consciousness snapped back to the present, a low, chilling laugh escaped his lips. So this is what it felt like to have seen the future, to know his enemy's every move. He glances at his watch, a smug grin on his face. Medius must be absolutely losing her mind right now. In her original script, he was supposed to overwhelm Natura in the opening clash, but then she would summon her strongest beasts, dragging the fight out much longer than necessary. Back in the present, a confused Natura asks if she should just attack him while he's standing there. She doesn't wait for a reply, summoning her golden dragon, Amaru, to strike. But even this is just a scene he's already watched. Has seen it all, and he is prepared. Instead of playing along, he activates his own ability. Acceleration. He pushes the flow of time to 8 times its normal speed, refusing to waste another second. Natura can only stare in utter confusion as the world warps around her. He knows every single one of her movements, and by synchronizing his acceleration with her attack, the effect is doubled, and her body is instantly torn apart in a gory explosion of red. As blood rains down on the ruined city, the old man feels a surge of exhilaration. He feels incredible, like his very mind is operating on a higher plane of existence. With this kind of power, why stop at just being the association president? He can aim for so much more. His blood-soaked hand glances at his watch. Everything is proceeding right on schedule. He stands over Natura's broken form, knowing that a call should be coming in any second now. A voice in his head asks if there were any problems, but he calmly reports that all is as expected. He thinks to himself that he'll just give the answer she wants to hear, then turn back time again. Media's voice cuts through, asking if anything unusual happened, but he coldly replies that it's nothing. He stands over Natura's remains, annoyed that her final, troublesome technique wasted his precious time. Medius instructs him to stand by, and they will assign him to a hero in need of support. He plays the loyal soldier, agreeing to their terms without a hint of his true intentions. But as he gazes at the aftermath, a cruel grin spreads across his face. Did anything unusual happen? Of course it did, but he'd never tell that arrogant kid. He throws his arms wide, declaring that from now on, the future is on his side, and hell make great use of Medius' power. But on the blood-soaked ground, something begins to stir, a final remnant of life or a curse left behind. Elsewhere, a mysterious officer flanked by two monstrous beasts, Canis and Gato, makes his appearance. His eyes glow red as he demands to know where their master is, promising a swift end if they cooperate. Canis snarls, blood dripping from his maw, mocking the officer's threat of pain. He's known nothing but suffering since his time in the lab, but the officer just smirks, unimpressed. The man coldly points out that while the wolf might be tough, his comrade doesn't seem to be faring so well. And there she is, Gato, ensnared in the same crimson bonds, her face twisted in agony. Seeing her, Canis's bravado falters, but she forces a brave face, telling him not to worry. She swears through gritted teeth that no matter the pain, she will never betray their master. Her defiance triggers a memory, flashing back to a sterile lab and the hum of an electric baton. A younger Gato, chained to a wall, could only cry that she didn't know where the runaway was. But her tormentors didn't care for excuses, unleashing a brutal current to force the truth out. And hiding in the vents, a young Seo Kangyu watched in horror as his friend endured it all for him. Young Gato insists she knows nothing, but her torturer just smiles, enjoying her suffering. The tense moment is broken by shouts from down the hall the other escaped subject had been found. From his hiding spot, all Seo Kangyu could do was whisper his friend's name in utter helplessness. Now, back in the cell, Gato asks a beaten Canis why he came back for her. He just couldn't leave her behind, and at his words, she makes a desperate, silent vow. If someone, anyone, could get them out of this hell, she would serve them for the rest of her life. And just then, as if in answer to her plea, a new presence startles them both. A woman with an unnerving smile and glowing purple eyes extends a hand towards them. In what felt like an instant, they were no longer in a cell, staring in awe at their savior. Instead, they stood together, watching their very first sunset as free individuals. As they stand before her, their mysterious savior makes her first proclamation. From this day forward, she is their master, and they will soothe her loneliness. In the present, that vow rings true as Canis declares his undying loyalty to Sinka. The officer has heard enough, deciding it's time to simply say goodbye. He watches calmly as his crimson energy binds and crushes his defiant foe. As the Dark Nova strike tears through them, Canis roars for Gato to run for her life. With bloodied fangs, he lunges forward, aiming for one final, desperate bite. But his attack is stopped dead, his massive jaws caught in a single, unyielding hand. The officer effortlessly holds the beast at bay, a picture of absolute domination. Squeezing his snout shut, he completely neutralizes the wolf's last desperate struggle. With his jaws clamped shut, the officer unleashes his final technique, Dark Soul Destruction. Gato can only watch in horror, screaming Canis's name as he begs her not to come closer. In his last moments, he pleads with her to take care of their master. If Gato falls too, Sinka will be all alone. Tears stream down her face, her mind going blank with grief and disbelief. But his words only fuel her rage as she charges forward, ignoring his desperate plea. The officer watches her approach, his cold red eyes showing not a hint of surprise. He grabs Canis by the head, lifting him with ease, and poses a twisted question. How can someone trying to protect their own precious person feel no guilt for taking another's away? But Canis has no answer for such hypocrisy, only pure, unadulterated rage. Done with his games, the officer utters a single word, die, and stomps his foot down, ending it all. The final, earth-shattering stomp sends a cloud of dust across the ruins. Seo Kangyu stands over the mangled corpse of Canis, his work complete. He looks down at his fallen foe, his crimson eyes cold and utterly detached. An old master suddenly appears beside him, chuckling that one of them got away, but still praising the boy's performance. He muses that opponents with an obsession for protecting others can be a real nuisance. Patting the officer on the shoulder, he dismisses the escapee, saying they'll just kill the cat next time and asking who's next. The young officer's eyes narrow, already contemplating his next mission. Elsewhere, Cinca collapses in a torrent of tears, the weight of her loss finally crashing down. The old master stands before her now, mocking her grief and asking why she's crying. Through her sobs, she can only utter a single, broken name, Canis. And from her grief, a vow is forged in shadow, promising to build the world he wanted to see. Meanwhile, in another battle, the rabbit-eared Lepus unleashes a furious magical assault, but her barrage is easily blocked by Aswade's defensive barrier, shielding his small, terrified companion. Their true opponent, a smug, blue-haired man, simply mocks her pathetic attempt. The little one can only tremble in fear, completely overwhelmed by the boy's terrifying power. Lepus grits her teeth in frustration, wondering what Medius was thinking sending her against this monster. Elsewhere, a team of observers notes that the timeline has thankfully snapped back to its planned future. But a question lingers: did the association president from that era really die once? One of them theorizes that a powerful ability must have been used, causing a temporary shift in fate. His superior decides their attention should be on Lepus, despite his protests that Seo Gangyu is the real threat. He even speculates that Gangyu is holding back, mindful of his promise to Huang Sunwan. But his superior isn't interested in theories. Her gaze is fixed on the mission, ordering them to focus on Lepus' fight. On the battlefield, Lepus herself wonders how to subdue these two without killing them, preparing a spell. A Swede just smirks, goading the stupid rabbit to bring whatever she's got. But his bravado means nothing to his companion, who sees her power and is utterly terrified. The poor kid, a special class user named Pekinu, is completely frozen by raw fear. Watching this, the superior's face darkens as she makes a chilling resolution to kill for the first time. Back on the ground, Lepus unleashes her ability, summoning a binding doll, and from the magic circle emerges a swarm of disturbingly cheerful rabbits, all cooing their love. But these are no pets, they're living bombs that swarm Aswade's barrier, exploding on impact. But Aswade's barrier holds strong, and he scoffs at Lepus, asking if she's just playing around. She looks on, puzzled, as we learn her attacks weren't lethal, partly because she's a pacifist. But the real reason is the terrified boy beside him, a special class user named Pekinu. His ominous title is revealed, the child who calls upon death. A flashback shows us why, starting with a single dead rat that terrified him as a child. The other kids just thought it was gross, callously deciding to leave the filthy thing there. But young Pekinu could only stare down at it, completely transfixed by the sight. His friends couldn't understand his horrified expression, asking what was wrong with him. The gruesome sight was too much, causing him to immediately vomit on the spot. He wasn't just squeamish. Pekinu was a child who was exceptionally, pathologically afraid of death. But that childish aversion was nothing compared to the event that would awaken his true power, his grandmother's funeral. Standing with his parents, young Pekinu watched as the mortician announced the start of the cremation. He could only stare in silence as the coffin was consumed by the roaring flames of the furnace. Soon, all that remained of the person he loved was reduced to ash inside a cold, ceramic urn. His parents placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, but the boy was completely frozen. His eyes were glued to the urn, a stark, terrifying symbol of finality. This wasn't just grief. It was a profound horror that was beginning to change him from the inside out. Later that night, his parents sat together, his mother voicing her deep concern for their son. His father tried to brush it off, reasoning that he was a middle schooler now, not a little kid anymore. But alone in his room, Pekinu was trapped in a cycle of terror, whispering his fear into the darkness. He couldn't shake the image of his kind grandmother, now trapped so pitifully inside that small urn. The thought was unbearable, and a chilling question wormed its way into his mind. When he died, would that happen to him, too? A raw, primal fear began to consume him completely. He was scared so utterly, completely scared of what death meant. That same night, his parents, hearing his cries, came to check on him. But when they opened the door, they were met with a swirling vortex of sinister blue energy. A wave of power erupted from their son, blasting them backward in an instant. Standing over their fallen bodies, Pekinu called out to them, confused by the sudden silence. And then his eyes focused, and the horrifying reality of what just happened began to sink in. His parents' death shattered his control, and his power spiraled outwards, wiping out the entire city. In the end, it was a hero named Hub who finally stepped in to contain the horrific disaster. Pekinu's ability was a curse born of fear, and he was imprisoned for intensive psychological treatment. Back in the present, Lepus casts a shield, desperately yelling for him to get out and hide behind her. She calls him a coward, certain he was forced into this, and he tearfully admits he had nowhere else to go. But he refuses to betray Cinca, Asueda, and the others who were so kind to him. Lipus furiously retorts that they're only kind because they're terrified of his power manifesting. But Pekkenu is frozen, utterly paralyzed by the fear that if he's caught, he'll be executed. He then blurts out that his mom told him not to follow weirdos, a comment that leaves her speechless. Weirdo? She's not weird, she's just a girl who loves rabbits, as a giant one materializes behind her. From the sidelines, Asweed dismisses Lipus's current display as nothing but useless magic. The true prize he's after is her ultimate skill, the legendary meteor summoning. His power lets him steal summons, either by touching an opponent to take their most recently used spell, or by killing them to freely choose from their entire arsenal. With a grim expression, he turns to Pekkenu and apologizes for what he's about to do. He needs the boy to step up, a request that leaves Pekkenu utterly confused. Meanwhile, Lipus is still trying to figure out how to break through without provoking the kid. But it's too late, as a terrifying wave of dark blue energy suddenly erupts behind her. Pekkenu is on the ground, clutching his head and screaming as his curse spirals out of control. Lipus is trapped and horrified, completely unaware that Asweed just used a stolen power to make the boy go berserk. While Lipus is trapped in a barrier, Asweed watches the chaos he's unleashed from a safe distance. He's using a power stolen from the fallen summoner, Natura, a nasty little spell that summons hallucinogenic plants, twisting the victim's reality. For poor Pekkenu, that reality has become an absolute nightmare. In his mind, a terrifying skeletal beast materializes, ready to devour him. The resulting shockwave of power slams into Lipus, who has no idea what Asweed just did. Pekkenu's consciousness fades, completely consumed by his own berserk energy. The raw power is unbelievable, far exceeding the threat level of this entire floor. Pinned down and desperate, Lipus can only think of one person. What would her teacher have done? And in her memory, Mago calmly sips his tea, as if he already has the answer. Mago recalls their first meeting, when he was told his sponsor's daughter wanted to learn summoning. Her mother could only laugh nervously, admitting that her daughter had insisted on meeting him. But before they could continue, a tiny voice pointed straight at him, calling him Beardy. A young Lipus boldly declared that since her family sponsored him, he had to teach her. Mago was left completely speechless, taken aback by the sheer audacity of this child. This wasn't a request, it was an order from a 1-2-year-old girl to be her master, right now. And this little brat had the power to back it up, being the only daughter of the Rabbit Enterprise chairman. A company her father renamed from Gleader to Rabbit, simply because she threw a tantrum. Back in the meeting, the tomboyish young lady demanded to know why he wasn't answering her. Amused, Mago finally asked why she wanted to be strong, only to hear it was because heroes in an anime looked cool. Mago scoffs, asking the little girl what she could possibly summon to impress him. Eager to prove herself, Lipus begins, but her mother grabs her in a panic, begging her not to do it there. He just watches, bemused, as they rush out of the room. Moments later, standing in a field, his amused expression twists into one of pure shock. He looks up to see not a simple summon, but multiple objects screaming down from the heavens. A meteor. The child had summoned a meteor, and it was shaped like a giant carrot. In the present, an older Lipus smirks, clearly proud of the memory of her overwhelming debut. But back then, Mago could only see the terrifying potential for disaster if her power wasn't guided. He had zero plans on ever taking an apprentice, but this was a completely different story. Reluctantly, he accepts her, and Lipus cheers, thanking Mustache Man for recognizing her genius. Mago sets his first condition. She has to learn some manners. And with that, he began to teach her the vast and complex art of summoning. Everything, that is, except for the one spell she truly wanted to master. She'd constantly demand to learn Meteor, only for Mago to calmly remind her to be polite. He finally gives her a straight answer. He'll teach her when she becomes an adult. But until that day, she is absolutely forbidden from using that spell. His expression is dead serious, emphasizing one single, unbreakable rule: never. For the first time, the young Lipus seems to understand the gravity of his words. But for all her brashness, she respected her master and kept her promise. And just like that, under this solemn vow, the years began to pass. The day finally arrives. Lipus, now 20 years old, confronts her teacher with a single, long-awaited demand. She's an adult now, so isn't it time she finally learned Meteor? Mago just calmly remarks that time has certainly flown by. He agrees it's time to prepare, but not for Meteor, for something far more important. He asks her to become a hero by officially becoming his sidekick. But Lipus explodes, shouting that she doesn't care about that, she just wants to cast a grand, massive meteor. Mago, ever the sly negotiator, dangles a new offer. The association will provide her with an official uniform. And the real kicker? She can dress however she wants, and her parents won't be able to say a thing. Now that gets her attention. With that clever bit of persuasion, Lippis officially became Mago's sidekick, and they began taking on missions together. But as they fought side by side, a question began to form in her mind. How was her master so overwhelmingly powerful when he only ever used defensive magic? Even as a hero in training, Lippis' singular, childish desire remained the same: meteor. And as more time passed, other lives unfolded in the shadows, two young girls staring out from behind bars. A determined young man with strange markings prepared his own powerful magic, his gaze fixed on the future. Then, one day, Mago finally showed her something that left her absolutely stunned. High above a desolate wasteland, she watched as massive projectiles rained from the sky. Could this be her meteor? Her master explained that all their previous lessons were just the basics of summoning magic. He told her that her talent for offensive magic far surpassed his own, a truly terrifying potential. But he followed his praise with a solemn warning. That great power requires an even greater sense of responsibility. With that, he presented her with a bouquet, congratulating her on graduating and wishing her well as a hero. And from his office, the second association president, Utority, officially welcomed Lippis to the ranks. President Utority lays out the deal. Normally she'd start at the bottom, but as Mago's apprentice, she gets to be a third-tier hero right away. Of course, not everyone is happy about that, so her first mission is to support another hero and prove she belongs. Lippis quietly asks who her new partner will be, and the president's expression turns serious. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice cuts through the tension, introducing himself as the man she's been assigned to. A figure in a sleek white suit strikes a dynamic pose, announcing his name is Hero, a first-generation hero from the group Equality. He's a lot. After his flashy intro, he asks Lippis a simple question: what made her want to become a hero? She confesses her first motivation was shallow. She just wanted the freedom to cast meteor whenever she pleased. But after meeting Mago and witnessing his compassion, she was inspired to become a hero who could heal the world's suffering. Hero is genuinely impressed, declaring Mago a man truly worthy of Equality's ideals. He promises to show her the ropes of an official mission, and Lippis can't help but find his pure, unadulterated energy a little amusing. And so, we see a memory of Lippis's first mission, kneeling bloodied amidst the carnage as Hero calls her name. He shouted at her, his voice cutting through the chaos, reminding her that a hero should never be on the ground. To her, he was an unwavering silhouette of righteous fury standing against a burning world. He demanded she get up and witness what he was about to do, forcing her to see the grim reality Mago had shielded her from. That first mission was to assist Hero in the subjugation of a villain known as Krusty. She was a special type user, a master of a grotesque power she called the Swarm. Her ability allowed her to plant parasitic hosts in people, draining their life force to maintain her own youth. Being a rank 3 villain, the association figured Hero and the new tier 3 hero Lippis would be sufficient. But they failed to account for a horrifying variable: the hosts themselves began to gruesomely transform. Hero and Lippis could only stare, wondering if they were witnessing some kind of monstrous second awakening. This was a second awakening, a rare phenomenon where an ability evolves to a terrifying new level. Through it, Krusty could now control her hosts, stealing not just their lifespan, but their power. Because of this, what should have been a simple mission devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. Lippis watched the endless tide of monsters, her rookie confidence rapidly fading. No matter how many they subdued, there was no end to the swarm of corrupted hostages. She pleaded with Hero, insisting this was too much, and they needed to request backup from the association. It had been 3 days, she argued, and with every passing moment, the enemy only grew stronger. Hero seemed to agree it was a problem before casually declaring he'd handle it all by himself. He then turned to her with a completely unrelated question about the cheesy hero shows she watched as a kid. Lippis could only stare, bewildered, wondering what spandex-clad actors had to do with their current nightmare. He began to lecture her with some twisted logic from his childhood: shows the protagonist is always red. And that same protagonist, he continued, only becomes stronger through the sacrifice of others. Before Lippis could even process his words, a spray of warm blood hit her face, her eyes widening in shock. In the blink of an eye, Hero's suit was glowing a sickening crimson as he thanked the fallen for their help. She collapsed, screaming at him for killing the hostages, but he just called it a noble sacrifice to catch the villain. This was the dark truth of his special type ability. At first, he could only copy the powers of TV heroes, but his second awakening gave him a monstrous new condition. His powers were amplified by being drenched in human blood. He had posed like a true hero, vowing to repay their sacrifice with a judgment of justice. Lippis remembered trying to stop him, only to be effortlessly subdued and knocked unconscious. When she awoke, the image of the fully powered villain, Krusty, was burned into her mind. along with the memory of what her partner had done. By the time she regained consciousness, Hiro was standing over her, holding Krusty's severed head and declaring justice served. The media spun a tidy little story, reporting that the equality hero had eliminated the villain, but the hostages were tragically dead on arrival. But Lepus knew the truth, and the weight of it left her sitting shattered and silent in a hospital bed. Her mentor, Huang Xungwan, came to her side, and she finally asked him if this twisted reality was what it meant to be a hero. She angrily insisted that what she saw wasn't heroic at all. It was a monstrous massacre where Hiro used innocent lives as a shield. Her teacher's gaze was firm as he explained this was precisely why he trained her in defensive magic. A hero's job is to protect, not to harm. He told her she was born with talent and a good family, and because of that, she'd never experienced such terrible things before. But in the real world, he warned, these horrific events happen countless times. And just because the world is different from what she thought, a true hero must not turn away from its uncomfortable reality. Only then could she truly understand what was needed. He looks her in the eye and asks her a simple question. Can she change this world? Because after all, she is a hero, isn't she? His words hit her with the force of a physical blow. And in that hospital room, clenching the sheets, Lepus made a solemn vow to herself. As a hero, she would never kill anyone. But now, back in the present, that vow is choking her as she wonders what she's supposed to do. The image of a tormented Pequenu flashes in her mind, and she realizes her only option is to contact Medius. Medius, she screams, and a calm, familiar voice replies that this is their several hundredth conversation. Medius lays out the cold, hard facts. To stop Pequenu's power, Lepus must use her meteor and kill him in the process. If she refuses, the future Medius sees is grim. Half of the world's heroes will die. Pequenu will be stopped, but Mianji will die, taking him down. Only the worst possible outcomes remain. The choice, Medius concludes, is all hers. And Lepus is left standing alone, facing an impossible decision. The weight of the world crashes down on Lepus, and her mind digs up a memory she'd tried to bury. It was a conversation with her teacher, Mago, who posed a grim hypothetical. Leaning over her hospital bed, he asked what she would do if a moment came where she truly had to kill. Her younger self was so idealistic, so certain, declaring she would never take a life. But Mago calmly pressed the point. What if killing one person was the only way to protect everyone else? She naively promised to prevent such a scenario, but he knew the path of a hero was never so clean. He warned her that the world was far more cruel and horrific than she could possibly imagine. Trying to find a loophole, she turned the question on him. Had he ever killed anyone? Mago's eyes held a deep, unspoken story as he ignored her question and instead asked if she was prepared. His final words echo through her mind now, laid over a vision of a ruined future. A hero must be prepared. Otherwise, as Mago's warning echoes, she sees the alternative, a future where hesitation costs her everything. A horrifying vision flashes before her eyes, her own body being torn apart. A bloody, violent end for a hero who refused to make the hard choice. Because as long as she walks this path, if she isn't prepared to kill, she will be the one who ends up broken. Elsewhere, Association President Utority gazes upon the very destruction Lepus has unleashed. He smirks, remarking that the rabbit should have used its meteor ability sooner. It's the perfect way to send a message. He knows the script. He's supposed to contact Medius now and ask about the meteor, just as the future dictates. And across the city, Medius coolly confirms the outcome to her team. Lepus has successfully eliminated Pequenu. Alterigo asks for confirmation, and she explains that Utority's call, prompted by the giant explosion, was all the proof they needed. Idiopia, ever the worrier, asks if Lepus will be all right, but Medius confidently assures her that everything is fine. Medius coolly dismisses any concern for Lepus. At the end of the day, she's a hero. With that loose end tied up, she confirms the next phase. The battle of the equality heroes is almost finished. This is all part of her grand design, a future she shares only with her inner circle. She learned long ago that giving heroes knowledge of what's to come only tempts them to change it, fracturing reality. So with her own life ticking away, she meticulously pieces together the one and only timeline that matters. She's successfully guided events to this pivotal war, but now must design the future that lies beyond it. Yet, a few nagging inconsistencies are starting to bother her, like Utority dying once before, a major deviation from her script. It forces her to question everything. Are there variables she can't account for, or a hidden aspect to her own power? But she quickly pushes the doubt aside. No, that's impossible. Her control over time is absolute. Meanwhile, the very meteor that secured her victory sends a massive shockwave of emotion across the devastated city. As they walk through the smoldering ruins, the old master notes that a magic attack of this scale is a rare sight indeed. Elsewhere, another observer, Asueda, watches from inside a protective barrier, calling the scene both beautiful and frustrating. He seethes with a bitter jealousy, wondering why he wasn't born with such talent, wishing he could just steal it. But the source of this overwhelming power, Lipus, is already floating high above the city, her gaze locked on her next target. She unleashes a vicious wave of red energy that crashes against Asued's shield, forcing him to brace against the impact. She looks down, unimpressed, asking if he's finally planning to get serious. He yells back defiantly, daring her to try and break through the defensive magic gifted by his master. But his taunt only fuels her rage, and she summons a terrifying, multi-layered spell that fills the entire sky. Staring up at the impending doom, Asueda's expression turns from anger to a grim, quiet resignation. All he can do is lament how heartless the heavens are, as several miniature suns descend to wipe him out. The entire city burns, a testament to the raw power that was just unleashed. But for one man watching from the sidelines, this apocalypse is a magnificent sight. He scribbles frantically in his journal, his mind racing with the sheer inspiration of it all. Turning to his companion, Priachua, he asks if she agrees with his assessment. The combat maid simply prods the body at her feet, wondering if he's already dead, unimpressed by his weakness. The artist laughs, reminding her that she's just overwhelmingly strong, even for a member of equality. The brief battle flashes by a swift, effortless dodge from a powerful punch, followed by a single, clean slice that tears right through her opponent's body. She stands over the bisected corpse, still questioning if someone so fragile could truly be one of them. But he points out the man's true strength, a regenerative power that is already stitching him back together. The poet is absolutely thrilled, identifying the regenerating man as Alter Ego, a clone of Terrapier. We're pulled back into the past of the original, Terrapier, a man whose regeneration made him functionally immortal. One day, a dangerous, fascinating question began to consume his thoughts. What would actually happen if he sliced himself perfectly in half and let his body regenerate? This wasn't just a fleeting thought. He began to draft a formal experiment to find the answer. The theory was simple. The cut had to be perfectly symmetrical, leaving two equal halves. Then, the cut had to be slow, forcing both sides to regenerate simultaneously and push apart. And the result of this absolutely unhinged self-experiment was a resounding success. He stared into his own eyes as a perfect, living copy of himself stood before him. The two Terrapiers never fought over who was the original, knowing such a battle was a fool's errand. To tell each other apart, they flipped a coin, becoming number 1 and number 2. But soon, one of them realized that even with two, they were being hunted by equality. They both agreed. To truly be safe, they needed to increase their numbers once more. And so, with another gruesome split, the Terrapier clones multiplied again. The process was a success, leaving 4 identical, blood-soaked figures standing in the room. But as one of the originals mentioned assigning numbers, he was met with a blank, confused stare. A variable had occurred. One of the new copies had no idea what they were talking about. The other originals could only watch in shock as the horrible truth became clear. This new clone was a blank slate, asking where he was and, more importantly, who he was. A voice cuts through the confusion with a twisted smile, giving him an answer. He is subject number 4. The new clone rejects his given number, instead declaring his new name to be Alter Ego. Priachua can only look on with disgust, while the poet villain scoffs at this disgusting being. But the clone's new consciousness screams back no matter what anyone says, he is human. Back in the present, the original Terrapiers look down on their creation, morbidly fascinated by this turn of events. The lead clone wonders where the process went wrong, how a completely different personality could have been formed. Their plan was to use a borrowed psychometry power to perfectly transfer all of their memories to number 4. But the raw influx of information had an immediate, violent effect on the clone. He suddenly keels over, vomiting uncontrollably, as the originals wonder if they simply transferred too much data. But the clone looks up in sheer horror, having witnessed every single one of their monstrous acts. The others just stare back, completely unmoved. The attempt to create a copy was utterly useless. And so, number 4 refused to cooperate, setting himself completely apart from his creators. He was no longer a perfect copy, but a different person entirely, one born with a conscience. The originals kept their failed experiment under constant watch, and after this disaster, Terrapier never dared to split again. This all began with his obsession over a single question. How far could humanity truly evolve? He saw the rise of ability users as proof that human potential was already transcending the limits of reality. To him, true evolution was rapid growth under extreme duress, and he decided to research it firsthand. This twisted philosophy led them down a dark path of kidnapping and brutal human experimentation. They even occupied an entire city, turning it into their personal, nightmarish laboratory. And through the forced memories, Number 4 was witnessing every single one of their atrocities. He saw the innocent people they twisted into monsters, now begging for the sweet release of death. This was Number 4, a split of Terrapir who developed a conscience, an error in the original's eyes. He couldn't stand the suffering, and in secret, he would restore the very test subjects his brothers had broken. Of course, such heresy didn't go unnoticed, and he was soon captured and chained in the dark. His other selves confronted him, disappointed that he would betray them after they'd treated him as one of their own. But Number 4 glared back with pure contempt, telling them they were nothing but trash. His brother's shock turned to cold resolve. If he didn't want to be treated like them, they would happily oblige. For his compassion, Number 4 was subjected to the same hellish experiments he tried to prevent. The vision of the past fades, and time moves forward, leaving those memories buried in a ruined city. Now, 2 new figures arrive, walking through the dust and rubble of that forsaken place. This is Ji-Yuja of the second generation equality, and he has finally reached Terrapir's infamous lair. And there he is, Terrapir, panting but smirking as he acknowledges that equality has finally found him. Surrounded by orbs of crackling fire, Ji-Yuja calmly notes just how disgusting that regenerative power is. The monk's eyes narrow, taking in the multiple copies, and wondering which one could possibly be the original. But the Terrapir clones speak in unison, declaring that there is no original, for they are all one being. Ji-Yuja presses further, asking if this means Terrapir is truly immortal. He admits he probably isn't. An ability control device would kill him just fine, since he couldn't regenerate. Terrapir then touches a gruesome, regenerating wound, tauntingly adding that he's never actually died before. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Ji-Yuja promises that the answer to that question will be decided today. Terrapir scoffs, questioning if the Hero Association's president has changed, since their no-kill policy should protect him. A chilling silence fills the hall as Ji-Yuja reminds him of his own words that they were all one. A cold smile plays on Ji-Yuja's lips as he turns the villain's logic back on him. The Regenerator can only agree, as a wave of destructive energy instantly vaporizes his copies. The monk then proposes they conduct an experiment the kind Terrapir loves so much. One of the clones goes completely limp, its head vaporized inside a burning sphere of power. Ji-Yuja calmly observes the results, concluding that crushing and burning them seems to work just fine. Just then, Mianji appears, bowing as her master asks if the mission is complete. She confirms her success, leading a group of weary but grateful civilians rescued from the labs. Ji-Yuja commends her for a job well done, but she hesitates, having something else to report. It seems she found a man in the lab who looked exactly like Terrapir, and brought him along. So, after all that chaos, only one of the Regenerators remained. Ji-Yuja orders Mianji to escort the rescued civilians outside, preparing to deal with the last clone. But one of the survivors steps forward, asking what he plans to do with their captive. He pleads with the monk, insisting this man is different and actually protected them down below. Ji-Yuja is completely baffled, wondering what nonsense they're spouting. His first thought is that they must be brainwashed from all the horrific experiments. But then Mianji steps in, hesitantly telling her master that the civilians might be telling the truth. She begins to recount what she saw after neutralizing the control device in the basement. There, she found this man, Terrapir's exact double, actively healing the other victims. Ji-Yuja is left speechless, his mind racing. This complicates everything. The matter is too sensitive for a field decision, so the clone's fate is sent to the Hero Association. Inside their headquarters, a critical meeting is about to begin. The third association president, Raosa, declares they will now discuss the whereabouts of Number 4. A member of the second generation equality, Tome, sneers at the idea, calling the clone a pitiful existence. Her associate, the infamous Mago, seems more interested in stirring the pot, questioning another member's presence. That member, the first generation's hero, fires back, daring Mago to speak his mind. Meanwhile, former President Utority smirks to himself, already plotting to oppose whatever Rausa decides. With the factions and their conflicting agendas all in one room, the meeting officially begins.